Ed Roth Taylor is the son of a powerful, noble family of ruffians. He is feared for his intimidation and bad behavior at the academy, where he acts like a king. One day, Ed receives a letter from his family. The letter states that he has been disowned and removed from the family registry. He loses everything: his title, his wealth, and he is even expelled from his dormitory. The academy students gossip about his downfall. They still avoid him because of his bad reputation, but many believe he deserves his fate for trying to cheat during the admission exam. Ed feels that life is unfair. The people who judge him do not know the real him. He is not the villain they think he is. The truth is strange. He has been transported to his favorite video game, the Failed Swordsman of Silvânia. In this game, he is not a hero or a genius, but a minor villain. This character appears only at the beginning of the story. He is weak, powerless, and destined to end up as a beggar. At the end of the game, Ed checks his stats and feels hopeless. His energy, strength, and magic are embarrassingly low. He should be a magic student, but even a farmer NPC has better stats. He realizes that is why his character is so insignificant in the game, but Ed does not want the ending where he becomes a beggar. He decides that he will change his destiny. No matter how hard it is, the academy is still his chance to build a new life. It is a top-notch school, and anyone who graduates has a bright future. He knew that although it was an extremely early part of the scenario, it is also extremely important for him, since his tuition for the first semester is already paid. Ed decides that he will stay, work hard, and use his knowledge of the game to survive. His goal is to graduate and lead a peaceful life. However, his low stats make him doubt whether he can succeed. So, he decides to focus on surviving for the next 10 days, until the semester begins. To avoid the students and their stares, Ed leaves the academy grounds and goes to the nearby forest. On the first day, he tries to chop wood and move it with magic. His weak magic quickly drains his energy, and he becomes hungry, remembering a story from his grandfather. Ed tries to make a stew from tree bark. It tastes horrible and makes him feel sick. He realizes that wood is better for building than for eating. It takes hard work to build a shelter. He chops logs, makes a structure, and puts everything together. After hours of effort, his shelter is finally complete. His stats improve slightly, and he earns a small achievement. This gives him hope. Ed realizes that he is not only skilled with magic, but also with his hands. Using his manual skills, he crafts a harpoon, which also unlocks an achievement. He uses the harpoon to catch fish. He cooks them and enjoys his first decent meal in 2 days. For the first time, he feels that he can survive while eating. Ed hears someone behind him. He turns and sees Princess Fenia, the third princess of the cruel empire. She is the one who exposed him for cheating during the admission exam because of her. Ed has lost everything, and now she seems angry to see him still at the academy. Fenia doesn't understand why Ed hasn't been expelled yet. She believes he is shameless and warns him to leave the academy. Ed becomes nervous. This is because Fenia has a special power that allows her to see through lies. If she reports him, he would be expelled, and that would be the end for him while she reprimands him. Ed sees his fish burning on the fire, increasing his frustration. He knows he needs to calm her down. He tries his best to divert her attention, then simply leans in and thanks her. Fenia appears surprised. Not detecting any lies from Ed, she knows Ed's family, the Roth Taylors, who are infamous for their genocidal experiments on humans and are considered a trash family that should be destroyed or executed. But for Ed, it is different. He is lucky because he has already been disowned by his family, giving him an advantage at the academy. Otherwise, it would be the end for him in the game. Ed begins to wonder why she is alone in the forest without escort or uniform. He remembers that it is likely for the class placement test in the timeline of the video games, where students must find magical beads. Ed knows that Fenia wants to join the elite class of the academy. He offers to help her, knowing that she will have difficulties passing the test without assistance. Fenia is suspicious of his offer. Thinking it might be a trick, Ed remains calm and insists that he is being honest. He tells her that if he lies, she can expel him immediately. This is his last chance, and he knows he needs to convince her to trust him. Ed helps Fenia by telling her the exact location of the hidden magical sphere above the guardian tree of Marilda. Following his instructions, she goes there and finds the sphere, exactly as Ed had described. Fenia feels surprised and conflicted. The Ed she knew 3 days ago was a cheater and a liar, but now she finds herself unable to understand this new version of him. The next day, the class placement tests come to an end, and the students gather to await their evaluations. Professor Glast arrives and asks everyone to present the beads they collected. Some students present different items like magical eggs, but they are placed in Class F for not meeting the test requirements. The professor explains that the beads, necessary for success, do not possess magical power, making them harder to identify. Two of these beads were found by the main protagonists, Dix and Lortel. Then, Professor Glass raises his hand and points to the last student who retrieved the third bead from the guardian tree, declaring that this student is at the top of the class, leaving everyone amazed. Sitting by the river, Ed makes a rudimentary fishing rod. Conquering another achievement, he remembers the game that the Phoenix Princess developed, sharp judgment skills, because he grew up dealing with people who flattered or lied to her. She became so good at identifying lies that no one could deceive her. But this skill also made her life more difficult in the original story. The Phoenix receives the title of Princess of Love, not for her beauty, but for her hard work. She fails the class placement test and works hard to improve, eventually proving her worth and gaining respect. Ed knows that if he tells her where the magic sphere is, he can avoid being expelled, but this will ruin the original story. If the story changes too much, all the knowledge that Ed has about the game will become useless, and he will lose his advantage. However, the information that Ed gives to the female about the account, although it seems like a gift, is actually a cleverly prepared trap. She wants to keep her true identity a secret, because she feels embarrassed by the special treatment her status brings. She wants to prove her worth without relying on her status. Although the account would guarantee her best results on the ranking test, she cannot accept it, because finding it without her own effort would compromise her values. The Phoenix is determined to follow the path of righteousness, which leads her to earn the title of Princess of Love in the original story. Since Ed cannot lie to the Phoenix, he uses mental tricks to control the situation. As he predicted, the Phoenix refuses to take the pearl, leaving her without the pearl she needs to pass the test. Another student, Lucy, finds the pearl. Fenia is angry and frustrated. She knows Ed spoke the truth, so she cannot punish him, but his actions ruined her chance to succeed on her own. Ed feels relieved and happy to have maintained his place in the academy and kept the story on track. He quickly returns to the academy to attend the opening ceremony of the new semester. At the ceremony, Ed eats and enjoys the food, feeling more at ease than before. Many students notice the change in his behavior. The Ed they knew as an infamous bully and troublemaker now seems like a completely different person. Ed's focus is now clear. His sole and exclusive goal is to graduate from the academy. Among the groups of students, there is a girl who cannot help but notice Ed. She watches him closely, surprised by how much he seems to have changed, as if he were a totally new person. On his first day back at the academy, the faculty praised everyone who helped transform the academy into a new and improved form. However, Ed is unexpectedly called to meet with the principal. He fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to his surprise, the principal simply smiles and speaks calmly. Ed suspects that the princess might have reported him, but feels relieved when he realizes that the director seems unaware of his actions. This experience makes Ed more cautious. He decides to closely follow the original story and avoid deviating from it while living in the forest. Ed's survival skills improve significantly over time. He becomes skilled at crafting high-quality arrows and begins to think about how to enchant his arrows with magical spells one night. After hunting for food to prepare dinner, he heads back to his tent. He notices a girl sitting in a tree. Marilda is the same girl he had noticed during the opening ceremony. Janica Filov is the spirit mage of the second year, the same year Ed is in. She sees Ed and excitedly approaches him. She introduces herself, enthusiastically, and tells him that the magical tree Marilda shared stories about him with the tree. She observed Ed in the forest, but does not mind his presence, which reassures Ed, giving him a sense of calm. He casually comments that even a fierce wild wolf can have a tender heart. Janica seems surprised for a moment but then laughs at his words. She extends her hand and asks if he wants to touch the spirit with whom she signed a contract to be her friend. Ed, however, is not interested in interacting further with Janica. He politely declines, saying that he cannot see the spirit in her hand and apologizes, claiming he only came to the area to gather food. With that, he steps away. The real reason why Ed keeps his distance from Janica is her crucial role in the original story. He knows that Janica Filov is a key character, and establishing a connection with her could alter the plot, costing him any informational advantage he has to navigate the events of the game. As Ed walks away, Janica calls her spirit friend, a wild wolf named Marilda, the guardian of the forest. She leans on Marilda, feeling comfortable, and begins to talk to her. She thinks about Ed and finds him fascinating, just as Marilda told her before. Although she struggles to be kind to him, Ed only gives short answers of yes or no. Still, she believes that this will not be the last time they meet. The next morning, she works hard to avoid being late to the academy. Her shelter is far from the campus, so getting there is always a challenge, but her efforts are worth it, as her attributes continue to improve. Ed does everything alone, managing his tasks, washing his clothes, and carefully managing his rations and supplies. He is determined to earn a scholarship. Janica cannot help but observe him from a distance, curious about his routine. When Ed finally scores, he shouts and asks why she continues to follow him. He demands to know if she really knows who he is. Ed Roth Taylor, the most infamous and dangerous person in the academy, tries to keep his distance from Hannah. Despite her polite and friendly nature, she says she does not judge him based on others' opinions, because she does not truly know him. However, Ed is cautious and distrustful. He knows that Hannah may seem naive and innocent, but she is the final boss of the first act. Ed decides it is safer not to get too close, or interact with her more than necessary. Feeling overwhelmed by his challenges and difficulties, Ed takes a risk and asks Janica for a favor. She gets excited thinking it is something important, but when Ed asks for money, her mood changes instantly. Money is Janica's weak point, and Ed knows this from the game's backstory. She comes from a humble background and works hard to stay at the top of her class, to maintain her scholarship. Without it, she could not continue her studies. With a dejected expression, Janica apologizes and walks away, leaving Ed feeling conflicted. 3 days later, while hunting, Ed reflects on his conversation with Janica. He regrets asking for money, but knows he has no choice but to avoid getting involved with key characters, to preserve the original story. When he returns to his tent and lifts the curtain, he is shocked to find another important figure from the game, Lucy Marcel, the rare genius and the most powerful mage, sleeping inside. Lucy wakes up and immediately complains about how noisy Ed is, saying she cannot sleep properly. When Ed demands to know why she is there, Lucy points to the area behind him. She calmly tells him that a spirit wants to speak with him, saving Janica at all costs someday, despite Lucy Marcel pointing behind him and stating that a spirit wants to speak with him. Ed still cannot see anything. He feels frustrated. Not only has he barely managed to get rid of Janica, but now he has to deal with Lucy. With her small stature and ability to walk in the air, she behaves like a street cat, appearing anywhere she finds comfortable to nap. To make matters worse, she is now using Ed's camp and resources to skip classes and rest. Ed blames himself for this situation and realizes he needs to act quickly before her presence diverts the story. But while setting traps for hunting, Ed notices that Lucy casually grabs the bait, a piece of market beef, and eats it without caring. This frustrates him even more because no matter what he says, she completely ignores him. Ed realizes that if she has already come to his camp several times, she will probably keep coming back. Worse still, as an experienced player of the game, he knows there is no strategy to defeat Lucy. After finishing solving the problem, Ed remembers a specific detail from the game guides he read, something that most players overlook. He decides to play his last card. Ed tells Luz that he recently saw maids from the Ophal Hall, looking for her. At the moment he hears this, Luz freezes in shock, her composure breaking for the first time. She quickly makes up an excuse about remembering something urgent and disappears into the air in no time. Ed feels relieved and silently thanks. His knowledge of the game guides, he remembers that although Lucy is a formidable mage with no known weaknesses in combat, she always avoids mentioning the dormitory maids. Apparently she has a habit of avoiding them, since the maids who take care of Lucy chase her away with Lucy gone. He feels a sense of triumph. He is confident that her 2-day stay will not significantly impact the story, and is grateful that it didn't take long to figure out how to get rid of her. Once again, he managed to protect the original story, although he can't help but notice how he is starting to feel satisfied as the game story progresses. The first major mission finally appears. Joint Combat Training. This is a simulated one-on-one combat exercise where the students use fake weapons to minimize lethality. It is also the moment when all the main characters of the game are introduced and meet. For the first time, among them is the main protagonist, the hero of the game, Taylor, the failed fencer from the Silvânia Academy. Ed shows little interest in the fights at first. He already knows the outcomes, since the winners are always the main characters of the first year, including Taylor. However, one thing catches his attention. From Annika, she appears again, full of the same enthusiasm as before. Despite Ed's repeated efforts to distance himself from her, she continues to stick to him like glue. Observing her persistence, Ed jokes, wondering if she could belong to some family of dogs similarly to Lucy's cat family, given her wandering and clingy nature. Trying to be helpful, she shows Ed the match list. He ignores it at first, uninterested in the details. But when she casually mentions that his name is on the list, it is alarming. In the original plot of the game, Edward Taylor is expelled at the time this mission. occurs taking the list. He quickly examines it to find out who his opponent will be. Meanwhile, the most anticipated fight of the event begins, a duel between the main protagonist, Taylor, and the powerful feline mage Lucy Marcel. Putting the list aside, Ed focuses on the fight. Despite his current circumstances, he still feels a deep connection with Taylor's character, having spent countless hours completing the game alongside him. Although Ed now inhabits the role of a secondary character, he still wants to cheer for Taylor. The announcer calls Lucy to the ring. Ed vividly remembers this iconic moment from the game. Taylor, holding the sword for the first time, skillfully countering Lucy's spells and catching her off guard. Lucy then uses intermediate lightning magic, which disqualifies her, granting Taylor the honor of being the first person to defeat her. Nostalgia washes over Ed, and he eagerly awaits to see this scene unfold. Again, the referee rings the bell, and the fight begins. Taylor advances with his characteristic determination, trying to gain the upper hand by attacking Lucy with his fists, but with a single lightning strike, Taylor is thrown against the wall. Ed watches as Taylor, despite the overwhelming odds, knows that he refuses to give up, just as he remembers from the original story. Despite being a country bumpkin and all the failures he faces, he never loses hope. Taylor grabs his sword, advances, and catches Lucy by surprise, mirroring the sequence from the game. But then, something unexpected happens. Instead of Lucy using her intermediate lightning spell, as she does in the original story, she casts a blocking spell, stopping Taylor in his tracks. She then uses wind magic, throwing Taylor even further away and exhausting him completely. The announcer declares, Lucy the winner of the duel. Ed is stunned. Taylor was supposed to win this fight, but now Lucy has defeated him. This small change may seem insignificant, but Ed knows it can completely mess up the original story. He fears what might happen next. The crowd cheers for Lucy as Taylor walks away from the match, devastated and defeated. Ed feels a growing sense of panic. This is a big problem. He quickly realizes that the magic Lucy used is not normal. It is continuous magic, the kind that can only be obtained by forming a contract with a high-class spirit. In the original story, Lucy and the forest guardian spirit, Marilda, have no connection. However, Lucy's unexpected visit to Ed's camp must have led her to accidentally form a contract with Marilda, making her much stronger than she should be. It is his fault. This change in the story is his fault. And now the story is spiraling out of control. Taylor, the main hero of the game, should never lose this match. The announcer then announces the next match. Ed Rock Taylor against the Phoenix Princess. The princess, still bitter, prepares eagerly to settle the score in the duel, but Ed doesn't even recognize her. Instead, he passes by her and runs after Taylor, who is already leaving the hall devastated by his defeat. Taylor's loss is entirely Ed's fault. In the original story, Ed's character would have been expelled from the academy long before this mission began, but because Ed is still present, everything has changed. And now Taylor's defeat. He risks ruining the entire plot by reaching Taylor. Ed insists that he not give up. Taylor's defeat is merely a setback, and Ed knows how crucial it is for him to continue at the academy. Taylor's spirit as the protagonist is essential for the story's progress. Without him, everything will crumble. Ed does his best to motivate Taylor, reminding him of his strength and potential. Deep down, Ed knows he is also protecting his own future. If Taylor gives up, Ed will face an even greater battle to survive in this game. Taylor must remain strong, not just for himself, but for the sake of everything Ed is desperately trying to preserve. For the Phoenix Princess, the first person to recognize her ability to judge is Emperor Clueel. Some believe it is a divine gift, but it is not. She developed this ability on her own, after enduring the endless politics and conspiracies within the royal palace. It became her means of self-protection, forged through years of navigating the treacherous environment of the imperial family. That is why the female princess trusts her judgment so much. She has seen the harsh truths of the imperial world clearly through the lens of the abyss that shaped her resilience and sharpened her perception. So whenever she wants to confront any opponent or person to judge, she has to look directly at the person. To find out before the match begins, Ed casually tells the Phoenix Princess to take it easy on him, while the Phoenix, in turn, advises him to do the same. Meanwhile, the audience whispers harsh comments about Ed Roth Taylor in the original game story. Ed was notorious for bullying Taylor and then cheering for him, making it seem hypocritical. In the original backstory, he bullied Taylor and then acted friendly while cheering for him. They think it doesn't make sense. Ed knows they are right, because in the story, his character used his position to humiliate his juniors, and when that failed, he cheated on exams and was expelled. The match begins. The female forms a water ball and throws it at Ed. Wanting to test him, she thinks he will dodge using fire or wind magic. But Ed neither dodges nor defends himself. He simply stands still and takes the hit. Fenia is shocked. Ed then calmly declares that he lost, giving her the victory without even trying. The audience erupts in applause for Princess Fenia, declaring her the winner while Ed is loudly insulted, saying he is worse than Taylor. Despite this, Ed calmly approaches the princess, thanks her for the match, and quietly leaves the arena. This only deepens Fenia's curiosity. She begins to question why he acted this way, asking if he had no interest in the duel from the start. Ed makes an intentional choice to withdraw from the match. He does not want to interfere with the role of the Phoenix in the story. Because he understands how important she is to the plot, he quickly leaves the arena and goes in search of Taylor. Ed believes that Taylor is the true protagonist of the tale, much more significant than the princess, and he wants to make sure that Taylor does not give up. While Ed searches for Taylor, he is surprised when Fenia suddenly appears behind him, breathless. He is astonished to see her alone, without any escort. Fenia shouts at him, demanding to know what his true intentions are. She accuses him of having no intention of winning the match, claiming that he just wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible. The frustration of the Phoenix overflows. She admits that she is tired of everyone at the academy, her peers, the teachers, even the staff. She feels overwhelmed and confused, especially by Ed's actions. She demands to know who Ed really is, which only makes her question even more. Seeing her so upset, Ed calmly approaches, places his hands on her shoulders, and tells her to relax, guiding her through a simple breathing exercise. He encourages her to breathe deeply and slowly. His calmness helps her focus and alleviates her frustration. Even if just for a moment, feeling calmer, Fenia realizes how she acted earlier and apologizes to Ed for her behavior. Ed notices that she has relaxed a little and looks for a way to leave so he can continue searching for Taylor. But Fenia begins to open up about her struggles and sadness of living in the royal palace. She talks about how difficult it is to deal with politics and the constant schemes that have worn her down. Even after sharing her feelings, Fenia still wants answers. She asks Ed why he picks on Taylor. She wonders if it's because Taylor has a troubled past, and Ed, who was one reason for being disowned by his own family. Ed knows there is some truth in what she says, but pretends not to understand, avoiding giving a clear answer, knowing that it is not the right time to explain everything, and fearing that it might further complicate the story. But Fenia becomes irritated again. She demands to know why Ed intimidated Taylor, but now she supports him, even after he tried to expel Taylor. Ed continues to dodge her questions, giving vague and unrelated answers. This only makes her more irritated, but without proof to confront him, she lets him go, remaining suspicious at the door. Ed stops and turns back to Fenia. He tells her that although she needs to focus on the complicated politics, she also needs to rest. He reminds her that the academy is not like the palace. Here she does not need to worry about everything all the time. Fenia is taken aback by Ed's advice. She is surprised that he understands her struggles so well. This leaves her curious, as no one has ever understood her like this before. Ed, before his words can have a profound effect, leaves Fenia and continues searching for Taylor, hoping it is not too late. Finally, he finds Taylor sitting alone, holding his broken sword. Hoping it is not too late, he finally finds Taylor sitting alone, holding his broken sword. Looking sad and lost as Ed approaches, someone steps in his way. Isla Chris, the main heroine of the game, firmly tells Ed not to approach or disturb Taylor, positioning herself in his path to protect Taylor from more trouble. Isla blocks Ed and firmly states that Taylor doesn't need to deal with him any longer. She accuses Ed of having caused enough damage. Then something surprising happens. Taylor, despite appearing defeated and destroyed after the match, stands up and confronts Ed with a determined expression, asking why Ed is still at the academy. Ed is surprised by Taylor's strength to continue, even after such a devastating setback. Taylor still demonstrates his fighting spirit, having played the game with him countless times. Ed knows that Taylor's strength lies in never giving up, no matter how strong the opponent is. He also sees the positive influence of Isla, Taylor's childhood friend and biggest supporter, who is always there to motivate him and lift his spirits as Taylor demands answers, asking what Ed's true intentions are. Ed simply praises Taylor's sword skills during their duel. He acknowledges Taylor's incredible abilities, a genuine compliment stemming from his experience in the game, where he fought alongside Taylor until the end. Ed turns to leave, telling Taylor that he just came to see him and has no plans. He has no schemes or hidden motives, although Taylor may still be suspicious of him. Ed feels relieved, not because the plot is slightly off course, but because Taylor, the hero he knows so well, is standing firm as Ed walks away. Taylor and Isla glare at him, irritated by his calm demeanor, thinking he is trying to play it cool despite everything. As soon as Ed leaves, suddenly a loud explosion shakes the hallway, the result of a powerful magical spell. Ed immediately recognizes the scene. The type of game this is a key event. during the legendary duel between the beloved daughter Lortel and Annika Failova in the original story. Taylor and the other main characters were supposed to watch this match in the realms. With the changes in the plot, Taylor and Isla are now outside. He decides it's okay, since the match is still ongoing and they can be watching from outside. This duel is important, because the winner becomes the final boss of the first act of the game. The battle between Dianica and Lortel becomes intense. Lortel uses ice magic to stop the fire spirit that Janica summoned. However, the strength of the fire spirit overcomes the ice, melting it and hitting Lortel. This makes Janica the winner of the match. The crowd cheers for Janica, excited that a second-year student has won. However, Janica notices Lortel being carried away by medics. She feels guilty upon realizing that she accidentally used an intermediate magic spell, which violates the rules. Fortunately for her, no one seems to have noticed the mistake, but she is traumatized by what she did to her opponent. Unlike the original story of the game, Lucia now defeats Taylor, and the whole mission ends with Janica becoming the only senior winner, protecting the pride of the enrolled students. Previously, upon witnessing this, it is noted that things are about to get even more chaotic for Vinica, but he considers it a relief, as it may mean she won't bother him anymore. At his camp, Ed decides he wants to avoid further involvement with the main characters, since getting entangled with them only brings him headaches. 2 weeks pass after the joint combat training mission, and Ed focuses on improving himself, significantly increasing his stats during this time. Now he can study and survive without relying on any of the main characters. His physical constitution, endurance, and other skills become stronger, making his body more resilient. While bathing in the river, Ed sees Janica approaching stealthily, feeling embarrassed. He yells at her for invading his privacy. Later they sit together by the campfire. Janica expresses how much she enjoys Ed's camp, describing it as a perfect secret base for adventures. She mentions that she needs his advice on something, and asks for his honest opinion, curious. Ed asks why she came to him instead of seeking help from her other friends. Janica explains that after Ed left the hall, her fight against Lortel ended with her victory. However, during the duel, she accidentally used a mid-level spell, which was not allowed, and injured Lortel. Now she feels guilty, and can't stop thinking that she overreacted. She doesn't want comforting words from her friends, as they would probably tell her she did the right thing. Instead, she wants an honest opinion on whether she should apologize to Lortel. Ed tells Janica to do what she thinks is right, and apologize if she believes it is the right thing to do. While Janica is cheerful, joyful, and beloved by everyone as the perfect friend, feeling guilty or self-critical will not erase the mistakes already made. People can encourage and support her, but that alone won't undo what has already been heard. Upon hearing Ed's straightforward opinion, Janica is happy that he doesn't blindly take sides. She realizes how much Ed has changed compared to the person he was last year. Although she is a lively and smiling girl, she is also a keen observer. She remembers how when Ed once asked her for money, he did not show the desperation that most people do. Instead, his behavior subtly signaled to her to keep her distance from him. Now Janica finds Ed intriguing and admits that she likes him a lot. She told him that she wished more people were like him, as he has become a strange but comforting source of security for her. The next day, at the academy, Ed finds himself in serious trouble. As Lortel continues to follow him and call out to him despite his best efforts to ignore her, he knows exactly why this is happening. While the Lortel continues to follow him and call out to him despite his best efforts to ignore her, he knows exactly why this is happening. The game The Failed Swordsman of Silvânia is considered a masterpiece, with only a few players managing to reach its true ending. Most new players encounter bad endings early in the story, often caused by wrong decisions or by not saving important characters. These choices lead to tragic outcomes such as the hero being killed or broken, resulting in a game ending for Lortel. In the early stages of the game, there is a hidden heroine designated for a specific role. Unlike Phoenix, who is openly admired, Lortel is treated as a villain from the start. At first, her true nature and importance are revealed only in the later parts of the story, to avoid losing control of the narrative and risking a bad ending. Ed decides to avoid falling into Lortel's plans. He chooses not to follow her intentions and to be cautious about every decision he makes. While Lortel continues to follow Ed, persistently asking him to stop and listen, she eventually positions herself in front of him. Displaying an angelic and innocent smile, she politely asks him to spare 2 hours to hear what she has to say. Ed, clearly irritated, asks how long she plans to follow him. Lortel playfully responds that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long, grinding her teeth, as if her presence didn't bother him at all. Lortel being the only daughter of the elite magnate, Catherine is not an ordinary student, As part of the elite, she is deeply involved in the political rivalry with Princess Fenia for control over the academy. Ed, however, has no interest in getting involved in her schemes. Determined not to fall into her cunning trap, he resumes walking quickly, hoping to shake her off. Indifferent, Lortel continues with her sweet and flattering words, trying to gain his attention. She even offers to help him with anything he needs. Ed, impressed, advises her not to make promises she doesn't intend to keep. However, Lortel refuses to give up. She positions herself in front of him again, this time with even more charm, claiming to have great respect for him despite the rumors that he is arrogant and self-centered. To make her offer more appealing, Lortel takes out 3 gold coins, worth the salary of an entire month for most students, and presents them as an advance. Hoping to finally catch Ed's attention, Lortel makes her offer she wants Ed to be friends with Janica. With a sly smile, she slips 3 gold coins into his pocket, saying that having more people by his side is always a good thing. Ed already studies carefully, and with a touch of curiosity, asks if the famous Golden Daughter also buys her connections. Impressed by Lortel's understanding of his political position, Ed realizes that she is already strategizing to control the academy. Despite being a first-year student, she is gathering allies to strengthen his influence. What Ed finds extraordinary, he extends his hand for a handshake. Recognizing her ambition during the handshake, Ed shares a lesson with her. He said that for people who have always been rich, even a small moment of poverty can break their spirit. But for those in desperate situations, a small amount of money can make them abandon their pride, betray their families, or even sell themselves. Taking advantage of desperate people is surprisingly easy and common, and he is not desperate, nor does he want to accept money for any clever offer. After saying this, Ed withdraws his hand, puts the coins back in her palm. Then he steps away, leaving the shoreline stunned and amused by his cleverness. Ed feels frustration knowing that accepting the money could have made things easier for him, but he cannot risk altering the narrative. Chelsea does not feel insulted by Ed's direct rejection. She understands very well the balance of benefits and risks in the game. She is the ideal business strategist, always seizing any opportunity that arises. Her character is known for turning situations to her advantage in the game. In other words, Lortel has a determined attitude in turning Janica's failover into one of her allies, for political benefits. At night, Janica visits Lortel's quarters. Lortel greets her with a playful smile, teasing that she did not expect a visit. It is their first meeting since the intense duel. Janica apologizes for using an intermediate-level spell during the combat exercise, acknowledging the rules she accidentally broke upon noticing Lortel's still visible wounds. She expresses concern. However, Lortel downplays the situation, assuring Janica that her wounds will heal soon. Then, with a playful smile, Janica casually changes the subject and asks if Lortel's conversation with Ed is going well, adding a bit of dramatic tension. Lortel is caught off guard and tries to evade the question, claiming she does not understand what Janica is referring to. Janica, smiling knowingly, reveals her spiritual powers, saying that although she usually keeps her spirits away from personal matters, they enjoy listening to conversations. This revelation momentarily leaves Lortel speechless. Seizing the moment, Jennifer asserts her seniority, leans in close, and criticizes Lortel's strategy of using gold coins to gain allies. She emphasizes that sincerity and bonds of trust cannot be bought. To make Lortel feel a bit jealous, Janica then speaks about Ed's approach, saying it was much more genuine and sincere than the way Lortel did things. Diana Carey finds it hilarious that she has shown her authority as a lady. She thinks she may have boasted a bit too much. Before leaving the hotel room, she apologizes again for hurting her during training, commenting that one day she will be strong enough to summon a high-level spirit, like hers. But she needs to keep working harder for that when Giannica leaves. Lortel thinks about her and realizes that Giannica is not as innocent as she seems. Behind her cheerful and friendly personality, Giannica is strong and uses her happy attitude to survive in the dark world. But now, Lortel feels that Giannica seems a bit different, as if she is dealing with something difficult. Back at his camp, Ed is hanging up his clothes when a strong gust of wind knocks everything down, caused by Balea, the senior maid of the Ophala dormitory, who once expelled him from the dorms. Seeing how he is living now, she comments that it is surprising, but admits to being happy to see some positive changes in him. The maids of the Ophala Hall are known for their perfection in everything from cleaning to cooking. Ed can't stop looking at the basket that Belle is holding, filled with the best ingredients she collected in the forest. Surprised to see her at his camp, Belle tells Ed not to be so shy, as he can ask anything he wishes. Seizing the moment, Ed asks for the basket. He knows that this will help improve his crafting skills to make medicine, food, and other useful things. Seeing a chance to be a good friend to the maid, Ed uses the basket to create new tools and food at sunset. He sits down and appreciates his hard work, even having a bit of fun. But the rest doesn't last long. Suddenly, someone falls from the sky, destroying Ed's entire tent, almost killing him with shock. It is Lucy, seeing her precious camp ruined. Ed is furious. He angrily tells Lucy that she almost killed him. When he demands an explanation, she admits that it was Belia, who was in a bad mood for some reason, and got angry with her earlier for skipping class that morning. In her panic, she decided to teleport to the only safe place she could think of, accidentally destroying Ed's camp in the process. Without remorse, Lucy complains that she is hungry and asks Ed if he has any beef jerky. Furious, Ed slaps her on the head and yells at her for causing such a mess. He is surprised when the most powerful mage does not defend herself with a protection spell. Lucy grimaces and explains that she is out of magic. This gives Ed the perfect opportunity. He decides to teach her a lesson for destroying his camp and skipping classes. In the library, Ed is busy looking for a book to help him learn how to build a more durable house using real wood. He focuses on understanding the necessary materials, planning the structure, and mastering techniques like smoothing wood and finishing a roof. As he flips through the pages, he realizes it's almost time to close. While he is putting the books away, a girl approaches him with a friendly comment about his dedication to studying. Thinking she might be the librarian's apprentice, Ed quickly apologizes for staying late. The girl, smiling warmly, reassures him that it's no problem. She says that seeing someone study so seriously motivates her to work harder too, introducing herself as Elka Easley, a first-year student at the Magic College. But when Ed says her name, she freezes for a moment, looking surprised. Ed is not shocked. He is used to people reacting this way, due to the notorious reputation of his character, who quickly smiles and says he seems very different from the rumors. She is especially impressed that he managed to read and understand difficult books on elemental studies so quickly. She admits it's hard to believe he is the same Ed everyone talks about. Before leaving, Elka says she will be rooting for him, and wishes him a safe trip back as she needs to return to the dormitory to pack, leaving Ed slightly encouraged by her kind words. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the floor and the library, causing books to fall from the shelves onto Ed and Elka, creating chaos everywhere. This marks the beginning of the final chapter of Episode 1 in the game. In the fields, the students rush towards a temporary camp led by the main character, Taylor. Among them, Isla, noticing the disaster, recalls a passage from a spiritual book she read once. It talks about a summoning ritual for Glasskin, the high-level dark spirit. Phoenix listens attentively, as Isla explains that only someone with a strong connection to the spirits could summon Glasskin, and that person is Janica Firelover, according to the plot. Janica, now the final boss of Act 1, lost control of the dark spirit, allowing it to completely dominate Fenia. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she realizes that the barriers protecting the temporary camp will only hold for a limited time. Taylor steps forward and urges everyone to head immediately to the student center. He explains that if Glasskin manifests completely, the chances of casualties will be extremely high, and the group must act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. The captain of the Royal Guard reassures the students not to worry, explaining that the faculty and specialist mages will notice the situation soon and intervene. However, Elvira Aniston, a member of the alchemy faculty, calls for immediate action, internally warning that the power of the dark spirit is too dangerous to wait for help, especially since Director Obel is out of town. Seeing this, she requests volunteers to face the threat directly. Klebios, a student from the combat department, and another important character, quickly refuses to volunteer, clearly scared by the immense power of the spirit. Darkly, he explains that while intermediate-level spirits guard the building where Janica is located, two high-level spirits, Tarquin and Velosfer, are also inside. He claims that entering the building is suicide. He strongly opposes the idea, while Vera becomes more intrigued, questioning how Janica, still a student, managed to summon all these spirits, including the effort to summon Glasskin, the highest-ranking dark spirit. With her knowledge about dark spirits, she explains that such spirits are natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their overwhelming power often exceeds the control of even skilled sorcerers. This likely explains why Janica couldn't control them, leaving her vulnerable to being overpowered. The dark spirits, now in control, are using Janica's abilities to summon Glasskin with the help of Tarquin and Velosfer, spirits whose control is a mystery. While everyone debates the best course of action, Dick stands up and reminds the group of the importance of making a decision quickly. He suggests that only Princess Phoenix can devise an appropriate strategy. All eyes turn to Phoenix as they await her command. Phoenix, reflecting on Ed's earlier comments about the burden she carries and the importance of peace of mind, takes a moment to think. Finally, she announces her plan. Only the best students from each year and the royal guards will volunteer for the mission. She orders them to prepare within an hour, to enter the building, rescue Janica, and prevent the summoning of the Rav, high-ranking dark spirit, Glaska, before they cause more destruction. The female princess encourages everyone to affirm their determination, promising to take full responsibility for the mission. At that moment, a student rushes to her, breathless and visibly distressed. He informs the princess that the residents of the teaching area will not be able to help as they are already defending the Aldry Hall to protect the potion archives from attacks. Realizing the limited number, Fina asks if there are other students who can help. Suddenly, another student, a frightened girl, runs to the princess, trembling as she reports an emergency in the library. She reveals that Elka, the apprentice librarian, and a second-year student are trapped inside. Upon hearing Elka's name, Dix immediately reacts, grabbing the girl by the shoulders. He demands confirmation that Elka is still in the library. When the girl confirms, Dix panics, stating that he must save his best friend immediately, as Elka has no way to defend herself. The Phoenix quickly intervenes, ordering Dix to calm down. She reminds him of the paranoid and the dark spirits. The top priority must be to hold Dix back. He can be assured since a second-year student is with her. However, Dix questions the reliability of an unknown student, and how can they trust him to protect Elka? Penelope turns to the girl and asks if she knows the identity of the second-year student. In the library, the girl trembles in fear, hesitating and unable to speak. Dix grows impatient and presses for an answer. Finally, with a trembling voice, the girl confesses that the second-year student in the library is none other than Roth Taylor. Her answer leaves everyone shocked. The girl starts to cry, apologizing for leaving the library earlier. She explains that she left Elka in charge because Ed was staying late into the night, and his presence made her irritated. Dix becomes furious, refusing to leave Elka alone with Ed, whose infamous reputation precedes him. His anger and concern for his best friend heighten the tension in the room. Penelope casually advises Dix to relax and trust Ed at least once. Her unexpected suggestion leaves everyone frozen. Surprisingly, Dix, however, does not find the advice funny. Fueled by worry and anger, he leaps high into the air, cutting through dark spirits with fury, as he charges toward the library, shouting Ed's name, determined to reach him and punish him if he touches Elka. Dix's story is different from other characters. He grew up wandering the harsh northern plains, separated from his family at a young age. With no memories of them, living like a barbarian, he survived by scavenging corpses, or hunting servants to sell their flesh. People feared him because he came from a harsh and chaotic land, where only the strong survived. His life as a savage changed when he met Elka, his first true friend. Her family treated him kindly, helping him leave his savage ways behind and become more civilized. Paradoxically, Elka is everything to him, and he would do anything to protect her. As Dix runs to the library, he passes through dark spirits, breaks down the door, and shouts Ed's name. He only knows Ed because of bad rumors about cheating and intimidation. Inside, Dix finds Ed leaning against a wall, covered in blood and too weak to move. Dix grabs him and demands to know where Elka is. Ed, injured and exhausted, simply points in her direction. Dix pushes past and runs to find her. When he reaches Elka, Dix sees her lying safely on a shelf, asleep, and feels relieved. But he notices the bookcases barricaded around her. He wonders who put them there. Then he sees a blood-stained coat covering her, and a sign with instructions written on it, realizing that the blood is not hers. Then he sees a blood-stained coat covering her, and a sign with instructions written on it, realizing that the blood is not hers. He understands that Edea protected her by fighting against dark spirits and shielding her even while injured. Moments before, Ed uses his training strength to lift the heavy shelves and carry the unconscious Elka. He sets up barricades around her for protection, places her inside, and writes instructions on a sign. Nearby, he stands to protect her from the library window. He notices the summoning rune, but he closes the curtain, choosing not to interfere in the main plot involving other key characters. He reflects on Dianica's impressive connection with spirits and wonders how she could have turned to the dark side, summoning and controlling materialized spirits, something he finds impossible for himself. When the dark spirits approach Elka, Ed confronts them directly after defeating the intermediate-level spirits. He notices that his stats have slightly improved, surprisingly. He even unlocks some spirit connection abilities, leaving him curious about his potential. While Dix carries Elka to a safe place, he asks Ed what happened in the library. Ed casually replies that he was just training. Dix laughs at the response and thanks Ed for saving Elka, promising to return the favor someday. Ed acknowledges Dix as a trusted ally and Taylor's best friend in the game. Meeting Dix plays a crucial role in the plot. Ed advises Dix to join Taylor and follow his lead to resolve the ongoing chaos. Dix is surprised by Ed speaking so highly of Taylor since they barely interact. However, Ed's reason is to ensure that Taylor unlocks his cutting element, essential for defeating the high-ranking spirit. Tarkin with Dix's help, as happens in the original game story. Dix thanks Ed for the advice and leaves, allowing Ed to finally rest. When Ed sits down to relax, he notices something strange. Dix and Taylor are still not friends. He remembers that in the original game, Taylor and Dix become friends after a duel, where Taylor learns the incision element by cutting Dix's magic. This event was supposed to happen before the end of the first act. But now things are happening earlier than planned. Without their friendship, Taylor has not learned the incision element, which is crucial for defeating Arkan. Ed realizes that the narrative is falling apart, shifting back to the camp. Dix returns with Elka and apologizes for the delay. The team says it is no use. They have already tried and failed to invade the captain. Soldiers and some students are injured, and they had to retreat. Now they do not have the strength to fight against Tarkin. Again, Ed arrives at the camp, surprising everyone upon seeing the situation. He realizes that the ritual to summon Glasskin is almost complete. If they do not act, everything will be destroyed. Ed knows that intervening will change history, but he has no choice. If he wants to save the world of the game, he takes control by forming two teams and deciding to lead one of them. From now on, Ed chooses to enter the story to prevent disaster. Upon seeing Ed Robert Taylor, everyone is shocked and keeps their eyes fixed on him. Kleber laughs ridiculously at Ed's suggestion, thinking it's a joke, but Diggs interrupts, urging everyone to listen to Ed. Ed explained the situation. To reach Janica, they needed to distract Tarquin, the spirit of fire, and deal with Volusfer, the spirit of darkness that controlled him. Tarquin was protected by a strong shell that they saw during their first attempt. That was why they couldn't hurt him. Ed suggested splitting into two teams, one to lure Darkin away and the other to reach Janica directly. Lortel disagrees, saying it's impossible since they don't have the training to deal with a spirit as powerful as Darkin. She remembers that they only escaped the first encounter by pure luck. Ed agrees that it's a big risk, but insists that there is no other option. If they manage to defeat Janica, Tarquin will lose his power. The group then decides who will be on the bait team. Taylor volunteers, but Ed immediately stops him, saying that Taylor should be in the combat group. Ed designates himself along with Lortel and Klebios for the bait team, which leaves them scared and nervous. While Lortel and Klebios argue with Ed, the Phoenix Princess intervenes. The princess said she didn't fully trust Ed, but she agreed with his plan. She divided the group. Taylor, Elvira, Dix, and herself would go to stop Janica, while Ed, Lortel, and Klebios would lure Tarquin away. Before they depart, Feeney gives a final order to everyone: no matter what happens, do not die. When Ed and his team arrive at the corridor of the Nail Hall, they see Tarquin, the spirit of fire, standing menacingly, and remind the team to follow the plan before starting the mission to distract Tarquin. Klebios, looking scared, hesitates, but Ed encourages him to stay calm. Klebios tells himself that his only job is to distract Tarquin and that the other group will take care of the rest. Gathering courage, he attacks Tarquin and manages to get his attention. Feeling relieved, Klebios turns to ask what to do next, only to find that he is alone, realizing he was left behind. He panics as Tarquin starts to chase him, running as fast as he can. Klebios screams in anger, blaming Ed and the situation for his problem, while watching Klebios being chased. Ed calmly tells Lortel to focus on her part, assuring her that Klebios is doing his job. Lortel jokes, suggesting they could let Klebios be sacrificed, but Ed vehemently disagrees, saying he doesn't plan to let anyone get hurt. Ed knows Klebios well, because he understands the history. Even though Klebios seems scared and insecure, Ed knows he is hiding strength with Tarquin distracted. Ed gives Lortel her most important task to deal with the spirit. Lortel stays outside the hall, focusing on her task of creating an entry path for another team and launching a crucial attack on Tarquin. As she prepares, she thinks of Ed. Despite his bad reputation, he seems surprisingly cool to her. She remembers not to judge someone solely based on rumors. She uses her magic to open a huge hole in the wall of the hall, creating a path to where Janica is. Her powerful move surprises the female princess and the others beforehand. Ed notices Lortel's hidden magical abilities and decides this is the perfect chance to utilize them. He entrusts her with this important role, and she feels grateful for his trust. With the path open, Lortel turns to fight against the Tarkim. the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Kleb rushes towards them, screaming and apologizing for being scared earlier. He pleads for help as Tarkim chases him. Ed quickly realizes that Tarkim's protective shell blocks all attacks just like before. They need something powerful, enough to break it. Using his knowledge of history, Ed grabs a bag and climbs onto the roof of the hall. Lotel protects herself and Kleb by creating a huge ice wall to block Tarkim's fire attack. On the roof, Ed finds Lucy sleeping. She shouldn't be part of this event, but since history has already changed, Ed decides to involve her. He opens his bag full of jerky and throws some into Lucy's mouth to wake her up. When she wakes up, he throws her at Tarkim while shouting for everyone to duck. Lucy, startled and yelling at Ed for being mean, unleashes her high-level skill, Divine Punishment, to break Tarkim's protective shell, weakening him. With the spirit now vulnerable, Ed sees his chance. He charges forward with all his strength to deliver the final blow to Tarkim in the entire life of Hygienica. People call her a symbol of hope. Her parents, friends, and teachers always take pride in her, imposing high expectations. But for Janica, this has always been a burden she has carried since childhood. As she thinks of all this, those memories seem to shatter into small fragments. The corridor wall explodes. The containment team rushes in to rescue her, but instead of relief, Jennifer merely greets them with a sinister smile. Velis Fairy, the dark spirit, is completely in control of her now. Outside, Ed is trying to hold his ground. He knows the final chapter will end before dawn. He checks on Lucy, asking if she is okay after all her effort earlier. Lotel informs him about Lucy somewhere nearby, rolling around after breaking Tarkim's shell. Lotel adds that she has been throwing ice spears at Tarkim, but he is still strong. Ed concludes that the only way to end this is going straight for the throat of Tarquin, but Lucy, who is already out of energy, and Klebios, who is being chased by the fire spirit, are too terrified to land a proper hit. Ed knows what he has to do. He will take care of this alone. He turns to Lortel and tells her that he is putting his life in her hands to keep Tarquin still. Lortel, always ethical, calls this a big risk, but she just smiles and says it's an investment in getting rid of the monster. This catches her attention since this is her area of expertise. She smiles, saying it's much cooler than the princess, who is always acting like an excited royal monarch. Lortel begins to set traps with her ice magic when Ed advances toward Tarquin. Another huge black spirit appears on top of the hall building, the right hand of Glask, making the situation even worse. Ed imagines that Taylor's team must be in the final phase of the fight, but he cannot let this distract him. He trusts that Lortel won't make mistakes even with all this chaos. When Tarquin is about to unleash a fire explosion directly at Ed, Lortel hits the timing, using her traps to block the attack and give Ed an opening. He approaches, channels his wind magic, and slits Tarquin's throat. The flaming beast finally falls. When the dust settles, Ed checks his stats and smiles. His spiritual magic levels are very high, and he has unlocked a space for a spiritual contract, something he never thought he would achieve. He looks around and sees Taylor, who is busy, cutting down the right hand of Glask as if it were nothing, witnessing him in action. Ed can't help but feel impressed. Taylor is truly fulfilling his role as the protagonist. With Tarquin defeated and Janica freed from Velisphere's control, the group finally gets a break. They made it. The danger is over. Lortel laughs as she comments that she has met many people in her life who said they were risking everything, but most of them turned out to be cowards. She finds it funny that even after going through a life-or-death crisis together, Ed doesn't show much emotion. With a mischievous smile, she squeezes his hand again, this time placing 3 gold coins in the palm of his hand as a gesture of gratitude. On the other hand, before he can process the moment, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white due to the immense power he used to defeat Glaski's right hand, and there is a look of resentment in his eyes as he looks at Ed. Ed can't help but admire how incredible Taylor looks in his swordsman form, perfectly embodying the role of the game's protagonist. Even though Ed has his own reasons to resent Taylor, the scene is undeniably impressive. To Ed's surprise, Taylor bows deeply and thanks for saving the academy, saying he owes Ed a huge debt. His gratitude is genuine, but Klebius, still shaken, interrupts crying and shouting about how no one should trust someone like Ed. This outburst is quickly silenced by the others, leaving Klebius grumbling in the background. Finally, Princess Phoenix steps forward. With her usual grace, she sincerely thanks Ed, acknowledging how much he has done for all of them. The princess offers Ed a spot on the student council for his heroic acts, but Ed gently declines, giving credit to the team. Alvira teases him in her usual playful manner, while Dix intervenes. Insisting that she show some respect, Ed can't help but smile as he watches the group interact. Seeing all the main characters together warms him inside. Although Ed has kept himself away from the main characters to maintain the integrity of the story, he feels a calm sense of accomplishment watching them grow and unite. Each character has their own path. Taylor grows stronger with each trial. Ayla becomes more resilient by his side. Fenia embraces her role as monarch and matures into adulthood, while others play their part in building towards collective success. Ed steps away from the group, heading to the hallway to check on Janica. Despite feeling that the narrative line may have shifted a bit, he knows his role is to guide the protagonists while remaining in the background, ensuring each shines in their own way. Ed finds Janica hurt and downcast, hiding in the chest within the destroyed hall back on the ground. When Ed asks everyone why, Janica loses control. Lortel shares her theory. She explains that, upon visiting Janica's room, it is covered in letters and postings on the walls, along with piles of gifts, from people outside the academy, mainly from family and friends with high expectations regarding her success. Lortel believes the overwhelming pressure makes Janica obsessive and vulnerable, forcing her to honor everyone with responses and thanks. The spirit of darkness, Velisfer, explores this darkness, turning into an uncontrolled spiritual mage to summon Glaska. Ed wonders why the final act happens so early. He realizes that during the joint combat training, Taylor was supposed to defeat Lucci and gain fame, but instead, Taylor's defeat changes the plot. The audience becomes fans of Jennifer, the only veteran to win against a first-year student, putting immense pressure on her to maintain her standards. Ed then observes that, while both Lucy and Janica make contracts with spirits, Lucy spends more time in the forest, naturally strengthening her bond. Janica, however, does not have that connection, and Ed blames himself for being in the forest and altering the game's story. Janica tells Ed that she feels forgotten amidst the chaos, which hurts. She admits that, after causing havoc on such a grand stage, she thinks others will seek her out, but they do not. Ed comforts her, making Janica laugh a little. She said she didn't expect him to find her so quickly, and she just wants to stay hidden a little longer because she feels like she is about to cry very badly. This makes Ed tear up as well. Ed remembers Marilda, the spirit wolf, telling him to save Janica. One day he realizes that this moment is what he wanted to say, preventing Janica from falling into such despair. Ed now understands why the wolf told him those words. Everyone else is putting a lot of pressure on Janica, while Ed keeps his distance, making Janica feel that he is the one she can trust. Because of all this pressure, Janica fails in trying to form a contract with the high-class spirit. She rushes the summoning ritual and ends up being taken over by the shadow spirit, destroying the faculty building. She studies magic every night and tries to make everyone who supports her happy. But although she seems to meet everyone's expectations on the outside, she is struggling a lot on the inside. Seeing her work so hard and still fail is both sad and beautiful for Ed. He tells Janica that she worked hard and offers comfort with these words. Outside, the main characters are being praised, but the hallway is quiet and dark upon hearing Ed's kind words. Janica starts to cry to Ed's surprise. All of Janica's spirit friends appear in the hall to support her. For the first time, Ed sees the spirits. Although he has watched this part of the story many times, he has never seen them before, and now he feels like he is truly witnessing the end of the first act. Ed's statistics rise, and he levels up to 10. He can now see the spirit animals that want to bond with him. The high-ranking spirit wolf shows great interest in him, and they form a bond. 10 days have passed since the Hygiene Disciplinary Committee's trial. She admits her mistakes and says she is ready to accept her punishment. However, her friends and teachers stand by her, offering full support. Even during her difficult moment, her other friends, including the main characters, argue that Janica should not be punished because it was not her fault. She was dominated by the spirit of darkness, Velisfer, and did not act intentionally until Hortel intervenes. Covering the costs to restore the building, she asks for nothing in return, except a reduction in customs fees on school supplies for the students. Initially, the hygiene punishment included losing all her benefits as the top student, having her achievements revoked, and disqualification from the academy. But thanks to the pressure from her friends and teachers, the committee decides to cancel her expulsion and give her another chance, applying only a probation period and suspension. Overall, Janica's friends are relieved that she stays, but they notice that she seems a little stressed, so they organize an elegant tea party to cheer her up, and agree not to mention anything related to the incident around her. When Janica's friends invite her to join them, she suddenly asks out of the blue, what is the difference between love and liking? This catches her two best friends, Anise and Clara, by surprise, and they ask why she is bringing this up. Janica shares that she has been having the same recurring dream about one of her friends in her dream. She is sitting in a garden full of flowers, looking like a princess and holding a flower crown she made for a friend. Then her friend, looking quite elegant, arrives on a horse. She places the crown on his head, and they play together. The dream always repeats exactly the same way, making her smile as she describes it. This response leaves both Anis and Clara surprised, fearing that they might accidentally uncover Janika's secret love story. Feeling embarrassed and worried about possibly saying something that upsets her, Anis panics and quickly makes up an excuse about needing to help the teacher, rushing out before things get more awkward, leaving Clara sweating nervously. As she is left alone to deal with Janika's emotions, she knows she needs to handle the situation carefully, to avoid upsetting Janika. If things go wrong, the entire student body could discover Janika's love story, which could turn into gossip and make things difficult for her. She puts on a calm smile and gently suggests to Janika that she should avoid overthinking. She encourages her to be honest with her feelings, explaining that liking or not liking someone is often a mystery, but it is not always easy to determine if such feelings are positive or negative. Janika finds her words meaningful, and it makes her think. Clara also warns Janika to be cautious when talking about sensitive topics like this, as it could affect her reputation, as well as that of her friends and herself. Janika listens attentively and understands completely the advice. Janika thanks Clara for the genuine advice, saying it was exactly what she expected from her. Then she makes up an excuse to leave, mentioning that she needs to return to the dorm hall. Clara waves a happy goodbye, but then leans forward and bangs her head on the table in relief. She finally managed to prevent rumors from spreading for now. Ed reflects on how he has been saving his money tirelessly thanks to a petition from the princess to build a proper house for this time. When he arrives at the construction site, he sees Janika wandering nearby. He thinks to himself that since the first act is over, finding her shouldn't affect the plot any further. However, as he approaches her, Janika suddenly hides behind a tree, clearly scared, confused by her behavior. It's for Jessica to remember Clara's advice about being honest with her feelings, but unable to overcome her nervousness, she quickly makes up an excuse about having things to do at the salon, before fleeing from Annika's face to confess her feelings. Seems like an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, Ed stands still in surprise, bewildered by her reaction, but decides not to think too much about it, since he has work to do building his house. On the first day, Ed carefully selects the location for his cabin, ensuring it is a suitable place. On the second day, he begins to gather logs and wood, demonstrating impressive skills, while cutting down trees. When the semester results are announced, he discovers that he had an exceptional performance, with skills and grades far above the average student. However, back at the academy, special incidents continue to occur. Whenever Janika sees Ed, she hides or avoids him, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, his friends Clara and Ain look at Ed angrily, warning him to stay away from Janika, as his presence embarrasses her and makes her nervous. After countless days of work, Ed progresses from cutting wood to starting the construction of his cabin. Along the way, he deals with challenges like catching Lucy, while she retrieves the jerky from the traps. Handling the help of Belmaya and navigating the situation continues with Ranika. He faces setbacks like failing to properly structure the cabin but finds support from his new friend Tix. Little by little, he works on modifications for the walls and furniture. Finally, on the 45th day, Ed finishes his cabin, unlocking a personal achievement by creating something from scratch at last. He is no longer without a roof while Ed peacefully rests in his newly built cabin. Jennifer appears, silently watching from behind a tree in the forest, observing the cabin he made after finishing the last details, including the floor and walls, the fireplace and the storage for firewood. Ed takes a moment to admire his hard work. However, his peace is interrupted when he notices Lucy lazily sleeping on the roof of his cabin. To his surprise, Jennifer suddenly appears and greets him cheerfully. Ed, surprised, asks how she found her way to his remote campsite. Janika explains that she heard about his beautiful cabin from the maid, who praised it as a masterpiece. Curious to see it for herself, she decided to visit, marveling at the skill and natural beauty of the cabin, expressing her admiration aloud as she walks. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about the cabin since it is so new from Annika Cora, she admits they mentioned it, but jokes that the spirits were more focused on how Ed looked handsome and attractive as he nervously built it, hiding his deep feelings. Janika said she simply wanted to see how he was living. Ed smiled and invited her in, blushing. Janika nodded and followed him inside, while Lucy lazily stretched on the roof. Janika was left speechless in admiration upon seeing the beautiful craftsmanship sitting near the fireplace. She expressed her gratitude for the support that Lortel and his friends had given her. However, she also expressed concern about how to repay their kindness, seeing his conflicted expression. Ed advised her not to overwhelm herself with repayment, especially if she couldn't afford it. He remembered that the incident with the dark spirit happened because she took on too much unnecessary responsibility. even moving to the Ophlius Hall with 8 other people. This wouldn't change much, as the cycle of envy and expectations would continue, so he tried to focus on her well-being, to avoid repeating past mistakes. After a while they talked, Ed encouraged Janica to visit him whenever she felt lonely or overwhelmed, assuring her that she was welcome in his cabin in the forest. Surprised and touched, Janica smiled warmly, saying that this would make her very happy. She extended the same invitation to Ed, asking him to come to her if he ever felt overwhelmed. Ed smiled, but discreetly sighed at the word, overwhelmed. He knew that the second semester was approaching, marking the start of the second act. This time, the sealed grimoire of the sage, a book containing records of advanced and dangerous spells, would create chaos capable of consuming the entire academy. Grateful for the kind offer, Ed thanked Janica, but kept his thoughts to himself. He knew he would remain on the sidelines, letting the main characters deal with the upcoming challenges, silently rooting for them. On a dark and stormy night, Act 2 begins. Students of the Ophlius Hall live like royalty, enjoying special advantages such as first-choice seating, personal attendance, and greater freedom. These privileges set them apart from the students of the Dex's Hall, who do not receive the same treatment. When the holidays end, a strong storm hits the southwest side of the academy. The students of the Ophlius Hall receive carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who arrive late get extra days without punishment. But the students of the Dex's Hall are not so lucky. They have to travel through the torrential rain and risk losing points if they do not arrive on time. This unfair treatment leaves the students of Dex's Hall frustrated. They band together to protest and demand equal treatment, wanting answers as to why they are treated so poorly compared to the students of Ophlius Hall. Behind the scenes, Lortel and a clever troublemaker named Willaine stir things up. Willaine is good at using her words to manipulate people. They do not receive the same treatment when the holidays end. A strong storm hits the southwest side of the academy. The students of Ophlius Hall receive carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who arrive late get extra days without punishment. But the students of Dex's Hall are not so lucky. They have to travel through the torrential rain and risk losing points if they do not arrive on time. This unfair treatment leaves the students of Dex's Hall irritated. They unite to protest and demand equal treatment. They want answers about why they are treated so poorly, in comparison to the students of Ophlius Hall. Behind the scenes, Lortel and a clever troublemaker named Willaine stir things up. Willaine is good at using his words to manipulate people and ends up getting beaten up by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's resentment, and he is later bought by Lortel, and worsen the situation, while the students seek justice. Willaine's true objective is to cause chaos and damage the reputation of Office Hall. Together, they bring the situation to the brink of a complete riot. Lortel proposes a fair solution, suggesting that the school extend the deadline for returning students. After the storm, she must confess that the students of Office Hall receive special treatment. Although the headmistresses of Office Hall and the Academy's review division support her plan, the administration shows little interest in resolving the problem. This lack of action only fuels the protest, worsening the situation. Frustrated, the protesting students go on strike, planning to burn and damage the valuable assets of Office Hall, such as fine wooden furniture and handcrafted paintings, which will put even more pressure on the authorities to act. As a result, William will take advantage of the chaos to harm the Academy's reputation. Meanwhile, Lortel, being part of the Merchants Association, uses the Academy's problems to make money and promote her own goals, which had already worsened with the Glasskin incident. As negotiations continue, the elite Merchant Association seizes the opportunity to gain a significant advantage by sabotaging the sealed grimoire of the Sage, a book considered the true heart of Silvânia. Its value is so immense that desperate people are willing to offer anything for it, even their hearts. As the protests rage outside the hall, Lortel looks out the window at the torrential rain, recalling her childhood in the tin neighborhoods, slowly remembering in tattered rags under the same dark skies. The thought brings a bitter smile to her face as she mocks herself for feeling a moment of relief. Her entire life has been an unending struggle for survival, marked by betrayal, suspicion, and a refusal to show genuine sincerity. This desperate existence has left her marked, a reflection of her dirty self-image with everything at the bottom. She wishes that someone among the students could see her for who she really is, a survivor of a harsh life. She decides to look for others like her, those who have also endured the life of a sewer rat. Ed describes Lortel as a shadowy figure, always hiding the harsh truths behind the scenes. That's why the public and the players of the game call her the Black Veil. The irritated students protest loudly, filled with frustration and determination. In the original story, the incident of the occupation of Office Hall revolves around the main character, Taylor, preventing the provoked students from rising against Lortel along the way. Taylor and his friends face intermediate bosses positioned on each floor of Office Hall, from the 1st to the 5th, who assist in the student revolt. The first intermediate boss is Tote, known as Whiska. Tote is a bitter student who mocks Taylor, calling him a loser, and ends up being beaten by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's resentment, and he is later bought by Lortel, and ends up being beaten by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's resentment, and he is later bought by Lortel. Tote's role in the incident is to capture the maid guarding the first floor of the protesters, and sabotage the front door of the Othelys Hall, allowing the protesters to invade. The mysterious man kidnaps the maid and breaks down the front door, surprising the protesters outside and giving Elaine the green light to lead the invasion and cause chaos inside the hall. According to the original story, Tote's role after breaking the door is to block Taylor and his friends and enter the hall when they arrive to confront the protesters. However, as the protesters advance to the 4th floor to declare their control over the hall, something unexpected happens. William approaches a mysterious figure and asks if he is working for Lortel. To everyone's surprise, instead of Todd, it is revealed to be Ed Roth Taylor, who is unveiled as the intermediary boss, breaking the expectations of the original story. Ed explains how he ended up in this situation. Just 2 days before the incident at the Othelys Hall, he was struggling to hunt for food with a bow and arrow. He feels pain because he has no combat skills and is bad with a bow. Despite this, he continues to try hard. His camp receives frequent visits now that people know he lives in the forest. Among them are 3 who visit him the most. The first is Lucy, who always asks silly questions, but he doesn't have many answers for her. The second is Jennifer, who has fallen in love with Ed. He likes her too because she often brings him food, teaches him tricks for washing clothes, and helps him with chores. When Ed compliments her, she gets embarrassed and acts strangely, which confuses him, because she is easy to read, but sometimes Janica seems jealous when Lucio visits. The third is Lortel, who visits Ed at night. She always asks for help, and Ed realizes that she is probably trying to gather people who will help take control of the hall. One night she explains her plan, and wants him to help sabotage the hall. At first, Ed refuses because he doesn't want to interfere with the game's narrative. He believes that if he stays out of it, everything will go as planned. But when the Lord mentions that Tote fainted after a confrontation with Taylor, Ed becomes worried and asks how that happened. In the original story, Tote was supposed to fight Taylor and be severely defeated. But this time, things are different when Tote insults Taylor, calling him worse than Roth, which further irritates Dix, who beats Tote until he faints with a sly smile. The Lord laughs and tells Ed that not much needs to go wrong. He just needs to perform a simple task: to grab the maid's keys and open the door when the protesting students crowd outside the hall. Ed realizes that if the hall doors remain closed and the Lord's plan fails, things will spiral out of control, and the story will deviate, even if he doesn't want to get involved. He knows he needs to do something to keep the second act on track. He takes a deep breath and tells the Lord that he is not interested in getting fully involved, but is willing to help if he can maintain his role. The little Lord agrees and offers him 20 gold coins as payment. With the deal made, Ed agrees to play his part, determined to ensure that the plot remains intact and unfolds as planned. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and the Lord's plan fails, things will go out of control and the story will crumble. Ed sits near the fire, thinking about how the protesters took over the hall. He remembers the fight for the sealed grimoire of the sage and the clever plan of the Lord to mess up the Academy's finances. The thought sends shivers down his spine, but he also finds the whole situation fascinating. At the Academy, Princess Phoenix and the Lord are at the center of a major rivalry. The Lord starts a group called Merchants, a faction focused on business, that challenges the student association of Princess Phoenix. The outcome of the story depends on which side Taylor, the main hero, chooses. Ed has no interest in picking sides. At first, he plans to observe and join the winning side. Later, ensuring he survives and has a good ending in the game. Before the protest, Janica visits Ed in his cabin. She thanks him for always letting her in, and says she is moving to Dex's hall. Since her suspension is ending, she offers to give Ed some extra things she doesn't need, like cushions and pillows. Ed happily accepts, which makes her smile. Janica notices Luck sitting on the roof in the rain and asks why she does that. Ed remembers Luck's story about avoiding her fate and reflecting on her life on rainy days. He tells Janica not to worry about it, which seems to make her happier and special. Ed then asks Janica for a favor. He knows that when the protesters invade the hall, magical protection runes will be activated and lock everyone in their rooms for safety. Still, he doesn't want Janica to get involved in the chaos, so he asks her to meet him in the rose garden outside the hall. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Janica thinks Ed is planning to confess his feelings, and getting excited, she runs, blushing and waving to God. Ed, however, just wants her to be safe and feels relieved knowing she will be out of danger. Back at the protest, Dix is in his room exercising. He notices someone sneaking to the back door of Opalus Hall. It's Ed, who is let in by a maid. The maid tells him that the other staff members are in a meeting trying to figure out how to block the protesters. She then hands Ed the supplies he requested, and leaves. At the protest, Welaine incites the students to break down the door. Before they can, Ed opens it for them. Welaine finds Ed, and realizes he is the person Lortel hired to help upon seeing a tied-up maid, and hearing her story of how he was once expelled from the hall. Welaine feels moved for doubting Ed and thanks him for his support. Ed downplays the gesture and tells Welaine to start working upstairs. Advancing the plot, Ed knows that Elaine will take the blame for everything, but he doesn't feel too guilty since it's all part of the game. As Ed looks around the hall, he sees the maid untie herself and run to report. He doesn't stop her, knowing that the head maid, Alice, is on Lortel's side, and won't be able to stop the protesters in time. As Ed watches the chaos unfold, Black sees Lortel appearing, setting the stage for the next part of the story. Lortel explains to Ed that the Academy's team will quickly end the chaos, so she needs to finish her plans swiftly. Ed, uninterested in the details, tells her to do her best as she is going up the stairs. She stops and asks Ed a grim question about whether he has ever killed anyone. Ed, uninterested in her games, replies that he hasn't. Lortel smiles and admits she hasn't either, but has done things just as bad, like destroying lives and betraying people to survive. She says that's how she earned the title of Golden Daughter. Lortel knows she doesn't deserve sympathy, but she often seeks it from people like Ed, who can offer understanding instead of outright denial. Ed warns her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lortel, with her sly smile, excuses herself to go up and finish what she came to do. Ed sits on the floor, waiting for the magical defenses of the hall to run out. He knows that once this happens, the story will take a dramatic turn. Elaine will absorb the hall's defense magic and transform into the boss of the fourth stage. The story will take a dramatic turn when Elaine absorbs the defense magic of the hall and transforms into the boss of the fourth stage game. With his role in the events completed, Ed relaxes and waits for the arrival of Taylor, the hero. This is the part of the story where the focus is on the hero and the boss. Ed has no intention of interfering or changing the plot. He knows that his job now is to play the role of a minor villain, take some hits, and continue the story. It is a necessary sacrifice to ensure that the game stays on the right path. In the rose garden, Janica sits nervously waiting for Ed. Her eyes drift toward a golden carriage, parked nearby, and she wonders who it belongs to, especially so late at night. She notices a letter on Ed's bench, apologizing for being late, and promising to meet her as soon as he finishes some work. Blushing, she assumes he is planning something special for her and decides to wait as long as necessary. Janica's mind is filled with thoughts of Ed. For the past 3 days, she hasn't been able to stop thinking about him, even losing sleep over it. She also feels conflicted because Marlita, the spirit wolf, informed her about other girls visiting Ed's cabin, making her feel guilty and heartbroken. Still, her feelings for him are strong, and she is determined to wait, no matter what happens. As she sits, Janica suddenly becomes aware of her appearance. She wonders if her flower hairpin is good enough, or if the Cosmos hairpin would be better. Overthinking, she decides to run back to the hall to change the hairpin, and then quickly. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Taylor and his friends, Elvira and her arrive. They see the trail of footprints leading toward the main open gate of the hall, and realize that the protesters have invaded. Elvira becomes furious at the idea of her belongings being damaged, and rushes inside the hall, worried that Elvira might use dangerous magic. Taylor and her follow to stop her from making the situation worse. Elvira forces the door to open wider, only to find Ed Roth sitting calmly in their way, confused. Taylor asks Ed why he is there, looking around at the chaos in the hall. Taylor and his friends quickly realize that Ed intends to block their way to the 4th floor, taking on the role of a villain. Ed confirms their suspicions by declaring that he will not let them pass. Elvira, irritated, steps forward, boasting about her magical abilities, and saying that she can easily defeat him, but Ed, unflinching, calmly warns her that she is still just a novice. Determined, Elvira and the others prepare to fight, while Ed gets ready to stop them. Taylor takes the first step, advancing toward Ed with skilled precision. Ed uses a spell to throw debris in Taylor's path, interrupting his attack. Then activating a wind spell, Ed cuts the chandelier above him, causing the chandelier to fall. It crashes against the wall, hitting Taylor and knocking him to the ground. Inside one of the rooms, Kleber is sitting, trembling, scared by the loud sounds of the protesters outside. The screams and crashing noises make him more nervous, imagining trouble coming his way outside. In the hallway, Taylor and she dodge Ed's wind magic, while Elvira continues trying to advance. Ed skillfully uses his spells, making it difficult for them to get closer while Elvira pushes forward. A sharp blade of wind cuts through the air near her, surprising her as her bag falls, scattering her spells and important items on the ground. Seeing this, Elvira turns to grab her things, but Ed casts a fire spell, creating a wall of flames around her fallen items. Now she cannot reach them. Ed moves quickly and thinks ahead, controlling the fight as if it were second nature. Elvira, frustrated, begins to blame Dix for not adequately warning them about how strong Ed is. She realizes that they underestimated the power of his magic, which is much greater than they imagined, effectively blocking them. Elvira notices something crucial. Ed understands the Academy's biggest flaw. The students rely too much on magical tools and elixirs, leaving them with almost no real combat experience. She reflects on her own overconfidence, depending on spells and discarding magical rings and necklaces. Now she sees how Ed outsmarted her by dropping a chandelier, using a small opening to cast a wall of fire and aiming at her bag. The best first-year alchemy student is left completely powerless. Frustrated and furious, she curses Ed for being so cunning and screams his name in anger. Determined not to give up, she throws a magic sphere on the ground, summoning a rabbit spirit. She applies a fire-resistant formula on the creature, amplifying its strength and turning it into a monstrous and furious attacker. The rabbit becomes her weapon to regain control. Meanwhile, she and Taylor struggle to navigate through the walls of fire that Ed has set up. She tries to use a water spell to extinguish the flames, but the fire walls are protected by wind magic, striking anyone who gets too close. Taylor protects her from the sharp wind blades and encourages her to keep trying. He knows that she excels in magic theory and is above average in casting basic spells, but Ed's precise aim keeps them cornered. Unable to advance, Elvira calls out to Taylor, asking if he can defeat Ed if he gets close. Without waiting for a response, she commands her spirit rabbit to attack, using it as a distraction to create an opening for Taylor. The rabbit charges at Ed, its amplified strength making it a real threat. At the same time, Taylor propels himself forward, trying to seize the opportunity to get closer to Doc. While Ed is distracted by the spirit rabbit, Elvira rushes towards her bag, ignoring the walls of fire and narrowly avoiding Ed's spells. Finally, she reaches her scattered items, smiling in relief as she holds her spells again. Despite the chaos, she feels hopeful, ready to change the course of the battle. While Elvira recovers her spells, Ed quickly casts a wind blade spell and hurls it in her direction while facing the spirit rabbit. Seeing the attack approaching, Elvira closes her eyes confidently and casts a magical release spell. The spell neutralizes all of Ed's active magic, transforming it into harmless and temporary chemical reagents, preventing him from using any magic with the spirit of the rabbit now gone and his magic deactivated. Ed realizes he is at a disadvantage and flees. Taylor does not let him escape, chasing him up the stairs. At the top, Ed grabs a bucket of flammable oil that he had prepared earlier. Pouring it on the floor, the oil ignites, the flames spreading rapidly. Alarmed, Taylor and the others hesitate, worried that the fire might consume the entire hall and put everyone inside in danger. But Taylor, determined to stop Ed and end the chaos, uses an elemental cut to extinguish the flames and clear a path. He advances towards Ed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elvira notices something unusual. The carpets in the hall have been removed, and the windows are wide open. She realizes Ed's intention. He had prepared the area to minimize the dangers of fire. Before she can warn Taylor that Ed may not be the villain he appears to be, Taylor closes the distance and confronts him. When Taylor gets close enough to attack, Ed raises his bow and shoots an arrow, not at Taylor, but at her. The arrow whistles past Taylor, aiming directly at her. At the last moment, Elvira leaps into action, intercepting the arrow with her claw-shaped hand tool. She realizes that the tip of the arrow is wrapped in cloth. It is not sharp. Alarmed, she shouts a warning to Taylor, suspecting that Ed may have another trick up his sleeve. Taylor reaches Ed and swings his sword. Ed blocks with his bow, holding it briefly. Then a noise from above catches Ed's attention. Klebios has escaped from his room. Realizing that the next phase of the act in the game is already in motion, Ed sighs in relief. Resigned to his complete role, Ed allows Taylor's next strike to hit him. The force of Taylor's elemental cut sends him crashing against the wall, the battle ending with Ed defeated. leaving everyone stunned and questioning his true motivations, as if he had been playing a deeper game all along. With Ed finally defeated, Taylor grabs him and demands to know why he went so far to stop them. Elvira watches anxiously, feeling that Ed was playing with them throughout the fight. It doesn't make sense. Ed is a second-year student with more experience. If he really wanted to dominate them, he could have ambushed them after the chandelier fell. Instead, he held his position and deliberately faced them, apparently more to delay than to defeat. The group feels something is wrong. It's as if Ed's actions are motivated by a deeper purpose. Frustrated, Taylor weakly pushes him, and injured, Ed speaks in a quiet but firm voice, telling them to go upstairs if they are done wasting time with him, and to stop the real chaos. His words leave them stunned. Elvira demands to know why he put so much effort into stopping him if he is now telling them to leave. Taylor and she press him for answers, their confusion increasing as Elvira, her voice rising with frustration, screams that she won't leave until Ed tells them the truth. She is determined to uncover his intentions, suspecting there is more to his actions than meets the eye. Before Ed can respond, the hallway door opens behind them, and a girl enters, shielding herself from the rain with a hood. Upon entering, her eyes widen at the scene before her. Taylor sees Elvira and her standing over Ed, injured and bloodied, with the hallway in complete disarray. It's Janica. She was waiting for Ed in the rose garden, thinking he might be in the nearby pavilion, but seeing him like this, her heart sinks. Shocked and worried, she screams, asking what they did to the hall and to Ed. Her voice echoes in the tense silence, leaving everyone paralyzed. To Janica, Ed is someone who has become incredibly important in her life, making her feel special despite being involved in a complicated situation. Ed's simple lifestyle, and the way he treated her during the hunt in Glass made her care even more about him. But he has a way of making her believe that he will always find a solution, no matter the problem, while she is there. Seeing Ed injured and surrounded by chaos, she begins to reflect on everything he has done for her. She now understands that he drew her out of the hall to protect her from disaster, knowing she had already been punished for her involvement in the incident. Glasskin now feels the weight of his kindness towards her. She feels an overwhelming desire to help him in return. She knows he never asked for help, but this is her chance to repay everything he has done for her. With determination, Janica takes out her hairpin, setting aside her appearance and any distractions. She focuses, gathers her strength, and prepares to face the situation. Her tone shifts to one of tension and authority, as she demands to know what everyone is doing. Her voice is filled with determination, and her presence suddenly feels much stronger, while she is ready to do whatever it takes to take control of the situation. Taylor, still uncertain of Jennifer's intentions, expresses relief that she is safe and quickly informs her about the protesters who have taken over the office hall. He also explains how Ed has been acting irrationally, preventing them from reaching the top floor. Taylor suggests that Ed might be trying to protect someone, hidden inside the hall. However, I abruptly interrupt him, pointing out the drastic change in Janica's behavior. She warns that Janica could suddenly become her enemy. Janica releases a powerful aura, creating an immense air pressure that violently swirls through the hall. Ed, alarmed, calls her name, but now completely possessed by her magic, reassures him calmly, saying that she will be fine. Taylor and his group stand paralyzed, sweating and wide-eyed, as they witness her summoning an entire battalion of intermediate-level spirit beasts, demonstrating overwhelming power. Realizing the grave danger, Elvira panics and insists that they retreat, recognizing that fighting against Janica, now seemingly unstoppable, is far beyond their abilities. But Taylor, being the heroic character he is, refuses to back down. His unwavering determination to face any challenge keeps him firm in place. Elvira desperately tries to make him see reason, but Taylor's determination remains unshakable. At that moment, Ed intervenes. Despite his weakened state, he grabs Taylor and pushes him aside, saving him from a crushing blow from one of Janica's beastly spirits. Ed orders Taylor and his group to leave and follow the original plan. Confused and shaken, they question why Ed, who was so determined to stop them, is now encouraging them to go up. I, reluctant to leave, argue against abandoning the fight. In response, Ed gives him a light tap on the head, returns the bag of chemicals, and tells them, firmly, to do as he says. Realizing they have no choice, they leave. Ed behind with Janica, and run upstairs while Janica is still immersed in her summoning magic. Ed approaches her slowly. Janica, noticing his presence, tries to reassure him by saying that she will take care of everything and that he doesn't need to exert himself anymore. But Ed, weak and hurt, gently calls her name. He places his trembling hands on her shoulders, leaving her stunned. It's the first time he touches her this way, and the gesture leaves her momentarily speechless. In a weak voice, Ed kindly asks her to dismiss the spirits, explaining that the wind is too strong and that he can barely stand. Seeing him in this pitiful state, Janika's heart softens. She immediately cancels her magic, dismissing the spirit beasts and restoring calm in the hall. Taylor and his group, watching from the stairs, are shocked that Ed managed to stop Annika so easily. Ed then turns to them and urges them to go quickly, emphasizing that time is running out. I will finish speaking if exhaustion dominates, and he collapses on the ground after some time. Ed and Janica are seen sitting together. Nika is gently tending to Ed's wounds, her face full of concern. She fiercely reprimands Taylor and his group for being too harsh, blaming them for Ed's condition. Ed, trying to ease her worries, jokingly mentions getting revenge the next time he meets Taylor and the others. This leaves Janica even more worried, and she insists that Ed promise not to get hurt. Again, Ed feels grateful for her care and thanks her softly. He feels relieved to have completed his task, even though things didn't go perfectly as planned. Now he just wants to rest. So he gets up, ready to return to his camp. Before he leaves, Janica hesitates and informs him about something strange she noticed earlier. She describes a large carriage adorned with a golden crown parked near the garden. It freezes him, recognizing instantly the symbol belongs to the leader of the elite merchant association. The Golden King, who is also the adoptive father of Lortel. Ed remembers the story from the game, where the Golden King appears much later as a false antagonist before being defeated by Lortel in the second act. Ed is confused and alarmed by the early arrival of the Golden King, suspecting that something unusual and beyond his knowledge of the game is happening. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Ophilo Hall, Lortel looks out the large window with a cold and calculating expression. Beside her is Alice, the head maid of the hall. Lortel begins to speak with Alice. Recounting her previous encounter with Ed, she describes him as cruel and insensitive, mentioning how he ignored her pleas for sympathy. Without any hesitation, she reflects on how people like her shaped by lives of hardship and betrayal. I learned to expect nothing but cold indifference from others. Alice, who has worked in the Ophilo Hall since she was 15, listens silently. She rose from nothing to become the manager of the hall through years of hard work and competence. Recognizing Alice's strength and influence, Lortel invested a considerable amount of money to secure her loyalty, seeing her as a valuable ally, offering Alice a box of gold coins. Lortel thanks her for being by her side. Although Alice remains quiet, Lortel believes that she has found someone like herself, someone willing to set aside their values for the sake of gold. In her mind, she believes that Alice is someone who shares her understanding of survival and sees her as a soulmate. Lortel's thoughts briefly return to her difficult past in the slums, where life was a daily struggle for survival, and the betrayal was frequent despite her tragic origins. Lortel embraced her role as a hidden villain in the game's narrative, using cunning and manipulation to achieve her goals. The current plan is to give Berserker defense magic to William's group on the 4th floor, to destroy the awful hall from the inside, also targeting the students inside. Feeling confident in her plan, Lortel walks with Alice towards the storage room to set everything in motion, assuming that Alice is completely on her side. Her loyalty is guaranteed with gold, but as she continues on her way, Alice suddenly draws her sword and points it at Lortel's neck, her aura intensifying, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere, coldly announcing that she is not the same kind as Lortel. The words leave her frozen, only running. To understand the depth of Alice's determination, for the first time, Lortel feels a crack in her carefully constructed world. The realization of her loneliness sinking deeply, she remains still, caught between fear and disbelief as Alice's blade hovers next to her neck. As the game continues, Taylor and his team face many challenges, but manage to overcome them one by one. They calm panicking Clebius, defeat the boss maids, and handle each problem skillfully. After the tough fight on the 1st floor, things start to run better eventually. They reach the 4th floor, where everything takes a turn for the worse. The scene on the 4th floor is pure chaos. William is trapped in the effects of the defensive magic runes and loses control. His body glows with unstable energy, and the defensive magic crystal ball in his hands becomes extremely dangerous. William calls for help, but the magic is taking over his body and mind, making the situation even more perilous. As the students panic, thinking the building will collapse, they rush out of their rooms in fear. Increasing the confusion and danger, the previously organized protest completely falls apart. Taylor and his group act quickly. Taylor blocks William's magic explosions, protecting the students, while the rest of the team helps them evacuate. Once the students are safe, they turn their attention back to William, who is still under the dangerous effects of the magic runes. His attacks grow stronger, and the destructive magic spreads through the hallway. Elvira realizes that normal magic won't work to stop Elaine. She pulls out an angler algae reagent, a special substance that can weaken magic, and prepares to help, telling the group they need to physically knock out Elaine. Because only magic won't save him now, Taylor takes the lead and runs towards William, while Alvira throws the frightened Clebius ahead as a distraction. The group moves in a zigzag. To avoid William's uncontrolled attacks, the air is filled with powerful magic and the pressure is intense. Finally, Taylor gets close to William, ready to stop him. But the magical runes become very unstable. William's body shines brighter and brighter until a great explosion shakes the entire hall. The situation has turned into a complete disaster. Eddie and Nika watch the explosion in the garden. Jessica, worried about Ed's injuries, she panics over him while he is resting. Ed reassures her, explaining that most of the blood isn't his, trying to ease her worry. However, Ed's attention is elsewhere. His biggest concern now is not the explosion, but the threatening presence of the carriage parked outside the hall, belonging to one of the elite of the Golden King of the Merchant Association. The Golden King, Lortel's adoptive father, is a character who shouldn't appear in this act of the game. Now his presence, at this moment, triggers alarms in Ed's mind, known as a false boss who eventually disappears. After being defeated by Lortel in the second act, his discreet and unexpected arrival suggests a hidden motive. Ed's eyes narrow as he observes the carriage, piecing together the puzzle in his mind. What catches his attention next is even more unusual. Shiny, one of the maids of the hall, Ofalo, and subordinate of Alice, is next to the carriage waiting for the Golden King. This seems strange. Alice is someone in whom Lortel has invested a lot to ensure her loyalty to Shiny. One of her trusted maids being seen with the elite now seems strange and out of place. It suggests something deeper, a rupture in the loyalty that Alice swore to Lortel. The pieces begin to fit in Ed's mind, realizing that Shane is involved with the elite. Since Alice may have betrayed Lortel, Ed understands the gravity of the situation. Lortel is a character, essential to progress in the last acts of the game. If the elite takes the Phyllis Hall and gains access to the sealed grimoire, Lortel's downfall could occur, causing the entire story to collapse. Ed knows he needs to act quickly. He decides to take on Lortel's role, doing whatever it takes to keep the Golden King from entering the building, and changing the original story before the chaos of the protest. Alice, the head maid of the Ophilos Hall, secretly writes a letter to the elite merchant king. In the letter, she exposes everything about him, how he is Lortel's adoptive father and the man responsible for killing Lortel's biological father. She reveals Lortel's plans for revenge, manipulating the magnates and directors of the elite merchant businesses to overthrow him. She also shares details about Lortel's scheme to acquire or sabotage the sealed grimoire of the Wise One, a critical move aimed at surprising the Golden King and removing him from power in the Merchant Association. Alice ends the letter with a used demand for more money than Lortel offered her, promising to switch sides and create a dramatic twist in favor of the Golden King. Now, with her sword pressed against Lortel's neck, Alice awaits the arrival of the Golden King. In the hall of the Ophil, Lortel, usually cunning and confident, is now shaken. She pleads with Alice, questioning her betrayal and pointing out that both wanted revenge against the Golden King. Alice sighs and apologizes but delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall. As the door bursts open, Taylor and her group arrive, dragging a defeated and bound William behind them. They are weakened but still resolute. Alvira quickly assesses the situation, concluding that Alice must be responsible for the chaos, since only she could have provided William with the defensive magic runes. Seizing an opportunity amid the confusion, Lortel dramatically collapses to the floor. Taylor and her group rush to check if she is okay, concerned for her well-being. Hiding her tears and masking her turmoil, Lortel pretends to be overwhelmed and defenseless. Without a word, she suddenly gets up, runs, and retreats to her room. Her mind races with plans for what to do next. The hotel is paralyzed, stunned by the unexpected arrival of the Golden King. The man who manipulated everything from the shadows has come himself to the Ophel Hall. Although shocked, she quickly focuses on the opportunity now in her hands, blaming the large-scale manipulation of the Merchant Association's accounting books and the damage caused during the chaos. This could finally lead to his downfall. Her plan to bring him down seems within reach, but she knows she must act fast. She knows what she needs to do. She needs to get to her room, where a carrier pigeon is hidden. The pigeon will carry a message to the officials of the Merchant Association, exposing the crimes of the Golden King. Once she sends it, she plans to hide somewhere in the hall to keep herself safe. Although her heart aches from Alice's betrayal, Lortel does not allow herself to cry. She is used to being hurt by others and has learned to blame them to protect herself. Drying her emotions, she quickly heads to her room, determined to complete her plan. At the same time, the elite of the Golden King enters the hall with his guards, emanating an aura of authority. Spotting a student near the entrance, he calmly advises the student to evacuate for his safety. However, the student does not move and instead informs him that no one is allowed to enter the hall due to security protocols. The elite seems perplexed, but intrigued by the student's firmness. The student is none other than Ed, standing in front of the stairs like an immovable wall, blocking the elite's path to the upper floors. The elite, keeping calm, asks Ed if he has any official authority or permission to import the rules. Ed boldly responds that he is acting based on his own judgment in this tense confrontation. He knows that only 3 people truly understand the unfolding story. Lortel, who wants revenge on the elite for destroying his childhood, and plans to dethrone the Golden King elite himself, who seeks the sealed grimoire of the sage to gain supreme power. Alice, the head maid who has become the central villain in this act, by betraying Lortel. Ed decides to trust Tello and his group to deal with Alice, the main antagonist of the act, while he focuses on preventing the elite from climbing the stairs. By doing this, he hopes to preserve his understanding of the game's story and ensure his role as a successful character in the end. The elite tries to defuse the situation, claiming he needs to consult the Academy about the internal chaos. But Ed remains unshaken. His unyielding stance begins to irritate the elite, who activates his aura and then asks a direct question about whether Ed is on Lortel's side. 10 minutes before the confrontation with the Golden King elite, Ed and Janica arrive at Dix's room. To their surprise, Dix is calmly exercising while the building is in chaos, with most of the students already evacuated. Curiously, they ask why he hasn't left. Dix explains that he is trying to avoid hasty actions, and prefers to focus on his routine rather than get involved in the protest. Noticing Janica and Ed together, Dix teases and asks if they are dating. Embarrassed, Janica screams and instantly denies it. However, she becomes disturbed, making eye contact with Ed, as she worries that she might have made him uncomfortable. Realizing the awkwardness, Ed makes Dix aware of his rudeness. Dix quickly apologizes to Janica for his careless question. After a brief moment, Dix asks why they came to him specifically, considering they broke into his room, even breaking part of the wall in the process. Ed directly asks for a favor, promising to repay him later. Although Dix seems reluctant at first, he eventually agrees. Back in the hallway, as the Golden King elite Keklin argues with Ed, Janica and Dix observe the scene. Secretly, from a hidden spot, the elite tries to convince Ed, describing Lortel as a treacherous and ungrateful person. He recounts how he raised her since childhood and accuses her of conspiring against him in an attempt to win Ed over. He even offers to double the amount of gold coins that Lortel promised to anyone on her side. Ed stands firm, making it clear that he is not interested in money or personal gain. Frustrated, the elite gives up on diplomacy and orders his guards to eliminate Ed. As the guards surround and overpower Ed, Dix springs into action using wind magic. He sends the guards flying through the air, creating a moment of chaos. Dix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. He throws the guards into the air, creating a moment of chaos. Dix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. Janica summons her spiritual companions while Dix prepares for the fight. Ed thanks her for the intervention, promising Dix that he will repay her later before heading up the stairs to check on Lortel, the elite. Now realizing that these students are formidable opponents, he orders his guards to fight with everything they have. A fierce battle begins as Dixie and Janica face the guards, standing firm with determination. Meanwhile, Ed climbs the stairs, floor by floor, until he finally spots Lortel. He doesn't waste a moment, and urgently tells her to escape through the back door of the hallway and run as fast as she can in the world of Lortel. Kindness and benevolence always come with a price, a reason, a label, or a coin. Everyone she trusted only showed loyalty because she invested in them. Now, as she reflects on her choices, she regrets the foolish mistake of believing in anything else. She admired Janica Failova, who seemed to have grown up surrounded by love and care from others, without expecting anything in return. Watching the connection between Ianica and Ed, built on trust and understanding, made Lortel wonder if she could ever have that kind of bond with someone. But now betrayed by Alice after sharing all her plans, she feels foolish and scolds herself for thinking she could live a life like Janica's, full of confidence and genuine relationships. Lortel convinces herself that she should have remained loyal to her euphoric and calculating self among the 5 people she trusted to occupy the hall. Alice betrayed her by allying with the elite, while the twins Shane and Kelly joined Alice, and even William leaned towards the elite's side. The only one left was Ed, but Lortel feels that he will eventually betray her too. After all, why wouldn't he? As they run through the hall, Ed asks Lortel if Alice betrayed her. Lortel suddenly stops and stands still. Her voice is low and regretful as she apologizes, saying she cannot guarantee the 20 gold coins she promised him. The situation is too unstable now, and she has lost control. But Ed doesn't care about the money. He firmly states that he is not doing this for gold without hesitation. He grabs her arm and pulls her forward, encouraging her to run. He warns her that if the elite catches her, it will all be over. They need to escape quickly to ensure the plan and secure her survival. Hearing Ed's words, Lortel is surprised for the first time. She wonders if Ed sees something in her worth believing in. She begins to question her assumptions about trust, wondering if perhaps there are people who act without ulterior motives. Yet, the idea confuses and disturbs her. As they run, Ed asks what is really happening with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy in person. Lortel explains about her adoptive father. While they run, Ed asks what is really happening with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy in person. Lortel explains about her adoptive father. Elite Ketlin has covered losses due to market price manipulation, through secret deals and monopolizing the armor trade within the association. This scheme left her in desperate need of money to secure her power and position in the association. To solve her financial problems, Ketlin plans to sell the sealed grimoire of the sage for a high price. She sent the hotel to the academy to find a way to steal or sabotage the grimoire. For years, Lortel worked to build alliances within the Merchant Association, buying the loyalty of merchants and committee members, and turning them into allies. Her ultimate goal is to expose the manipulations of her adoptive father and remove him from power. Avenging her past, Ed realizes that Ketlin's desperation explains why he arrived earlier than expected. In the story, her hasty actions, to monopolize the armor trade and secure the grimoire, put her in a vulnerable position. Ed knows how important it is to keep Lortel safe to ensure the success of her plan. Lortel knows that her plans can only work if her father is kept away from the merchandise. With him out, the merchants on her side will have the chance to transfer the selling rights to her. Ed quickly pieces everything together. He realizes that Lortel has been using this elaborate plan to disrupt the Academy's finances. By burning the Ophelis Hall, this chaos would drive negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire in favor of the elite. Now, the elite's urgent need for money. Ketlin brought it to the Academy, giving Local a perfect opportunity to send a message to her allies and execute her plan to bankrupt him. Surprised by Ed's insight, Lortel informs that she has a carrier pigeon ready to deliver the message to her allies. However, she also reveals that her father expects her to be discovered, and plans to use this to expose the merchants within the mansion tree. When they arrive at Lortel's room, Ed pauses and gives her detailed instructions. He tells her to hide and avoid being seen by anyone. He explains how she can escape using the night and the lodgings. Riding to the Arkan Mountains, he advises her to leave the carriage in a place to deceive the elite guards, and then hide in her house in the forest for 3 days, while he writes and sends the message to her allies from his room. Then Ed notices someone suspicious guarding the back door, and warns the hotel to wait until it is safe. He holds her firmly by the shoulders and emphasizes the importance of staying hidden. The hotel is impressed by the calmness and determination with which Ed acts. Dealing with everything for the first time, she begins to trust him. When Ed sees her lost in thought, Lortel suddenly asks in a soft and innocent voice why he is helping so much. Ed simply replies that he is doing it for no reason. He just feels he must help her. With that, he leaves her alone in the room. In her fourth thought, she sits confused with her feelings. She hears a loud sound, and soon realizes it is her own heart beating. For the first time, someone helped her with kindness, without expecting anything in return. This unknown warmth fills her with emotions she has never felt before. Meanwhile, at the back door, Xena, one of the twin maids, is standing guard. He approaches, ready to confront her, while Taylor's group battles fiercely with Alice, the head maid. The stakes rise as Alice gathers all the runes from the hall and controls her magic, using them to launch powerful attacks. Despite her experience as a veteran intermediate magic user, Alice cannot match Taylor's strength. Being the hero of the game, a failed swordsman from Silvânia, Taylor's determination and skill are unmatched. With that, the final battle of Act 2 begins. Meanwhile, Ed confronts Shane, one of the twin maids. At the back door, Shane draws her sword ready to fight as she advances with a quick attack. Like a lightning bolt aimed at Ed's leg, he uses his quick reflexes to dodge her strike. Ed, being a skilled player of the game, already knows her fighting patterns and starts to anticipate her movements. He pins her sword with his foot and grabs her hands, just as she tries to draw her knives, disarming her. But Shane is not done yet. Sharing a magical ability with her twin sister Kelly due to their joint birth, she uses low-level telekinesis to throw objects and blades at Ed while trying to stab him. Despite taking some hits, the wounds are not deep due to her unrefined magic. Ed removes the blades from his body and manages to immobilize Shane by pressing his knee against her back. While Shane struggles, she begins to cry and scream about how she cannot fail Alice, revealing her deep loyalty to the maid. Ed calmly tells her that Alice will lose, but Zenny shares Alice's story about how Alice raised orphans and saved lives, including Zenny's. Meanwhile, Taylor and Klebios, with the help of Elvira and Isla, approach Alice. Taylor uses his powerful cutting element attack, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Seeing the explosion, Shane screams in despair before fainting from shock and exhaustion, Ed indifferent. The emotional story continues, focused on surviving the game. He drags the unconscious Shane to the hallway and props her against the wall before quickly leaving. He knows these stories. The parallels will not affect the main plot, and chooses to prioritize her own survival as the story progresses. He arrives at Lortel's room, noticing the books arranged neatly, the luxurious wooden furniture, and the decorations. He is impressed by how perfectly the room matches Lortel's character without wasting time. He writes a message, ties it to the pigeon, and sends it flying towards the headquarters, giving them a crucial time advantage. Since Elite Keklin is currently in Silvânia, it will take at least 3 days for him to return to headquarters. Later that night, under a rain-soaked sky, Ed, injured and tired with cuts and bruises, limps towards his cabin to rest and heal. He managed to prevent Elite from reaching the hall with the help of Dix and Annika, and created an escape route for Lortel. His quick thinking left Elite with no choice but to pursue the carriage that Lortel rented. Everything was falling into place, and the story remained intact when Ed finally arrives at his cabin. Hoping that Lortel is already there, he is surprised by a disturbing scene with Lortel, holding a knife, walking towards him with a dark and sinister expression. Panic sets in as Ed begins to think that she might truly be behind everything, eliminating everyone one by one, and now targeting him. His body tenses, unable to move, as his thoughts spiral out of control. But as Lortel approaches, she unexpectedly tears a piece of his clothing and tends to his wounds. Ed's fears disappear, replaced by relief and confusion. Lortel, with soft and caring eyes, helped him reach the cabin, where she had already prepared a warm fire. Lortel suggests to Ed that they should first warm up by sitting together. His cheeks slightly flushed, Ed and Lortel sit together near the fire, the warmth helping Ed dry off and recover. As they talk, Lortel mentions the coachman who promised to divert her attention by distracting Elite's guards, even risking his own life. Ed, curious, wonders how she managed to earn such loyalty. Then remembering that she is Lortel Ketlin, he decides not to ask further and remains silent. After a pause, Lortel thanks Ed for his help, and reminds him that he now owes her a significant favor. Noticing his quiet demeanor, she teases him for being so boring. Ed politely responds to just hand him the 20 gold coins as per their agreement. When the time comes, they sit together for a while before Lortel breaks the silence. With a question about him and Janica being close, she asks, with her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ed speaks highly of Janica, describing her as kind and trustworthy. Lortel listens silently, her expression only warning but showing a trace of sadness. After a moment, she adds her own compliments about Janica, although her tone is somber, feeling something behind her tone. It begs the question of what she means. Lortel takes a deep breath before sighing lightly, with a better mood and a slight smile. She says she is not like Janica, who is always caring and thinking of others. At the same time in the Ophel Hall, Dixie, Hygienic, are doing their best to resist Elite Keklin and his guards. However, things change when Elite receives a report from one of his men that Lortel has escaped. Without wasting time, he leaves the hall to pursue her. The fight is not going well for Dixie. He is fighting, and it is clear that he is no match for the guards. But Janica, who was nervous before, suddenly activates her spiritual magic aura. A powerful tornado forms in the hall, throwing the guards in all directions while her spirits unleash their full strength. Dixie panics and screams for her to stop. Worried about the destruction and casualties, Janica pauses, then turns to him with a disturbing smile, almost strange. Her eyes shine with an odd intensity, as she calmly says she is not angry at all. The next day at Ed's house in the cabin, he is busy washing his ruined academy uniform after the long and exhausting night. He skipped classes to take care of things, Dixie arrives with the extra uniform for Ed and shares some surprising news. He explains what happened after the incident. William took all the blame for the destruction of the Offal Hall, while the head maid, Alice, who was captured, did not say a word about what happened. Lortel has disappeared, hiding safely in Ed's cabin, and there is still no news of Elite Kecklin. As Dixie speaks, Ed feels relieved. His plan worked, and now all he has to do is wait for the messenger pigeon to return with good news. Stretching his sore muscles, Ed feels the aches and pains from the events of the night but remains determined to move forward. Later, Ed notices something new. His attributes have improved, and he has reached the intermediate craftsman level. This upgrade unlocks advanced crafting skills, giving him access to new abilities. Excited, he decides to learn the fusion of Spiritual Formula 1, a skill that combines spiritual sorcery with magical engineering. With this skill, Ed can make contracts with spirits and create powerful weapons, magical artifacts, and useful tools. Feeling more confident in his abilities, Ed begins to plan how to use these new skills for the challenges to come. Later that day, Janica visits Ed with a cheerful smile. Ed is exercising outside the cabin. When she arrives and sits next to him, curious, Ed asks why she is not in class. Janica explains that she is feeling tired. She needed a break, so she decided to come to the forest to get some fresh air. Concerned, Ed asks if she got hurt because of Janica, shakes her head and smiles reassuringly, saying she is fine. Then with a slight frown, she asks if Lortel is okay and says that the hotel is resting inside the cabin, which makes Annika feel a little jealous even though she hides it well inside the cabin. The hotel leans back, relieved that the chaos from the incident in the hall has finally ended. However, her work is not yet done. She still needs to convince the head maid, Alice, to help prepare the ground to negotiate the purchase of the Sage Grimoire seal. For now, however, she waits anxiously for a response from the elite merchant's headquarters while waiting for the hotel. Cannot help but notice how safe and supported she feels in Ed's presence. His unconditional kindness and trust make her heart race, and for the first time, she feels something more precious than gold. Blushing, she realizes she doesn't want to lose Ed to Janica, whose life is already full of family and friends. Lortel silently decides to win Ed over, even if it means competing with Janica. Spending 3 days with Ed only deepens Lortel's feelings for him. She begins to develop a certain fixation, even imagining covering him with gold if that's what it takes to win his affection. But then, she decides that a different approach might be better, one that seems more natural. She resolves to show him sympathy and kindness, and even considers helping him with his tuition to subtly gain his favor. Lortel's heart races with determination. For the first time in her life, she has discovered something worth more than wealth, and she is ready to fight for it no matter what it takes. Fantasizing about Ed makes Lortel feel embarrassed and uncomfortable, especially since she has never had a boyfriend before. Suddenly, the sleepy Lucy barges into the cabin and claims her spot by the window. However, Ed quickly intervenes, dragging Lucy outside and settling her in the small tent he had made specifically for her. Ed then apologizes to Lortel, asking if he bothered her. Lortel feels uneasy with Lucy's presence in Ed's cabin, seeing her as just another rival for his attention, and mentally labeling her as a natural disaster. On the second morning, Lortel wakes up early, hoping to spend some time alone with Ed. However, to her disappointment, she finds Janica already with him as usual, sighing. She turns back, noticing that Lucy is still sleeping in the cabin too. Meanwhile, Ed works on making homemade bricks, adding another achievement to his stats and learning the masonry skill. Using this new skill, he builds a brick fireplace inside the cabin later. He grills the dried meat for everyone, and they have dinner together as they eat. Lortel comments that, since nothing significant happened that morning, it means everything is going according to plan. Ed thanks her for the good news, but warns not to let their guard down, feeling a bit competitive with Janica. Lortel offers to compensate Ed with supplies and goods, instead of the 20 gold coins they had previously agreed upon. Ed appreciates her offer. He asks if she has any construction materials or magical engineering equipment available. Lortel promises to check. Ed then turns to Janica and asks her for a favor, to teach him a bit of basic spiritual magic, and how to make a joyful spiritual connection. Grateful for Ed seeking her help, Janica enthusiastically agrees. She demonstrates using a spiritual bird, explaining how to focus and make a connection, but unexpectedly, the spiritual bird speaks, reprimanding Janica for giving Ed incorrect advice. The bird also reveals that during the last spiritual meeting, Janica received hints on how to use Ed's cabin construction, as an opportunity to get closer to him. Embarrassed, Janica quickly dismisses the bird, sweating nervously while asking if Ed heard anything. Lortel seizes the moment to tease Janica. She joins the conversation and mentions her remaining food supplies at the headquarters, which she promptly offers to sell to Ed at a discount. Ed negotiates, asking her to include the supplies in the 20 gold coin deal. Playfully, Lortel suggests giving the supplies for free, further irritating Janica. This sparks a cheerful debate between the two women, while Ed leans back, enjoying his jerky with amusement, realizing that he can now learn both spiritual magic and magical engineering with the help of Janica and Lortel. As the conversation continues, a new figure appears at Ed's cabin. It's Belmadia, the new head of the housewives of the Offalo Hall. She apologizes for the sudden visit, explaining that she brings bad news, a message from the former head of the housewives, Alice. Upon hearing this, Lortel's expression changes to one of concern, and the atmosphere becomes tense with suspense. Before Belle's visit to the hall, Clara, one of Janica's friends, passes by the candle. Clara gossips with Belle, revealing ultra-secret news, but she warns Belle not to show shock or let anything slip, leaning in closely. Clara whispers that her friend Janica is in love with Roth Taylor. Belle feels conflicted, trying not to show surprise while keeping her composure. The two discuss Ed, who has a reputation for being a troublemaker, but seems to be improving his image lately. She admits that she supports her friend Janica, but can't help but notice that Janica keeps mentioning Lortel's name. She confesses that she doesn't understand any of the relationships. She says they are about balance, and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints that Janica keeps throwing. She pleads for Belle to intervene and do something. Belle, trying to calm her down, suggests that Ed might be very concerned, and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints that Janica keeps throwing. She pleads for Belle to intervene and do something. Belle, trying to calm her down, suggests that Ed might be very worried with her own problems. To think about romance now, she adds that it might just be luck, or her lack of it, when it comes to relationships, leaving Clara uneasy and slightly scared by the idea. At Ed's cabin, Belmaja gets irritated seeing Lucy, Lortel, and Janica all together in Ed's house, causing headaches when Lortel asks why she is there. Belmaja informs her of an important message from the former headmaid, Alice, that night. Belmaja decides to take a sleepy Lucy and Janica with her, leaving Ed frustrated. He is restless about Lortel's location being exposed to someone connected to the Hall of Ophelis, especially since Lortel is hiding. To avoid further risks, Lortel chooses to leave Ed's place and go with Belmaja and Madia, who offers to take her to a safe hideout before leaving. Lortel gives Ed a repaired uniform. As a thank you for his help, Ed expresses his gratitude, noting that it will be a good second set. For the Academy, a carrier pigeon also arrives with good news, a letter announcing a victory over the elite in commercial sales, signaling their downfall at the Merchants Association headquarters. Relieved, he feels he can now return to school as usual. The hotel reads the letter, commenting that his father, the elite, must now be making his last stand and won't have time to pursue her in Silvânia, ensuring her safety for now. However, she warns Ed not to underestimate her father, who may still have tricks up his sleeve. Even so, she expresses confidence in her allies at the headquarters, believing she can become the next president of the Merchants Association. Lortel's main concern now is Alice. When Ed asks if Alice could reveal her role as the mastermind behind the incident at the Hall of Ophelis, Lortel dismisses the concern, explaining that Alice will side with whoever wins in Alice's letter. She details the orphanages she sponsored, with Lortel supporting them financially in the coming year. Lortel shares Alice's story. Years of relentless work have caused her health to decline, but the Academy ignored her struggles, unable to manage her responsibilities, including the orphanage. Alice risked it during the incident at the Hall of Ophelis, switching sides for money. Her support, although her actions were seen as betrayal. Lortel recognizes the desperate situation Alice was in after reading the letter. Lortel concludes that Alice is only on her side because she sees her victory as inevitable in the ruthless world of merchants. Sympathy is rare, and Alice knows it well. Although Lortel agrees to keep Alice by her side, her trust in her will not be the same as before. After the betrayal, as she prepares to leave, Lortel reminds Ed to stop by the branch of the Merchants Association to finalize the supply delivery contract before leaving. Ed hands her a torch to light the way. Lortel pauses, looking thoughtfully at Ed. Ed hands her a torch to light the way. Lortel pauses, looking thoughtfully at Ed. When he asks why she is still standing there, she comments on how tall he is, admitting that many times she takes risky actions to win. With that, she approaches Ed. Adjusting his uniform tie while flirting, she comments that he looks handsome in the new outfit, and then suddenly she pulls him by the tie, leans in and kisses him unexpectedly, flirting even more. Lortel teases Ed, commenting on how delicious the raspberries they ate were, claiming she can still taste them. From their kiss, she laughs happily, clearly enjoying the moment, while Ed, with his serious demeanor, firmly warns her to respect boundaries. Indifferent to her serious tone, Lortel cheerfully mocks his boring reaction, adding another provocative remark for the next time. She says he should try pulling her closer during the kiss, because she needs to practice pretending to push him away. Taking Ed's torch, she finally leaves. But when she steps back a little, she runs off quickly, disappearing into the forest. Ed stands there, completely embarrassed by her boldness, no matter how much he tries to avoid. Getting too involved in the main events of the game, things always spiral out of his control, leaving him confused and disoriented. Later that night, while Ed sits around his campfire, looking at the starry sky through the trees and listening to the crickets chirp, he feels uncomfortable. The plot seems to be veering off course, and he can't shake the discomfort of being pulled into the center of events. His original plan was simple: to observe the game's events from a distance, intervening only when necessary to keep the scenario on track. He has no ambition beyond surviving, graduating from the academy, and carefully managing his stats. However, the plan that seems so simple now feels like an endless and reckless challenge. As summer quietly fades into autumn, he reflects on how quickly time is passing, and wonders what twists the game may present him next the following day. At the lake, Janica gathers with her spiritual friends to discuss her growing concerns about Lortel and how to deal with her. The spirits inform Janica about the incident between Ed and Lortel, which immediately infuriates her. The spirit marks Lortel as an intimidating redhead, while Janica anxiously asks how Ed reacted. She lets out a sigh of relief upon learning that Ed responded coldly and showed no emotion. However, her relief is short-lived, as the spirit Tarquin warns that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica doesn't act quickly to secure Ed's attention. Amidst a flood of ridiculous and embarrassing suggestions from the spirit, Tarquin and the other spirits keep Tarquin away for a while. The spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and exciting experience with Ed to make him think of her after some reflection. Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good idea that night. Ed prepared his new recipe that he learned and let Lucy try it. However, upon tasting it, she immediately recoils in disgust, exclaiming that it tastes horrible. Ed hears her criticism without reacting, calmly noting his mistakes, and deciding to postpone improving his culinary skills until he receives a wider variety of ingredients from the stock deliveries. Despite the setback, Ed gains one improvement in his statistics, advancing to an intermediate level in crafting. He reflects on how his main statistics significantly affect his practical skills, and decides to balance and improve all of his statistics efficiently. However, Edley's busy schedule leaves little time to focus on personal development. Between attending classes, enhancing survival skills, and keeping a close eye on the progression of the game scenario, his hands are full. He observes that Taylor's combat skills are constantly improving. Isla continues to support Taylor, and Princess Fenia seems to be on the right track. Still, Ed knows that the crucial event in the story, the confrontation between Fenia and Lortel, is approaching. He is also aware that another important character, Clarice, will not enroll until next year, so he doesn't need to worry about her yet. Although the early departure of Elite creates some uncertainty regarding the coast, Ed is sure that this will not stop her from seeking the sealed grimoire of the sage. As the day at the academy comes to an end, Ed leaves, looking at the main building. He realizes it's time to start monitoring the college building closely since the final boss of the second act is about to emerge. Meanwhile, in a quiet room within the academy, someone receives a letter revealing the mentor behind the incident in the Ophelis Hall. This person receiving the letter is none other than Professor Glass. Professor Glass is in his quiet office, while his assistant Claire Elfin stands nearby, trying to impress him. Claire praises his insightful thinking for suspecting someone behind the incident in the Ophelis Hall. However, Glass, an austere figure, ignores her attempts at charm. Removing his glasses, he exudes a dark and intimidating aura, ordering Claire to find the divine science thesis he had requested earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire hurries out to do as he says. About the divine science he had requested earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire hurries to leave and do what he says. In the college building Offspring Hall, Claire receives all the materials regarding the incident. Relieved, Claire thanked her and began to look through the student files. Among the student files related to the incident, 3 caught her attention: Ed Roth, Taylor Dix, and Janica. Although most of the case seemed straightforward, Claire couldn't shake the feeling that something was unusual about Ed's file. His reputation and some missing pieces left her curious. That night, Ed visited the branch, of the Silvânia Merchants Association, to collect the supplies he had ordered regarding his contract with the hotel. The hotel, clearly enjoying his company, provocatively apologized for forgetting the details of the contract, as he was using it merely as an excuse to have him visit again. She prepared tea and snacks, inviting him to sit and chat. As they talked, she told him to pick up his magical equipment at the counter when leaving, trying to keep his attention. Lortel displayed her elegant dress, asking how she looked for an important meeting, but Ed, uninterested, simply asked what kind of meeting it was. Lortel smiled, amused by how little he noticed her flirting. Then the conversation shifted to Ed's cabin. Lortel suggested that he might need furniture, but Ed explained that her company's products were too expensive for him. Lortel agreed, but said she couldn't give items away for free because of her merchandise business ethics. Suddenly, she used her magic to break a chair leg, claiming it was now damaged and she wanted to throw it away tomorrow. She taught Ed that with his crafting skills, he could fix it. Ed thanked her for the broken chair, still maintaining his calm and serious demeanor. Lortel, entertained by how he never shows much emotion, moved closer to him, sitting at the nearby table. In a teasing tone, she made her move and asked if he didn't see her as a woman. She boldly admitted that she wasn't helping out of kindness, but because she had her reasons. Smiling confidently, telling him that she was determined to stick around and get the answers he was looking for, making it clear that she had no plans to let him ignore her. Ed replied calmly, making it clear that he wasn't looking for answers from her and had no interest in getting involved in battles he knew he couldn't win. Despite her attempts to get closer, he remained composed and distant. Lortel, unfazed, smiled and warned him that one day it wouldn't just be her. Struggling to contain her feelings for him, her smile was, as always, calm and confident. Ed realized that she never showed her true feelings, whether she was winning or in trouble. He understood that it was part of her nature as a merchant, always keeping her cards close to her chest, and never letting his emotions distract him at the academy during the break. Jennifer enthusiastically teaches Ed to control a spirit using her staff, explaining that he must focus on his magic to try to form a connection, and summons a small fire spirit named Mug, who appears serious and promises to serve Ed well. Surprising Ed, he remembers that, before coming to this world, when he played as Ed, he once formed a bond with a duck spirit. They used to laugh and play, but in the end, he let it go. However, looking at Mug now, he feels that this will be different. Curious about Mug's strict nature, Ed asks Janica why he acts that way. Jane Carey explains that Mug is a good spirit, with great energy efficiency, and was carefully chosen by the high-level spirit, Tarkan. Since Ed wanted a strong spirit, she chose the best for him. After going through a rigorous selection process, Mug is finally delivered to Ed, and he successfully forms his first spiritual connection. Holding Mug, Ed is impressed to see how warm he is, almost like a portable heater. He checks his abilities and stats, and Janica cheerfully says that Mug is a great survival tool, because he doesn't need wood to provide warmth. Seeing Ed happy, Janica smiles. Although he still seems tired, before leaving, she reminds him to let her know if he needs more help. She offers to teach him more about spiritual connections and suggests that he will learn faster if he spends more time with her. While Janica talks with Ed, she suddenly changes her tone and expression. As soon as she promises to come the next day to help him, she quickly changes, claiming to be very busy, and that many others are waiting in line for her lessons. She remembers her spirits and her friend Clara advising her to keep things calm with Ed and not to get too close too quickly. Smiling awkwardly, she says it's a bit too much for her to teach him magic all the time. Ed, feeling guilty, apologizes for taking advantage of her kindness and offers to pay for her help as a gesture of appreciation. Upon hearing him mention money, Janica gets irritated and insists that she is helping out of friendship, not for payment. She calls his offer cold and reminds him that they are close friends and such things shouldn't interfere between them. Confused, Ed points out that it was she who mentioned compensation earlier. Realizing that she contradicted herself, Janica becomes flustered and embarrassed to correct the situation. She admits that her friend Clara said she is too generous and needs to learn to say no sometimes. Ed appreciates her honesty and agrees that Clara is right. After some time, Janica says goodbye, promising to meet him again at combat training, and to bring a special accessory next time. She leaves Mug, the spirit, with Ed, and he waves back, with his new crafting skills from Lortel's magical engineering and Janica's low-level spirit. Ed finally feels that he has a proper setup. Now he can learn suitable crafting skills. He can keep his fireplace lit all the time, making his life much more comfortable while looking out the window of his cabin at the night sky. He suddenly remembers that he forgot to check the traps and heads out. Deep in the forest, Claire Elfin is investigating Ed, suspecting him to be the mentor behind the incident at O'Foley's Hall. With everything she knows about his disownment by his family and his lack of connections to Ofale's hall, he stands out among the other students and teachers. Reports say he often appears in the forest, which leads her here. As she carefully moves through the woods, she suddenly hears footsteps and quickly hides. What she sees is terrifying. A man carrying lights over his shoulders while dragging a dead servant behind him. The man does not use magic, but seems to rely on raw combat skills. This makes Claire realize that it is not the director. At that moment, her suspicions are confirmed as that man is not the director. The man is definitely not Roth Taylor, the true mastermind behind the incident at Ofale's hall. Realizing that her intuition is correct, Claire feels proud of her detective skills. She silently follows Ed through the forest, surprised to discover his hidden cabin, watching from afar. She sees Ed throw Lucy into a tent he set up for her and place the servant near the fireplace. After that, Ed enters his cabin, planning to sleep early for work tomorrow. Claire cautiously approaches, determined to rescue Lucy as soon as she reaches the tent. Lucy suddenly casts an alert spell, startling Claire and demanding to know who she is while sweating nervously. Claire introduces herself, but Lucy, uninterested, returns to her tent and starts eating jerky, then looks at Claire with suspicion, before casually flying away, leaving Claire completely confused. Back at the office, Claire rushes into Professor Glass's office, presenting the evidence she has gathered, convinced that Ed is guilty. She reminds Glass that Ed was disowned by his family, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glass, uninterested in low-tier students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her captive in his tent. But Glass dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the forest, and that it is nothing unusual. Claire is frustrated, realizing that convincing Glass will not be easy. Claire adopts a different approach and confidently reveals that she used magic to record the memories of the first floor of Ofale's hall. Glass, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she had permission to use magic for such purposes, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glass, uninterested in low-ranking students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her captive in his tent. But Glass dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the forest and that it is nothing unusual. Clara is frustrated, realizing that convincing Glass will not be easy. Clara adopts a different approach and reveals confidently that she used magic to record the memories of the first floor of Ofale's hall. Glass raises an eyebrow, questioning if she had permission to use magic for such purposes. Bewildered, Claire quickly tries to cover herself by claiming she lied to the authority and recalls the memories of walking on her own without being impressed. Glass firmly orders that she write a letter of apology and explanations for her actions. Despite this, Clara insists that Glass should still see the memory she brought. The recorded memory clearly shows Ed sitting on the stairs in a perfect pose that makes him look like a criminal genius. It also captures him blocking Taylor and his group from going up the stairs, which seems highly suspicious to Claire. However, Glass remains uninterested and asks if she has any stronger evidence. Claire, eager to convince him, mentions the recent incident in the forest, explaining how Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy, making it seem like he was trying to capture her. Glass stares at Claire in silence for a moment, simply reminding her once again to send the letter of apology and explanations. Sighing in frustration, Claire leaves his office feeling exhausted. Glass, now alone in the office, finally looks at the memory globe seriously, while watching Ed blocking Taylor and his group. He is intrigued. He finds it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as Ed could contain the sword Saint Taylor and the natural alchemist. The memory flickers again, repeating Ed's actions and combat techniques for the first time. Glass's expression changes as he realizes that Ed may not be as ordinary as he thinks. The globe finally draws Glass's attention back to the forest. Ed successfully crafts an impressive weapon, using magical engineering and spiritual magic, a ceremonial dagger explosion. He admires his work, realizing it is the best weapon he has made since he started living independently in the game. Feeling a sense of pride, he examines the dagger closely. Mug, upon seeing Ed satisfied with his creation, advises him to improve the weapon's efficiency by using it frequently. Then, trying to flatter him, Mug begins to sing a song in his honor. Ed, who has been observing Mug's flattery and overly formal behavior since they met, suddenly lifts him up and shakes him, demanding to know the true reason behind such behavior. Mug stutters and tries to apologize, but Ed insists, asking if Janica promised him something to make Mug hesitate. But Ed insists that he must be honest, since they are now bound by their spiritual connection. Feeling the pressure, Mug finally cries and confesses. He admits that he deeply respects Ed, but is ashamed of his own low ambitions and success. The real reason he agreed to the contract was to take advantage of the refined magic around Janica that allows him to grow at twice the normal rate of a low-tier spirit. Ed sighs, asking if there is anything else that he has been hiding, feeling guilty, revealing that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Trembling at Ed's temperament, he tries to stay on his good side, constantly praising him after hearing Mug's full confession. Ed calmly tells him that he understands his situation and that it is natural to want to become stronger because of it. They walk back to the cabin together, while Mug comfortably settles on Ed's shoulder. Chatting with him on the way back to the cabin, Ed chops wood for the fireplace. His stamina has improved, and his stock is now full of meat and vegetables. He no longer needs to sleep outdoors, feeling hungry. With enough supplies, he can now focus better on his studies, reducing sleep and practicing more, forcing himself to absorb information quickly. However, all this effort leaves him exhausted, and he falls asleep. Later, Ed wakes up and finds Janica beside him while he is lying outside the cabin. She advises him to take better care of his health, saying she is worried about him. Ed decides to focus more on himself, especially since he received 3 letters. The first letter is from the Academy, and the second is from the Merchants Guild. However, it is the third letter that captures all his attention. He realizes that this letter will decide the future direction of the game in Redo. In the original game, the main event of the second act was a negotiation over the sealed grimoire of the Sage, a dispute between the Student Council of the Academy and the Merchants Guild. But things changed with the fall of the elite. The original client who wanted to buy the grimoire involves the Roth Taylor family. The plot has turned into a 3-way conflict. Now with the Roth Taylor family involved, Crepin Roth Taylor, the head of the family, gets personally involved. He wants the grimoire to advance his research on eternal life. Crepin was originally supposed to be a major boss in Act 4, and appearing so early in Act 2 makes things much more difficult. No player will be strong enough to defeat him at this stage. Now Ed knows how dangerous Crepin is and wants to prevent him from getting involved, hoping to keep the story intact and avoid unnecessary chaos. If Crepin Roth Taylor manages to buy the sealed grimoire of the Sage, it will be impossible for Ed to complete the game, even with all the knowledge he has about it. Crepin's involvement would destabilize everything, making Ed's survival and progress impossible. The third letter contains critical information about Crepin's actions and his suspicions regarding the grimoire. However, the sender of the letter remains unknown, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. During the break at the academy, Princess Fenia enjoys her tea in the garden. Captain Claire approaches her, reporting that she delivered Ed's letters, as she instructed. She thanks him for the service to Fenia. The sealed grimoire of the Sage is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Director Abel asks for her help, informing the princess about the academy's financial problems, and requesting that she, however, what worries Fenia the most is the unexpected interference of Roth Taylor in the sale of the grimoire. Captain Claire suggests that perhaps Ed reported the sale to his family, in hopes of being accepted back. He believes Ed could do anything to regain his family's recognition. Before the conversation continues, Lortel, known for her cunning nature, arrives and interrupts Claire. She doubts his theory and politely asks the princess for permission to join her tea session. Fenia finds Lortel's visit surprising, as she always thought Lortel disliked her. However, Lortel smiles and clarifies any misunderstandings by offering some insider information. As a sign of goodwill, Lortel reveals that it was not Ed but rather Elite Ketlin, his adoptive father, who involved the Roth Taylor family in the grimoire deal. To Fenia's surprise, Lortel adds that Crepin Roth Taylor was the one who originally requested the grimoire. However, with Ketlin's influence weakening at the merchant headquarters, he is still determined to buy it with Crepin's help, as the elite merchandise has invested a lot of effort in the deal. This makes Fenia realize that the sale of the grimoire could be an attempt to form a trade alliance between the two families, but she wonders why they are competing for it now instead of working together. Lortel smiles and explains that since she now controls the trade, she wants to save the grimoire by buying it herself. She holds Fenia, who has no intention of selling it to the Roth Taylor family. Surprised by Lortel's honesty, Fenia asks why she is sharing such internal matters. Still smiling, Lortel calls Fenia an ally in this situation. She explains that if Fenia helps her obtain the grimoire, it will strengthen her position in the trade, while Phoenix can keep the Taylor Rock family under control, marking a situation where both win. Lortel continues, explaining her reason for intervening to protect Ed from more trouble. She tells Princess Phoenix that Ed has already been disowned by his family, and it would be unfair to suspect him of being involved with. She finally listens attentively, observing Lortel's way of speaking, and how she carefully chooses her words. She begins to suspect that Lortel might be hiding something, as she is surprised that Lortel has never cared so much for someone wanting to test her. Fenia casually mentions Ed and comments that he is quite a useful person in such situations. She suggests that she might interrogate him personally, using her authority to bring him to their side, and if he refuses to cooperate, she will not hesitate to exploit him. Hearing this, Lortel, who was calmly holding her cup of tea, suddenly starts to tremble and shake. She carefully puts the tea aside and then bursts out laughing upon realizing that not even Princess Phoenix is above exploiting others for her own goals. Captain Claire, surprised by Lortel's mocking attitude, becomes agitated and questions how she dares disrespect Princess Phoenix. However, before he can act, Phoenix calmly orders him to back down. Lortel gracefully stands up and reassures Phoenix that they are allies. She then gives Fenia one last piece of advice: never underestimate the Taylor Rock. She warns that if Fenia does, she will end up regretting it. As Lortel walks away, Fenia dives into deep thoughts. She struggles to uncover the truth. Is Ed really responsible for the sudden involvement of crapping Hot Taylor in the bidding? Or could it be Lortel, who always acts with such confidence and never bows even before a princess? Watching Lortel leave, Fenia wonders if she will ever have the chance to face her again. For the first time, she feels uncertain about what to do next. In the merchant's branch, Lortel sees Ed with Janica, and can't help but feel a bit jealous. Janica, noticing Lortel's gaze, greets her provocatively. Lortel, who had prepared only 2 cups of rosemary tea, one for herself and another for Ed, now finds herself reluctantly offering a glass of cold water to Janica. Janica smiles and teases Lortel for not having more tea prepared for guests. Lortel, keeping calm, retorts, reminding Janica that as a merchant, she cannot afford to waste her goods so easily. Ed, visibly tired and exhausted, takes the cold water and hands over his tea to Janica. This small gesture makes Janica happy, while Lortel watches, feeling slightly irritated as Janica continues to tease her. After some time, Lortel presents the magical engineering equipment that she downed for 5 promised Ed as the glamorous tools are revealed to Janica. Suddenly screams in protest, accusing Lortel of breaking merchant ethics. By offering Ed new equipment for free, Janica's jealousy awakens, suspecting that Lortel is trying to win over Ed with expensive gifts. Lortel, maintaining composure, approaches the equipment and points out the minor defects, holding Janica that they are not new. But Janica is not convinced, insisting that Lortel may have done this on purpose. Lortel just laughs, further fueling Janica's irritation. While Ed looks at the equipment, he hesitates, telling Lortel that he cannot accept more free items, especially since he hasn't paid off the previous ones. He reminds her that this is already the 4th time she has offered him something. However, Lortel dismisses his concerns, saying that as he is her regular customer, he can always renew his contract and there is no problem. Janica, noticing Lortel's cunning tactics, suggests to Ed that he quickly finish his payments and cut ties with Lortel before he ends up deeply in debt. Lortel, unimpressed, tells Janica to mind her own business, provoking a fun, more competitive discussion between them, both clearly trying to get Ed's attention as the two continue their banter. Ed suddenly feels a strange sensation take over his body, a light and floating feeling, as if he were adrift in water. It's something he experiences when overwhelmed, his mind busy with thoughts about how to deal with the grimoire issue and build a better mattress for proper sleep. Unable to overcome his exhaustion, before he can react, he faints on the floor. Lortel and Hygienic immediately rush to his side. At the Silvânia Academy, the Phoenix Princess reflects on Ed's calm and precise behavior, whether when she saw him fishing at his camp or during the Glasskin incident. His tranquil attitude and the reputation among students who claim he only focuses on studies make her rethink Lortel's words. She begins to question if her assumptions about Ed were wrong and decides she needs to confirm this one last time. To do this, she is the one who sends Ed the 3rd letter, an invitation to visit her at the royal residence, a letter that must be highly secret. While reviewing her schedule for the next day, she asks Captain Claire about the expected visit from Ed. However, Captain Claire brings the unexpected news that Ed fainted from exhaustion. This revelation surprises the Phoenix Princess. I was born in a game when a character accumulates the state of exhaustion, usually. Several days of rest are given to recover. Now, despite all the urgent issues and preparations for the crapping Roth Taylor event, Ed is forced to rest, delaying his plans. When Ed wakes up in his cabin, his body feels incredibly heavy and a strange heat spreads. From the lower part of his belly looking down, he finds Lucy sleeping on top of him, murmuring in her sleep, seeing her sleeping so deeply. Ed remembers how she is, normally light when he threw her during the Glasskin incident, making him question if she is even human. But with his exhaustion, he has no strength, even to move her. Noticing the new blankets and mattress around him, he assumes that the merchant must have brought him here to recover as soon as Lucy wakes up. She immediately starts talking about how hungry she is upon realizing that Ed is finally awake. She offers him mana treatment, helping to restore his distorted mana flow. Lucy mentions that she has been doing this treatment repeatedly while he was in his weakened state. As soon as she finishes, she falls asleep again next to him. Before falling asleep, Lucy gives Ed a piece of advice: not to keep getting sick because it is a bother for her, and warns Ed that being weak can be dangerous. Ed knows her grandfather bedridden by an illness, just like he is now, so he sincerely thanks her for the magical treatment and for her concern at that moment. Dix enters the cabin without knocking, checking if the stove is working properly to keep the place warm for Ed. Upon seeing Dix enter so casually, Lucy quickly flies out of the camp to another location, feeling embarrassed, now completely awake. Ed contemplates how he seems to attract so many people in this so-called open society despite his efforts to remain independent. Turning to Dix, he asks why he is here, to which Dix replies that he has been checking on how he is. While the others are outside talking, Dix casually mentions that it is autumn, offering Ed a bowl of soup. Still processing everything, Ed asks if there is any news from Silvânia Academy. Dix shares updates about the Academy's exploration issue, mentioning that Taylor handled it well, and other incidents like the Sewer Demon Act seem to be under control. According to the story, this reassures Ed that nothing critical has changed, and everything is going according to the story. However, the most important event, the fight for the sealed grimoire of the sage, is still approaching. Ed urgently asks how long he has been unconscious. When Dix says that 10 days have passed, Ed realizes with shock that the main event has already started, adding more concern to Ed's attention. Dix also informs that Lortel has no choice but to leave for an important negotiation in his absence. In a panic, Ed immediately gets up, insisting that Dix help him send a message to Lortel immediately. Meanwhile, at Silvânia Academy, the bidding dispute for the sealed grimoire of the sage has begun. The main stakeholders are gathered: Princess Phoenix Claw, representing the Student Association, the Elite Merchants Auction, and an unexpected third party, the man who deviated from the original plot. Entering the hall with an imposing presence, the patriarch of the Roth Taylor family, none other than the very Crepin Roth Taylor. At lunch, all the key players gather to assess each other before the bidding war for the sealed grimoire of the wise Crapping. Roth Taylor warmly greets the Phoenix Princess and expresses his pleasure in seeing her in good health. He personally apologizes for the actions of his foolish relative Ed Roth Taylor and assures her that Ed's past actions do not reflect the values of the Roth Taylor family. The Phoenix Princess responds politely, telling him not to worry too much. However, she observes him closely. Crapping seems noble, compassionate and wise, with his attendants showing unwavering respect in every action. But through her judgment, she clearly sees Crepin as a wicked man. Crepin then turns his attention to Hotel Ketchen, asking if she represents the elite merchant. Hotel stands up and bows respectfully, introducing herself as Hotel Ketchen and expressing her honor in being in his presence. As they converse, Crepin tests Hotel's knowledge and motives with calculated words. Hotel strategically responds, revealing only what benefits her. She states that her interest is solely in profit. Maintaining a composed and confident posture, the bidding process begins. Each participant notes their offer, knowing that the highest bid will win the sealed grimoire of the wise the Academy wants to keep its financial troubles a secret, so they placed Vice Director Rachel in charge of the auction. With the Phoenix Princess as the only real observer, the auction takes place discreetly. Inside the Academy building, Penny watches closely, knowing that the grimoire is more than just an expensive item. It has great magical value for research. She knows how rare books like this are usually sold, and realizes that knowing the highest bid of the other bidders is key to winning in this type of auction, where there is no price limit. Lortel and Crepin sit in silence, carefully observing each other's movements, pondering their strategies before submitting their final bids. Lortel, driven by profit and market trends, maintains a calm and serene expression, while Crepin's posture remains inscrutable, exuding confidence and authority. Vice Director Rachel collects the bids and thanks Lortel and Crepin for their participation. As Rachel prepares to announce the winner, Fenia quickly glances at the bid amounts. She assumes that Lortel, who always thinks of profit, probably bid around 8,100 coins, the highest price a similar book was sold for before. If Lortel offered more, it would be risky, because reselling it for profit could be difficult. Still, Fenia worries that, if Crepin bids just a little higher than Lortel's estimated maximum of around 8,000 coins, he will win the grimoire. Vice Director Rachel finally stands up and begins to announce the bid amounts. When she reveals the bid from crapping Roth Taylor, as expected, he offers 8,500 gold coins. Fenia is not surprised. Crapping did not come to the academy just to profit from selling books. However, when Rachel announces Lortel's offer, the entire room is stunned. Lortel offered 9,400 gold coins, far exceeding expectations and securing the grimoire. Crep's face darkens with frustration as he realizes his loss. Without a word, he leaves the building with his assistants, his bitter expression revealing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Lortel calmly moves to a private room to complete the transaction, leaving Fenia in shock. Fenia struggles to understand why Lortel, who claims to care only about profit, would spend such a huge amount just to secure the grimoire. The princess remembers their earlier conversation, during tea, when Lortel suggested they become allies. Now it becomes clear that Lortel's true intention was to prevent the grimoire from falling into Crep's hands. However, Fenia remains skeptical. She cannot believe that Lortel would act solely out of a sense of justice. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her. The suspicion of the princess grows as she wonders who could be manipulating everything behind the scenes. When Princess Fenia recalls Lortel's words about Ed's ties to the Roth Taylor family, a realization hits her. Ed has been fighting against the darkness of his family all along. Struggling to the point of crumbling from exhaustion, overwhelmed by guilt, Fenia panics, questioning how she could have led someone like him to ruin. Oppressed by her disinheritance, regret washes over her as she reflects on the consequences of her actions. However, for Ed, Fenia's misunderstanding may have been a hidden blessing. Living in the forest forced him to hone his survival and combat skills, making him someone much more capable than before. Meanwhile, in her quarters at the elite mercenary, Lortel admires the sealed grimoire of the sage that she has just acquired. She carefully calculates her potential profits if she decides to sell it, realizing that the difference would be only 900 gold coins. However, deep down, she knows she didn't do it for profit. She did it for Ed. Following his request without hesitation, determined to win him over by any means, she sees the grimoire as an opportunity, something she can use as leverage to ask for anything in return. Lying in her bed, Lortel indulges in the thought of having Ed in her debt, considering the small price of 900 coins a worthwhile investment. She smiles to herself, romanticizing the idea of having Ed in her hands, believing that finally, found a way to make him hers at the camp. Ed feels better. After hearing that Lortel won the grimoire, Dix is sitting nearby, and laughs, telling Ed that he should have seen Lortel's face when Elka gave the news. Ed knows that Lortel may have used her charm to get what she wanted. She often relies on that, but he worries if it will be enough this time. Even though she won, Ed is still concerned. He thinks that crapping Roth Taylor must have had some secret information to enter the auction. Ed feels that things may not be over yet, and that crapping won't give up easily. At Ed's cabin, Jennifer suddenly arrives. Breathless and asking about his health, she seems worried and quickly apologizes for any trouble she might be causing. With the rumors about him, he laughs and tells her it's okay, since he already hears everything from Dix. Hearing this, Janica gets angry at Dix for telling Ed how she runs around the academy crying for him, which starts rumors about her being heartbroken. Frustrated, she orders her spirit bear to take Dix away. While Dix is dragged, she waves to God. While Dix looks defeated from Janica's hair, Ed's spirit Mug suddenly appears, crying out of guilt. Mug apologizes, saying he didn't know Ed was working so hard that he fainted. He begs for forgiveness and even says he is willing to be punished. Mug wants to hug Ed, but is afraid of affecting Ed's mana, so he clings to Janica instead. Ed, seeing Mug making noise, calms him down. Dix returns after his fight with the spirit bear and tells Ed that Mug is not exaggerating, because he fainted for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Ed is shocked. He realizes that his stock of meat and vegetables must be spoiled, and he has to gather everything again. But this time, Dix and Janica offer to help, seeing their determination. Ed feels grateful. He remembers when he built his wooden shelter and slept alone in the forest. Now, with friends supporting him, he realizes he is no longer truly alone. Janica watches Ed. Noticing how tired he is looking, she remembers her earlier conversation with her spirit friend Marilda, sitting on a magical tree in the forest. They talk about Ed. Marilda tells Janica that this is the perfect opportunity to get closer to Ed, before the cunning Lortel plots another scheme to win him over. Marilda, acting as a dating expert, advises Janica to start dressing like a rural housewife to attract Ed. Janica tries, on a worn-looking outfit feeling insecure, but Marilda encourages her and says, "It looks good." Marilda then gives Janica tips on how to make progress with Ed the next time they meet, but while Janica hesitates, acting too innocent, Marilda feels frustrated. She leans in and asks what Janica plans to do as she approaches Ed. Upon hearing Janica's uncertain response, Marilda groans in frustration, scolding her for being too naive. She warns that if Janica doesn't act now, she might lose her chance forever. Ed is getting stronger every day, and he won't always be in difficult situations where he needs support. Feeling pressured by Marilda's reprimand, Janica finally formulates a plan and whispers it to Marilda. Marilda nods in agreement, saying it's a very good idea for the night. After eating a good stew that Janica prepared for him, Ed gets up to rest. He is still tired. Despite all the help he receives from Dixie and Janica, his main focus is on recovery. When he lies down on the bed, the door suddenly opens, and Janica appears standing there in a romantic pose with a soft voice. She tells Ed that he looks very tired. Seeing that Janica doesn't leave, he begins to wonder if she is planning something. Janica, looking at Ed with romantic eyes, enters the room when Ed asks what she is planning. She simply smiles and approaches his bed, then sits beside him, trying to seduce him. She softly says that he needs to admit he is going through a tough time, reminding him that exhaustion affects everyone, both physically and mentally. She says she understands how hard his schedule is, and how much he is enduring more than anyone else. Janica then confesses that Ed helped, more simply by being quietly by her side when everyone else rushed to offer support. She wants him to acknowledge his struggles, so that he can finally rest in peace beside her, while she also wishes to support him silently, seeing how much Janica cares. Ed rests his head on the pillow and finally admits that he is really going through a tough time. Just saying it out loud brings him deep relief, and he quickly falls asleep in a peaceful slumber. In the morning, he wakes up and finds Janica sleeping beside him, but what makes him happiest is that his fatigue has completely disappeared, and he feels fully recovered, all thanks to Janica. The next morning, after waking up, Ed is surprised to see the hotel. They visit and go to the river to sit there. She seems happy to see him better, but she also tries to gain his sympathy by mentioning her own health issues, claiming that she is suffering from chronic fatigue. At first, Ed thinks she is just exaggerating, but when she struggles to walk to him, showing pain in her joints, he realizes she might really be sick. She finally sits beside him with some effort. Worried, Ed asks why she came to the forest, when she is busy and not feeling well, but Lortel, who came mainly to see Ed, ignores her concern and says she has something important to tell him. She reveals that she is renaming her trading company to a commerce company and offers Ed a key role in it. She wants him to help manage the assets. A trading company offers Ed a key role in it, wanting him to help manage the assets, products and external matters, offering him the position of co-executive. Lortel tries to convince Ed, saying that he would visit the company every day and that they would be separated by just a wall. She also promises him great benefits, including shares in her personal assets. In her mind, she dreams of this as a step closer to being with Ed, almost as if they were married. While Lortel continues speaking, lost in his own thoughts, Ed hesitantly interrupts and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit much to go so far for him. Hearing this, Lortel takes a deep breath, pulls the hood of her cloak and looks at him seriously. She tells Ed that he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she knows what he must be thinking, that something is wrong with her or that he can't make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young woman like her. Lortel acknowledges that Ed wants to keep things professional until the end, but he doesn't realize what she has been through after living a life where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and facing betrayals countless times. She has come to understand one thing. She needs someone she can truly trust, someone who will never abandon her, even if all her wealth disappears one day. She tells Ed that, while most people have family or friends to rely on, she has seen too much. Great merchants rising and falling, fortunes disappearing overnight, and through all of this, her greatest fear is that one day something could happen to her, leaving her with no one to trust. Finally, with a deep and sincere expression, Lortel asks Ed to stay by her side forever, no matter what happens. Ed looks at Lortel, surprised, but she just laughs and says she almost tricked him. Frustrated, Ed shouts at her for being emotionally manipulative. Lortel, still laughing, admits with a smile that she has a habit of touching people's hearts and making them waver. As they sit together for a while, Lortel takes a deep breath and says that her feelings are not a lie after all. However, Ed tells her that he plans to graduate from Silvânia Academy first, and that he doesn't intend to leave until then, and tells her to consider his offer as co-executive only after his graduation. Lortel, smiling, gets up and tells Ed that she can wait for him to graduate, But then, with a playful smile, she shows him the grimoire document. She reminds him that he is in debt to her, and warns that she will use this as a free pass to win him over someday. Waving goodbye with the letter in hand, she cheerfully says it was great to see him again, and walks away. As Lortel leaves, Ed sighs. Feeling that he made a mistake, he realizes that he really owes for the sealed grimoire of the wise, and now feels trapped. Meanwhile, as Lortel returns, she feels nervous about the risky move she just made. She wanted to confidently tell Ed that he belongs to her now, but seeing his serious reaction completely ruined her plan. She even forgot to give the change for the magical engineering products he bought from her, and now she feels uncomfortable with the idea of seeing him again. Deciding to discreetly leave the change at his cabin, she heads towards him, but when she arrives at Ed's cabin, she is shocked to see Janica already there, coming out after just waking up. Both women freeze in surprise, gasping as they see each other. They immediately start questioning why the other is there, and the tension rises. Anger and rivalry fill the air, marking the beginning of a new disaster. Not only for them, but for Ed as well. Both are determined to win him over at any cost. Ed, after taking a refreshing bath in the river, returns to his daily routine. He starts chopping wood for the fireplace, while being constantly reminded by his spirit Mug not to overexert himself. Taking Mug's warning seriously, he carefully manages his stamina, and completes all his tasks efficiently. Now that his food and firewood supplies are full, thanks to the help of Dix and Janica, Ed can finally refocus on his health and studies. With a clear mind, he concentrates on the 3 letters he received before fainting from exhaustion. The first letter is from Lortel, warning him to stay alert since neither of them knows what the elite might do. Next, the second letter is from Fenia, discussing the possible involvement of Crepin in the recent events, but it is the third letter that catches Ed's attention the most. It is a highly confidential message from an unexpected sender, Professor Glest, requesting a private meeting with him. After the conference, unfortunately for Ed, he cannot meet Professor Glest due to his sudden collapse, leaving him in the dark about Glest's true intentions. However, based on what he knows from the game, Ed is well aware that Professor Glest is the final boss of the second act, and the events of this act have already begun in the game's story. Glest believes that only a few talented individuals can change the world. He wants to bring back Silvânia, the greatest sage in history. To do this, he has been studying a spectral magic that can alter the natural laws of the world. However, Glest needs the sealed grimoire of the sage to complete his plan. As the Academy sold it to the hotel due to financial issues, Glest then steals it and kidnaps Taylor's friend, Ayla, who possesses a special magical ability. He wants to place Silvânia's spirit inside her body to initiate a new era, but his plan is dangerous and insane in the game. Taylor faces many obstacles and defeats Glest to save Ayla. In the end, Glest falls from the magical tower and says something important before dying, but Ed can't remember what it was. What Ed knows is that the final battle of the second act begins when Ayla is kidnapped. He realizes he needs to be ready for what's to come. In a tense moment, Ayla wakes up and finds herself locked inside a dark, damp dungeon, guarded by a terrible demon from the underground channel. Fear consumes her as she realizes the horrible situation she is in. The chilling silence of the dungeon makes her heart race, and she can't help but feel overwhelmed. However, Ayla soon realizes she is not alone. Another voice echoes in the dungeon, blaming her for ending up in this mess. Tears fill Ayla's eyes as she screams at this person, calling them wicked for blaming her at a moment like this, insisting that she hates being trapped in this horrible place. To her surprise, the person with her in the dungeon is none other than Ed himself. Roth Taylor in the final scene of Act 2. Ed does not plan to be kidnapped. To explain this, he reflects on the last 3 days while working on his magical engineering devices. Ed realizes that despite his work, Ardo is still not enough for the final battle. He needs better materials and plans. Suddenly, an idea strikes his mind as he remembers a crucial detail from the final battle, where they must enter a secret laboratory during the third stage of the final act battle, which is filled with valuable designs. Although Taylor is responsible for facing the mid-boss battle in the secret laboratory, he is more interested in the contents of the laboratory. Knowing it is dangerous to go alone, he decides to ask Janica for help. At the academy, Professor Glast announces that 2 new students, Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C, will join Class A. This decision comes because the academy needs to accommodate more talented students. Dix realizes that with the addition of these 2 students, Class A will now have 5 members, marking a significant change after many years under Professor Glast's supervision. Although Ayla may not be the strongest student, her unique spectral magic statistics stand out. Curious, Dix asks Glast If the class criteria are strictly based on talent, Glass firmly responds, warning Dix not to underestimate the efforts of the students. He advises that the quickest way to ruin someone's life is to give them false confidence and vague talent, and offer inadequate support, ensuring that everyone, including Dix, understands the lesson. Professor Glass is a man who strongly believes in talent and is almost stubborn about it. This is mainly because of his daughter Maui. He had a lot of faith in her as a father, even though she was just an average mage. Maui wanted to prove herself, so she joined a monster hunting mission too soon. Unfortunately, she was killed, which broke Professor Glass's heart. After losing his daughter, Professor Glass changed a lot. He became even more focused on proven talent, and spent most of his life at the Silvânia Academy studying spectral magic. But what makes his research interesting is that he is not doing it to improve magic instead. He wants to bring back Silvana, the greatest mage of all time, and the creator of magic at the end of the class. Professor Glass calls Lortel as if he is about to say something, but then stops and changes his mind instead. He says he will speak to her separately tomorrow about the lesson. However, Lortel knows exactly what he wants to ask. He is worried about the sealed grimoire of the sage that she has already purchased. She also knows that he wants to reprimand her, considering her a disgrace, since the grimoire is crucial for spectral magic research. But Lortel is not worried, as the passage ceremony and the official transfer of the grimoire to her are about to happen, and their conversation will be of no use at the academy. When Claire's class comes to an end, Ed prepares, knowing that the connection ceremony of the sage's sealed grimoire is about to begin, marking the start of the final battle in Act 2. Ed's original plan is to closely follow Taylor as he fights from Stage 1 to Stage 5 to rescue Isla, collecting any items left behind along the way. Just as he planned, looking at his list of essential items, Ed focuses on the crucial items he needs to collect, especially from Phase 3. These include the Eye of Gloats and the Hourglass of Del Rey. He needs these two items because their materials are hard to obtain, and they usually can only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario. Collecting them will give him a significant advantage in the approaching story progression. At the same time, he plans to admire Taylor's progress up to Phase 5 before returning to camp. Once his mission is complete, he seeks help from Jenica and tells her they need to go to the underground canal, because he lost something there and wants to find it together. Although he hopes Jenica does not dislike dark and narrow spaces, she enthusiastically agrees to help, which makes Ed feel a bit guilty as he realizes her concern for him. But he knows he still needs her support for the battles to come, just as Ed is preparing to leave. The assistant teacher Claire arrives and informs him that Professor Glass wants to see him in his office. Surprised and confused, Ed cannot understand why he is being called. However, he assumes it might be because Professor Glass had summoned him earlier, but he could not respond at the time, due to fainting. Thinking that Glass might want to discuss something important, Ed decides to go to his office. Upon arrival, he is even more surprised to see Ayla already there. She immediately assumes a defensive posture, still cautious of Ed's intentions since the incident in the Opal Hall, where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla safe in the office, where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla safe in the office, instead of being kidnapped as expected for tomorrow's event. Intrigued about the reason for being called, Ed quickly senses that something is wrong and begins to examine the professor's desk and around for clues that might indicate a change in the future story. Eventually, he discovers a report on Glass's desk, written by Claire, detailing her observations and investigations about Ed regarding the incident in the Oval Hall. At that moment, Ed realizes that Professor Glass knows about his abilities and actions, and may have discovered what he did while he is still processing the situation. The office door suddenly opens, and Professor Glass enters. Instinctively, Ed pulls out his dagger. Isla, startled by Ed's sudden reaction, screams and runs toward the professor seeking help. However, Ed is not the villain. Professor Glass is. He has now revealed himself as the final boss of the second act. Without hesitation, Glass uses his spectral magic to trap Isla in a time prison. Reacting quickly, Ed throws his dagger at Glass, while calling Mug to trigger an explosion. However, the experienced professor effortlessly blocks the attack, and even praises Ed's quick response and his ability to research his materials in such a short time. Despite being impressed, Glass tells Ed that it will take more than that to understand his true motives. Sheltering himself, Ed asks why the professor is restraining him, and even promises to stay quiet and not interfere, if Glass only needs Isla for his plans. However, Glass refuses to leave any potential threat unchecked. After witnessing Ed's combat skills and ingenuity, he decides to eliminate him as a potential obstacle. Realizing that even if he manages to escape now, Professor Glass will continue to pursue him. Interrupting the original plot, Ed contemplates his options. If he allows himself to be captured, there is a good chance of being taken to the secret laboratory, the exact place he wants to go. After weighing his options, Ed finally surrenders and allows Glass to kidnap him. Observing Ed, Glass comments that Ed is a product of effort, not talent, despite his impressive combat and survival skills. Glass considers his approach weak. Seeing Ed, he is reminded of his daughter and her struggles in the past, while Ed is trapped in the time prison. Mug stealthily escapes from his pocket and flees from the professor's office. The little creature runs toward Ed's cabin, where Janica is preparing lunch, unaware of the unfolding events. An elderly man writes the story of his life, chronicling his travels across the southern continents where he discovers many magical truths. He dedicates a large part of his writing to his late master, Silvânia, one of the greatest sorceresses who tragically passed away young. In his heart, she remains eternally beautiful, and throughout his life, he yearns to break the natural laws of the world, just to see her face once more. However, he understands that what is lost cannot be recovered. Instead, he chooses to pass on his knowledge by training a young apprentice, preparing her to continue his teachings at his deathbed. He places the hat of Silvânia on his apprentice and hands her the work of his life in the final words of his book. He dedicates his legacy to his young apprentice Lucy Marcel in the story of the game. That old Glock accepts his impending death with serenity, waiting for it, more sincerely than anyone else. Lucy, his apprentice, has no choice but to let him go. However, the sadness of losing her beloved master, whom she calls grandfather, cuts deeply. Ed reflects on whether Lucy's pain will ever heal completely, or if the scar will remain forever. The only small comfort Lucy finds is in the bag of dried meat that she keeps from Ed's cabin. When Lucy shakes her bag of dried meat and finds it empty, she descends from the roof of the cabin to refill it. However, she sees Annika standing below, activating a deeply sinister purple aura filled with rage, while the spiritual cup speaks to her. Meanwhile, in Trick's Hall, the main conference room of the Academy, the sealing grimoire passage ceremony of the sage begins. Elite members of the merchandise and faculty gather, as the hotel is ready to receive the grimoire from Director Obel Forces. Before the audience, looking at Director Obel, she remembers Roth Taylor, who is the same age but looks remarkably different after the grimoire auction. Crepin personally met with Lortel, urging her to hand it over to him, and Pipask inspires a response. She countered with an offer of 12,000 gold coins, which Crepin accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he revealed crucial information to Lortel, that her father, the electrician, had hired a group of mercenaries, who were now heading to Silvânia. Despite Crepin's unpleasant personality, his information proves valuable to Lortel, strengthening their alliance. Holding the grimoire in her hands, Lortel contemplates her options to sell it to Crepin for a significant profit, or use it as an opportunity to get closer to Ed. A slight smile appears on her face as she gently touches the stop grimoire, pondering her choices. Suddenly, Professor Glass uses spectral magic to create a powerful barrier, preventing anyone from approaching the grimoire. At the same time, he summons two enormous spirits, forcing Director, Obel and Lortel to retreat under the overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, Glass snatches the grimoire and quickly leaves the hall. With no obstacles in the way, the story progresses unchanged, signaling the official start of the final scene of the second act in Professor Glass's secret laboratory. Ed finds himself trapped in a cell next to Isla, frustrated and irritated. Isla screams at Ed for being petty, and suddenly expresses her hatred for him. Glass's friend and research colleague in spectral studies appears. He warns them to consider themselves lucky for not being used in experiments, and advises them to stay quiet, fearing that the monster guard outside might wake up and put them in danger. However, Ed remains calm and responds confidently, impressed by Ed's composure, with Isla telling them to sit quietly and avoid any reckless actions. While he watches them closely, Ed leans back and waits patiently, hoping that Taylor will invade and rescue them. His plan is to seize the opportunity, gather all the magical engineering recipes and equipment, and return quietly to his cabin. Meanwhile, he tries to start a conversation with Isla. To pass the time, however, she scolds him every time he speaks. Still irritated by the arrow he shot at her earlier, Ed tries to calm her down, insisting that he holds no grudges and that he could have hurt her if he really wanted to. Stunned by his reasoning, Isla continues to scream, calling him a liar. Finally, Ed firmly tells her to stop and wait patiently for Taylor while the attention remains. Ed ends up apologizing, explaining that his actions were motivated by his own circumstances. Hearing an apology from Ed for the first time, Isla is left speechless at that moment. Ed's spirit and Mug appear, crying and asking if Ed is safe and unharmed. Upon seeing Mug, Ed feels relieved and hugs him tightly, finally having someone to talk to in the cell. Isla, surprised to see Ed with a spirit companion, suggests that Mug should go and inform others to ask for help. Mug excitedly informs that he has already asked Ganica for help and that Lucy is also getting ready to come. Upon hearing Lucy's name, Ed's mood changes instantly. He becomes furious, realizing the disaster that will occur if she arrives. Frustrated, he slaps Mug, who flies across the cell. Noticing the commotion, Cum approaches Ed, but Ed warns him to free them or he will face serious problems. Amused by Ed's confidence, Cum ignores him and goes back to his work. Meanwhile, Mug stealthily returns with the dungeon keys, having picked them up while Cum was distracted. Ed quickly unlocks the cell and has the chance to escape, convincing Isla to stay behind the cell, as her leg hurts and there are dangerous monsters outside. After some hesitation and discussion, she reluctantly agrees. Without wasting time, Ed runs out. Determined to stop Lucy before she arrives and causes chaos, Ed knows that even the most dedicated players of the game avoid involving Lucy in important events, fearing the unpredictable changes she could bring. With his future at stake, Ed races against time to prevent Lucy from reaching the laboratory. In the Oval Hall, in Dick Taylor's room, he arrives injured and exhausted, seeking Dick's help to rescue Ayla. Having lost track of Professor Glass after the events in the Tricks Hall, he urgently requests Dick's assistance and plans to take his companions to the underground canal to pursue him. Meanwhile, Ed, having escaped from the laboratory, begins to retrace his steps in reverse order, different from the original scenario. He finds it amusing to experience the final scenario this way, but at the same time, feels relieved. In this reversed sequence, all the monsters remain confined, which works in his favor. However, his greatest fear lies in the possible encounter between Lucy and Professor Glass, which could lead to a disastrous outcome. Determined to avoid this result, he rushes to finish the scenario, before things spiral out of control. Eventually, he arrives at the secret library, where the head librarian Reina reigns, and a Benchi stands guard. Familiar with Reina's movement patterns, Ed decides to avoid confrontation with her, leaving the battle to Taylor. He knows Taylor will benefit from the experience gained by defeating Reina, and thus, making future scenarios easier to complete. Silently, Ed sneaks through the library, collecting only the necessary magical tools and magical engineering recipes while avoiding Reina's gaze. As Ed observes Reina's movements from behind cover, Mug signals him to move carefully. They navigate the area. But suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the ground. The unexpected tremor causes enough disturbance to alert Reina, who immediately spots Ed and Mug. In an instant, Reina focuses on them, and as she approaches, both Ed and Mug scream, realizing they are in serious trouble. 30 minutes before the earthquake, Director Obal finally defeats the giant summoned by Professor Glass in the Tricks Hall, saving everyone. Lortel is surprised, unable to believe that Glass stole the grimoire right in front of the Academy's main faculty. Obal tries to calm everyone, assuring that he takes full responsibility and will recover the grimoire. However, he expresses his concerns about Glass, suspecting that he is planning something dangerous. While the others listen in confusion, Obal explains the 3 great taboos of magic, which are seeking immortality, resurrecting the dead, and time travel. These acts defy natural laws, destabilize time, and challenge human fate. Lortel remembers Glass's obsession with his deceased daughter and the legendary sorceress. Silvânia realizes that he might be using the grimoire to attempt one of those forbidden spells, possibly to bring back the dead. So she asks the hotel what she thinks Glacia will do, if he has truly mastered a spectral magic for resurrection. Before she can respond, a faculty member rushes in reporting that Taylor was seen chasing the Glass in the underground waterway. Concerned for Taylor's safety, he also informs that eyewitnesses see students being kidnapped, including Isla and Ed. Upon hearing about Ed's kidnapping, Lortel is shocked to receive the news, believing that Director Obal, the greatest wizard of the time, will fulfill his promise to recover the grimoire. Lortel feels confident that he can easily rescue Ed and the other students as well. She decides that the most sensible thing to do is to wait in the hallway. However, looking outside, she notices something huge moving in the distance. Curious, she grabs a pair of binoculars and sneaks over to the window. Looking through them, she spots the entrance to the underground canal, and is shocked to see a massive spiritual dragon, ridden by none other than Janica herself. Realizing that Janica is entering the waterway, Lortel quickly decides. She orders her team to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally retrieve the grimoire and join the battle against the glass madness in the underground waterway. Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glass's assistants. She grabs Dorothy for questioning, But the sight of Janika's enormous fire dragon terrifies Dorothy, causing her to tremble in fear as Takim growls and Janika's dark aura intensifies. Dorothy faints on the spot, confused about where to go next. Janika remembers the directions that Dorothy mentioned. Before fainting, she sighs, feeling a bit guilty, and gently covers Dorothy's face to hide her pitiful state. As Janika does this, Lortel arrives with her team, greeting Janika with a playful tone, observing Janika's powerful spirits. Lortel realizes that Janika will do anything to ensure Ed's safety, even if it means destroying the entire canal. However, jealousy arises when Lortel imagines a scenario where Janika wins and Ed falls in love with her, determined not to let that happen. Lortel approaches Janika with a sly smile and casually says that Ed has already been rescued and returned to his cabin, suggesting that she should check. However, Janika, always perceptive when it comes to Ed, does not fall for it. She questions the hotel, logically asking how Ed could have escaped if she was the first to arrive and saw no one taking him. As the two engage in a playful argument, Janika casually mentions that she also asked Lucy for help, but Lucy simply yawned and left, leaving the two to deal with the situation, realizing they have no choice. Both Janika and Lortel decide to separate and look for Ed in different directions. They both hurry to find him and save him in the hope of winning his affection in the meantime. Inside the secret library, where Ed and Mug are trapped by Reyna, an unexpected event occurs. The roof suddenly collapses right on top of Reyna, trapping her under the rubble to Ed's horror. Lucy casually falls from above, yawning and explaining that she got bored and decided to come help. Seeing Lucy now in the scene, Ed is shocked, realizing that things are about to get even worse. As the event unfolds, Director Abel and his friend watch the sunset, discussing whether they should intervene to retrieve the grimoire, or if they should stay out of it. Abel considers letting the students handle the situation, believing it to be a valuable opportunity for them to grow as they are the future wizards and warriors of the Silvânia Academy. However, his friend questions whether the students really need to struggle so much. He acknowledges that this is the greatest golden age in the Academy's history, but wonders if they should interfere to lighten the burden. He mentions talented students like Taylor and Jix, rare discoveries among their peers. Over time, many students have faced the challenges of the Academy, showing great potential and shining like stars. He and Obel have high expectations for them. Upon hearing this, Obel's excitement grows. He feels that something big is coming, future challenges that will be even more intense and difficult, pushing the students beyond their limits. During the event, Lucy falls directly into the underground secret library, landing on top of Reyna and trapping her under the rubble. Sitting on the pile and yawning, Lucy's casual attitude leaves Ed completely stunned. As Ed laments her unexpected arrival, Lucy innocently asks if he still has any jerky for her. Still upset about the situation, Ed says he doesn't have any, leaving Lucy sad. As she begins to look for a place to take a nap, but before she can, Ed quickly grabs her shoulder, devising a new plan. Ed knows that Lucy's arrival has messed things up, but he also realizes that by now, Janika and Lortel must have already entered the hall to help him with the rescue. To allow Taylor to defeat the remaining enemies and gain experience, he needs to prevent Janika and Lortel from interfering. More importantly, he must stop Lucy from advancing to the final phase and defeating Glass, which would lead to a bad ending. Thinking quickly, Ed convinces Lucy to stay with him and not wander off. He remembers something Janika once said, staying quiet with someone ensures safety. Using the same logic, he tells Lucy to stay close, promising her jerky as soon as they escape. Now with Lucy by his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janika and Lortel, and manage to get out of there, leaving the scene for Taylor to handle. Now with Lucy by his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janika and Lortel, and manage to leave, leaving the scene for Taylor to handle. As they begin to flee, Lucy casts her ignition spell, burning all the attacking bats in their path. Ed watches in awe, realizing how powerful she truly is, trying to prevent her from defeating many enemies, wanting to leave enough for Taylor to fight and grow stronger, while Janika and Lortel search for Ed. They adopt different approaches. Unlike Janika, who relies on her spiritual connection ability, Lortel is skilled at quickly finding the right paths as she navigates through the underground canal. She feels a growing, genuine concern for Ed, something beyond her usual motivations of wealth and power. For the first time, she realizes that she truly wants to help someone without expecting anything in return eventually. She arrives at a hidden wall with a spell cast upon it just as she stops to listen. A loud explosion destroys the wall, and Ed emerges, carrying Lucy on his back while holding advanced magical equipment. His sight brings immediate relief to the hotel, who was worried about her safety without hesitation. Ed hands her some of the expensive magical tools to carry. However, She is stunned to see Ed carrying Lucy so casually, igniting a flame within her. She had seized every opportunity to get closer to Ed, taking the initiative and being proactive, unlike Janica, who hesitated and played it safe. But now with Lucy in the picture, it seems that all her efforts might be in vain. Her frustration grows, and she can't help but scream Ed's name in anger. But before she can say more, Ed suddenly pulls her close, looking directly into her eyes and saying that he trusts her more than anyone else. The hotel is completely paralyzed, surprised by his words and actions. Her heart races, and a deep blush spreads across her face at that moment. All her anger disappears, replaced by happiness. She feels that she is finally making progress with Ed, in a way she never expected. Before she can fully process the moment, Ed, one of his team members, runs up to her, bringing urgent news about a major problem unfolding nearby. Meanwhile, Taylor and her group enter the underground waterway. Clebius, always scared and complaining, starts to murmur nonsense about wanting to go home. Irritated, she kicks his foot to silence him. Clebius screams in pain and angrily asks why they need to save Ed Roth along with Isla. Taylor tries to calm him down, reminding him that Isla is a good person and asking him to be strong and help her as they walk deeper into the water passage. Adele, the romantic and self-proclaimed seer of the group, raises her finger dramatically. She warns the group cheerfully that something dangerous is ahead. Adele's prophecies are usually spot on, almost as if she can see the future, and that is why Taylor trusts her to guide them. Just as she points in the direction, an explosion occurs. Suddenly, Taki, the blazing dragon spirit, appears, carrying Miss Claire from Annika, is demanding that Claire tell where Professor Glass is. Terrified, Miss Claire stumbles and faints. Just like Dora did to you before, Janica notices Taylor and his group nearby and greets them with a smile. But Taylor's group immediately defends themselves, preparing for a fight. Janica looks confused, but Taylor assumes she might be an enemy they have to face to move forward. Everyone is tense, except Dix, who casually waves at Janica. Taylor, determined as always, prepares to fight. But Dix stops him, feeling that there has been a misunderstanding. Before things escalate, someone shouts for everyone to stop. Ed, Roth, and Lortel appear from another direction. Taylor freezes in shock. He now sees Janica, Lortel, and Ed together, and the realization hits him that it is impossible for his group to defeat them. Taylor remembers how Ed, with only basic magic skills and a bow and arrow, managed to hold his group and him during the incident in the Opal Hall. Now Ed seems even stronger, both physically and in combat skills. Taylor knows that his chances of winning are 0.00. But, to Taylor's surprise, Ed approaches and touches his shoulder. Ed calmly tells Taylor to focus on saving the island and defeating Glass. Ed assures that Taylor will take care of the main story while he will handle the secondary threats. The elite quickly catches on when a member of Lortel's crew runs to her side. He brings the alarming news that the elite group has arrived on the island of Archon, accompanied by mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Ed immediately understands the situation. The elite cat in the mid-boss of the second act of the game was not properly defeated before. Because of this failure, he returned, taking advantage of the mistake Lortel made by leaving many of her merchant company members behind. Without their leader, the elite had no difficulty defeating them one by one. However, Ed knows that he now has a unique advantage, which is the magical tool that allows him to see the future of the game. By examining the events that are happening, Ed realizes that everything still follows the original story, with Act 2 approaching its conclusion. And Taylor advancing in the main story is to see his role clearly, if he can handle the new mini-boss elite. Catherine, just as it happens in the original story, the plot will follow the right path. Confident in his strategy, he encourages Taylor and his group, giving them a morale boost. He wishes good luck to Taylor, knowing that as the main character of the game, Taylor will face even greater challenges ahead. Trusting that Taylor will handle the main storyline, Ed leaves his group to focus on their mission. Without hesitation, Ed heads outside, determined to confront the elite cat and eliminate this new threat before it disrupts the flow of the story. Ed thinks that the elite might attack the trading company of Lortel to find evidence of their involvement in the armor selling scheme that caused his loss of position in the association while they run towards the trading company. Janica suddenly tells them to stop for a moment, but Ed insists that they keep moving quickly. Janica stops on the way and forces Ed to stop as well. She reminds him that he has fainted before and barely escaped from Glass's prison. With tears in her eyes, she begs him not to hurt himself again and says that the elite's problem has nothing to do with him. Ed knows that this isn't really his fight, but also understands that the elites are a great threat. If he doesn't deal with it, it could ruin the safe ending he is trying to protect. He also realizes that he will need Janica and Lotel's help to handle the situation. Lotel agrees with Janica and says it is her fault for involving Ed in her problems. She tells him that he should be resting in a safe place instead of putting himself in danger. Ed feels touched to see Janica and Lotel getting along, even if it's just for a moment, but he knows it's not time to rest. He thanks them for worrying about him, and then firmly states that Lotel's problem is not just someone else's problem for him. Upon hearing this, both Janica and Lotel freeze, surprised by Ed's words, completely changing the atmosphere. They look at Ed, surprised and moved by what he said. As a new determination begins to form among them, Ed insists that they keep running. Eager to reach the exit as quickly as possible while running, he feels embarrassed and regretful for the awkward explanation he gives. It's always difficult for him to say things the right way. Noticing Ed's worried expression, Janica tries to cheer him up. She tells him that he is right. It is not just someone else's problem, because she reasons that, if the elite takes over the trading company, Ed's contract will be ruined, cutting off his supply of magical tools. Hearing her explanation, Ed is impressed by how smart she is as he feels desperate. Meanwhile, Lotel Cora is silently lost in her own thoughts about Ed's words. As they approach the exit, Ed notices that the scene ahead is in complete chaos. Destruction is everywhere. For a moment, he wonders if Taylor could have been responsible, but he is surprised when Janica admits that she was the one who caused the destruction. She confesses that it was an accident, and nervously explains that Dora knocked her out in the chaos. Janica worries that Ed might think she is heartless, but she tries to convince him that it wasn't intentional. The Lotel team member informs them that they are almost at the exit, and that there is a carriage waiting for them outside. The plan is to use the carriage to quickly get to the association building where the Lotel team is waiting. However, when they exit, they encounter a horrific scene. The carriage was destroyed, and the members of Lortel's team were killed amidst the wreckage. It is none other than the elite himself, waiting for Lortel, trying to stay calm. Mocking the elite for showing up earlier than she expected, the elite laughs grimly, and responds that he once taught her how to handle company records, ensuring that no evidence would remain if anyone investigated her files. But this time he exploited a flaw in her personnel management. By bribing one of the crew members, he managed to lead everyone into this trap. The elite mocks Lortel. Seeing her struggling with the betrayal of her crew, he cruelly provokes her, saying that she has finally mastered the expression of smiling through betrayal. But it is a pity that he will ruin her with torture to make her confess. With a snap of his fingers, he turns Lortel's beaten crew members into zombies, who immediately attack Ed and Lortel when the fight begins. Lortel mocks the elite, accusing him of never fighting alone and always relying on mercenaries to do his dirty work. With a grim smile, he replies that this time he brought the best mercenaries from the continent. He orders them to kill everyone except Lortel, who must be captured alive. The mercenaries unleash a rain of arrows against the group, but Janica quickly activates a wind spell, blocking the arrows before they hit. Observing the precise and calculated movements of the mercenaries, Janica warns everyone to stay alert, the elite knowing how difficult spiritual successors can be. As Janica reveals her trump card, the legendary item, Belarus's Prejudice, which suppresses the mana around, Ed recognizes the item as a powerful and high-level tool. But he also knows it has a significant drawback. It takes time to activate, and the preparation is obvious. However, even with this knowledge, Ed realizes they are at a severe disadvantage. The mercenaries are veterans, and their group consists mainly of mages, making it almost impossible to cast spells under pressure. Lortel informs Ed that the elite is well prepared and already knows all their strengths and weaknesses if Belarus's Prejudice is activated. Their fight will end in defeat when she questions the elite about how he plans to deal with the academy. Holding him accountable for his actions, the elite smiles grimly, saying it is better than losing his life. Ed feels the weight of the battle as he watches the chaos unfold. He regrets having left this third-rate villain alive earlier in the story, as the butterfly effect of that decision has now made the elite an almost impossible opponent to defeat. Remembering the elite's dark past, including how he killed Lortel's parents and his relentless rise to power, Ed sees him as the ultimate villain. But despite the overwhelming adversities, Ed remains determined. He knows that in the original story, the elite was defeated, and he plans to make that happen in reality. While the elite mercenaries continue to block their path, Ed has an idea. He crouches down, gently unloading Lucy from his back, nudging her as he says, "It's time to wake up." Lucy lazily yawns, complaining about how everyone is so noisy. Then without hesitation, she activates her magical aura. The overwhelming power of her spell clears a path, sending the mercenaries flying in all directions. Lucy, the lazy yet immensely powerful mage, finally awakens and joins the fight. The tide of battle begins to change in Glock's small cabin. His travel diary, written in the last days of his life, was almost unknown to everyone. He wrote about fighting. He recognized her natural talent and her blessing from the stars, but warned her not to stop learning or become lazy because of her gifts. He also advised her to never be alone, for her great power would bring loneliness. Before finishing the diary, he made Lucy promise 3 things: never to kill anyone with her magic, avoid actions that could stain her hands with blood, even accidentally, and live a peaceful life as a student at Silvânia Academy. In the present, when Lucy activates her magic, the veteran mercenaries who had faced danger and death countless times are terrified. They have never seen such a powerful force before. Even the elite, who was so confident, shouts for Lucy to stop and orders his men to fight her. A brave mercenary charges at her with a sword, but with just a snap of her fingers, Lucy uses her magic to launch him away with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries panic and flee, leaving the elite to face Lucy alone. The elite, now sweating and scared, tries to threaten Lucy, saying he will use his magical tool if she gets closer. But when Lucy asks if he is the leader, his powerful presence terrifies him so much that he falls to the ground, just as she is about to finish him off. Ed intervenes and signals for her to stop. The elite has already been defeated, and there is no need to do anything more. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a large earthquake begins. Myths in the father sky. The 7 brightest stars align in a straight line. Ed realizes that Glock has advanced his magic to a point where it is breaking the laws of nature, causing the descent of the magical realm. This signals the beginning of the final battle of the second act. Ed thinks of Taylor, who defeated the monsters in the underground canal, and is now stronger and ready to face Glock with his group. Feeling relieved that the story is progressing as it should, Ed begins to relax. But then, to his shock, he sees Lucy flying towards the magical realm. Lucy watches as the towers of the realm begin to absorb magic from the air, suggesting that reviving the dead may actually be possible. Surprised and worried, Ed realizes that Lucy may now be involved in something much more dangerous than anyone expected. As Ed watches Lucy, he remembers the bad ending of the game in the original story. Lucy takes a nap on the roof of Trick's Hall during this event, with everything. If the players wake her up early and take her to face Glock, he offers to revive her mentor, Glock. This temptation causes Lucy to turn against the players, becoming an enemy and annihilating the entire group, including the hero, leading to a bad ending no matter how skilled or dedicated the player is. There is no way to defeat Lucy. Ed now fears that his actions of being kidnapped and escaping from the prison cell may have inadvertently triggered this bad ending. While Lucy surveys the kingdom and Ed watches nervously, he seizes the moment to activate his legendary magical tool to suppress Lucy's mana. With Lucy temporarily weakened, the elite orders a mercenary to attack Ed. The mercenary advances, but Ed, keeping calm, uses his windblade magic to counterattack, launching the attacker aside. The elite is stunned by Ed's ability. However, Lucy's overflowing mana proves to be too much for the tool, and it shatters under the immense pressure. Once again, the elite finds himself defeated. Realizing that his situation is desperate, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy. But Lucy, furious, is ready to end his life. Just as she is about to strike, Ed steps between them and urges her to stop. He reminds her that killing, even if it seems justified, is not the answer. His words echo the advice from Glock to her about avoiding bloodshed and keeping her hands clean. Lucy hesitates, recalling her mentor's teachings. She spares the elite and turns her attention back to the kingdom once more as she prepares to leave. Ed asks where she is going. Lucy responds vaguely, but Ed insists, asking if she will regret her decision. Lucy recalls Glock's final advice in his book, to be strong and accept that what is lost. He dedicated his life and his writings to her, encouraging her to move forward. With calm resolution, Lucy assures Ed that she will not regret her choice, and flies away, disappearing into the sky. With the battle over, Janica supervises the mercenaries, ensuring they retreat safely by boat. Meanwhile, the batch captures the elite and takes responsibility for handing him over to the authorities for his crimes. With the situation under control, Ed climbs to the top of Trick's Hall. His body feels heavy, but he presses on, knowing he must reach Lucy. When he finally arrives at the rooftop, he finds Lucy sitting alone, gazing at the kingdom. Silently, Ed sits beside her, reflecting on how much Glock contributed to the academy, even founding the scholarship from which Ed benefits. Despite living a frugal life, Glock donated all his wealth to the academy, shaping the future of countless students. The Glock Hall that Dianica accidentally destroyed in the first act was built in his memory. Ed understands Lucy's sadness that this entire academy is the legacy of her mentor, and his presence remains everywhere. For Lucy, the academy is a constant reminder of Glock's life and sacrifices. After sitting with Lucy for a moment, she suddenly asks Ed if he still has any beef jerky. Ed shakes his head, laughing softly. As he says he doesn't have any, he then asks what she is doing up there. On the rooftop, Lucy remains quiet for a moment before answering, her voice thoughtful and distant. She said she is just thinking about the old times while looking over the kingdom. As the stars shine in the sky, Lucy begins to tell her story. She remembers how in the past, she used to cry a lot because of all the sad things that happened to her. But at some point, the sadness began to fade. She explains that it wasn't because the pain disappeared, but because so much time had passed. Her old father passed away a long time ago, and even if she used spectral magic to bring him back, he would eventually leave again. She reflects that he was already prepared for death, so if she resurrected him, he would probably be upset, die again, and scold her for it. She looks up at the sky, her voice now lower, and says that resurrecting someone as legendary as Glock, a wizard who dedicated his entire life to studying magic and using forbidden magic, would be nothing but an insult to his legacy. Calling herself selfish, she admits that her desire to bring him back was purely for herself, not for him. Ed listens attentively, letting her words sink in. He can't help but ask to make sure she is okay. He knows that Lucy's decision to give up on reviving Glock seems recent, almost as if it could be a passing whim. If she changes her mind again, it could lead to something catastrophic. He wants to ensure that she is truly at peace with her decision. To his surprise, Lucy does not respond with her usual sarcasm, nor asks again for strips of beef jerky. Instead, she leans her head on his shoulder, seeking silent comfort. Ed still realizes that, despite everything, Lucy has accepted her loss, even though finding another user of spectral magic like Glock in the future is nearly impossible, and resurrection magic is not easily available. Lucy now understands that the dead are dead, and what was lost is lost. She has accepted this reality and is beginning to heal, covering her wounds with the life she has now. Together, they remain in silence, looking at the beautiful night sky as the stars seem brighter. And for a moment, the sky appears peaceful when the end of the second act begins. Taylor and her team finally find the professor. Glass, a huge golem summoned by Glass's spectral magic, stands before them. Trapped in its heart is her unconscious. About to be sacrificed, the final battle of the act begins. Dix and the others launch magical attacks at the golem, trying to create an opening for Taylor to save her. Taylor moves forward, but Glass blocks her path. While fighting, Glass remembers his life as a teacher. He spent his days reading ancient books, studying magic, and creating lessons for his students, barely noticing the changes of the seasons outside his window. His visitors, Dorothy, Miss Claire and Director Obel, who came by for tea, but Glass remained focused on his work. However, a memory never left him, the death of his daughter, Muiri. That pain drove him to do anything to bring her back, while Taylor tries to advance. Dix and Alvira distract the golem. Glass uses his spectral magic to trap them in a temporal prison, freezing them in place just before freezing completely. Dix shouts for Taylor to dodge. Taylor barely avoids the spell and gets back up, never refusing to give up. Glass moves on to the final phase of his plan. To revive Muiri, Taylor uses her powerful cutting strike to destroy the golem. The destruction of the golem reverses all of Glass's creations, restoring time and freeing Dix and the others. Furious, Glass tries to counterattack, but Dix hits him with an ice spell, freezing him momentarily. Taylor sees her chance and delivers the final blow, saving her and completely destroying the golem. Seeing his plan fail, Glass falls from the building in despair, missing his daughter more. He teleports to a quiet forest, ready to face his death alone in the forest. Glass leans against a tree, weak and bleeding. He knows his end is near. As he closes his eyes, he senses someone standing before him. Opening his eyes slightly, he sees Ed. He came to ask something of Glass to confirm after the events settle down. Lortel arrives outside the island after ensuring the safety of her adoptive father Elite, with all threats now resolved. She heads to find Ed near the underground canal. Ed arrives with Lucy holding the sleeve of his coat. Upon seeing Lucy clinging to Ed, Lortel feels a bit cautious before anything can be said. Dorothy and the assistant teacher Claire emerge from the underground canal, however. Upon seeing Janica along with Tarkin, both Dorothy and Claire scream in terror. Janica calmly approaches the group to check on Ed's condition and ensure he is unharmed. Janica, then, shares what his spiritual friends told him about the reports of spectral magic being used in the Tarkin forest, detected an unusual type of magic coming from the magic tower. Realizing that this suspicious magic is spectral, the group concludes that it must be Glass, making Ed anxious to interfere. Decides to investigate his recent encounter with the Elite, teaching him how dangerous it can be to leave unresolved threats Knowing how much damage Glass's influence could cause if he resurfaces, Ed decides it is better to confront him now. In the forest, they find Glass in a terrible state. His wounds are open, and blood flows freely as he weakly leans against a tree upon seeing him in this pitiful condition. Both Janica and Lortel are shocked. They ask what he is doing there with a weak smile. Glass jokes that he is just admiring the moon. His mood seems out of place, but Ed maintains a serious tone, telling Glass that he must have known he would fail with forbidden magic. Glass lets out a weak laugh and admits that he was aware of his fate. What surprises him the most, however, is being defeated by students. He then praises Ed, saying that he is a much better student than he thought. But unfortunately for him, he discovers Ed's potential too late. Ed, seeing the opportunity to ask Glass the question he wanted to, finally asks why he kidnapped him in the first place, weakened by his injuries. Glass finally explains. He confesses that he was impressed by Ed's exceptional talents. Initially, Glass planned to use Ed as part of his schemes. However, when Glass fainted from exhaustion, his plans failed. He captured Ed as a precaution, intending to make him an offer, but when he returned to the dungeon, Ed had already escaped. Glass accepts that he is paying for his sins with his own life, and says it is not a bad deal. However, he admits that he still misses his daughter greatly, reflecting on the 17 years he spent with her, realizing that they were not lonely after all, seeing Glass lost. In sadness and consumed by memories of his daughter, Ed decides to speak. He reminds Glass about his assistant, Professor Claire, who admires him deeply despite his harsh and cruel demeanor. To her, Glass was not just a teacher. He was the most scholarly and brilliant mind she had ever known. Ed also mentions Dorothy, who saw Glass as a precious mentor, someone she respected immensely. Ed tries to make Glass realize that, although he may have recklessly endangered the students' lives and lost himself, his existence still left a lasting impact, even if he is here alone reflecting on his life. To say that he will die alone is like mocking his own legacy. Professor Glass will always remain in their hearts, whether as an academic mentor or a colleague. Hearing Ed Glass's words, he smiles faintly and slowly removes his glasses, gathering his remaining strength. He hands Ed the key to his personal library, entrusting him with his secrets. Inside are formulas for creating legendary categories and years of knowledge. Ed, surprised, hesitates, asking why Gust would give him something so valuable. With a weak smile, Gust replies that Ed should be happy to receive such a gift. He then makes a joke, teasing Ed to clean up all the mess he made. Before the Academy's investigation team arrives, Gust finally directs his gaze to Lucy and offers her advice to look around every once in a while. With those last words, Glass closes his eyes forever, his body resting peacefully under the moonlight of the tree, Ziokova, as if they were just in a deep sleep. Ed, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel remain silent, each carrying their own thoughts about the man he once was, his enemy, and, in a way, his teacher. The next morning, Ed is summoned to the office of the Dean for an investigation into recent events. The Dean questions him about Professor Glass's motives for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without taking Ayla along, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the entire account, the Dean pauses, observing Ed carefully. He expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including an incident in the Ophilos Hall and the recent Glest event, the Dean acknowledges Ed's exceptional talent, apologizing for the Academy's negligence and the suffering Ed endured. He decides to reward him, much to Ed's surprise. Instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the director removes all of Ed's grades after their conversation. Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he is okay or if he is hurt. Ed, concerned for her, asks the same. Janica assures him that she is fine, minimizing his worries by saying her injuries are just minor rashes, while her spiritual bird sings something in her ear. Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he is hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he realized something during the event, that she is always the one who works tirelessly to help, and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling worried, Ed apologizes. Feeling worried, Ed apologizes for having taken his kindness for granted and for having caused pain unintentionally. Janica initially tries to cheer him up. Suddenly, she becomes worried, interrupts him, and admits that she is lying and is not hurt. She is just pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised, but he quickly reassures her by revealing something unexpected, That next semester, he will be living in Dex's hall, the same place where Dianika lives. The dean rewarded him with suitable student housing, finally allowing him to leave the jungle behind. Upon hearing this, Dianika's face lights up with emotion as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his cabin, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his small cabin and the tranquility of the forest, the idea of living a normal student life seems like a significant change as he approaches the door ready to rest. Something unexpected happens as Lucy suddenly falls in front of his door. Landing behind him, surprised, Ed turns to face her, asking what brought her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the forest and realizes she is no longer on Arkham Island, but rather in the Remolando Mountains to the north, where she grew up. She wonders why she is dreaming about her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face. Regardless, when she enters, she finds him in a rocking chair in a house filled with cobwebs. However, when he turns to her, his face is distorted, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. Soon she realizes she is having a nightmare and wakes up. After getting up, her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Curiously, Lucy does not respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic because for some reason she feels an urgent need to go immediately to the forest to the north. She lands on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin and watches as he walks towards the house after talking with the principal. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an inexplicable sense of relief. Suddenly she hears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and fall in front of him. Meanwhile, a teacher named Flurbum teaches his students about how cats are unpredictable. They let you think you have approached them, but when you try to pet them, they act indifferent and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become needy. Teacher Flurbum explains to the students who want a cat-type familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The girls in the class laugh about how this is even harder than dating, while the ecology class on feline creatures continues. These classes are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lowest. However, he soon caught up in his preparation and ensured that his notes were better than everyone else's. After the end of the class, Teacher Flurbem calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program, which is a system where students contribute with academic tasks. In exchange for discounts on the tuition, the teacher recommends that Ed consider this while petting his snake when Ed asks what kind of tasks he would be doing. Flaben smiles and vaguely says that he will give him several academic tasks, including assisting the teaching assistant Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Anis, but the workload is too much, so there is work to be done, including semesters and evaluations, schedules for the academic society, and the assignment test for the freshman class. Florence reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them when the teacher continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, Lortel evaluates the sealed grimoire of the sage now in her possession and feels its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it is wise to sell the grimoire to Crepin, Roth Taylor, the head of the Roth Taylor family. Recalling that Ed desperately begged her not to let Crepin have it, she finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to see him again, but also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business. She looks once more at the message she received from Ed about how he would do anything for her if he could obtain the purchase certificate for the sage's grimoire, which ultimately changes her mind. Furthermore, she considers enrolling in a special class during the winter break at the end of the semester to keep herself busy since Janica. Ed and Lucy will also be busy, however. As she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling restless. Back at the cabin, Lucy warns Ed that they are running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He is surprised she is saying something productive, which is not typical of her usual lazy demeanor. Although it is true that he has been neglecting activities at the camp, it is because he is thinking about moving to Dex Hall. If that happens, he won't see Lucy as often. Although he hopes everything goes well, as they walk through the complex, Janica arrives after one of her classes is cancelled and decides to rest in the cabin. She sits down and pushes Lucy aside, saying that they won't be able to stay at the camp as soon as the winter break begins, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there and is a bit sad that it is coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Ed will call her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall, since she can help him with anything he needs. She continues talking about how they will see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him the hall. While she talks, she takes out the key that Professor Glass gave her before passing away. and considers that it is time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he is lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning what he might lose the opportunity if he registers late. Surprised, Ed thanks her for the consideration, and she encourages him to fill it out with her while she talks. Lucy positions herself between them. Looking tense, she signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he not move to the Dex Hall. This moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two young ladies shortly after. While Janica helps Ed increase his human spirit resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy staring at her, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magical power continues to increase until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During this time, Lucy continues to cling to him everywhere he goes, and remains particularly hostile towards Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he can't grasp the basics despite practicing all day. Suddenly, Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do when she leaves. He explains that he needs to settle a matter and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved to the Dex Hall. Without warning, she kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together shortly after. The two create a secret entrance from the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to descend upon entering. He asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't answer, but insists that she could have helped him with the magic. However, he refuses, because he needs to know how to descend alone, since he won't be able to take everything there at once. Finally, they find a secret vault, and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light bursts forth, and he sees something spectacular inside. Shortly after, Ed climbs back up, and remembers that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magical engineering item that he was requested. The object they found is a legendary ranked magical tool known as the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glass, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future to the present. Using his future magical abilities means that Ed can access high-level magic now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he will be unable to fight for a time. He realizes that it is wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he is cornered. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract. Just like Janica can command countless spirits due to her vast beginner magical reserves, as he has only 1 or 2 slots, and must practice to communicate with low-level spirits. Due to his limited magical capacity, temporarily increasing his maximum magical ability means that he will be able to form a contract with a high-level spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently, since he had time to create something like this. But it reminds her that all of this is in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left for them, because he didn't have the habit of wasting time. This ring can break the barrier of talent, known as maximum magical capacity, and it must have been the reason why the professor was researching magical engineering items. The reason he hid it until the end was that it was meant to be a gift for his daughter when they left. Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it is gone, and she tells Ed that she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he is going to Dex Hall, and if he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed, because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say this. Eventually, he confesses that going into Dex Hall would make life more comfortable. After all, it's not normal to live outdoors in the cold of winter. Lucy agrees sadly. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and feels that it is going to rain, but they turn out to be small snowflakes, which is unusual for the weather. With that, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help with a smile. He watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he is saying excitedly. She asks if he is serious, and he nods. He is completely adjusted to camp life. This is how the second act of the game ends. The Failed Swordsman of Silvânia has now officially entered the third act, where the scale of challenges will increase significantly, including the female princess, who is aiming for the position of student council president, and her confrontation with the Lordal. Additionally, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to set aside his worries for a hopeful moment, believing that both will live well and stay healthy. He had never seen Lucy show such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he is hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then starts chopping firewood, determined to finish his tasks quickly because he was called for a scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Director Obel to decline the dormitory privileges, but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still cannot simply go home to rest because of Lucy. He has given up on expelling her. No, because she wouldn't feel cold. Her protection magic ensures that she doesn't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he goes out to practice with the ring, and tries to summon Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is drawn to the bakery La Place with high-quality snacks by her friend Clara, as there was no other way to get her out. While Anis is also present, Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she is not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She teaches by asking Janica how fast her heart beats and how nervous she gets when she is with him. After continuous questions, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and at ease around him. This frustrates Clara even more, and she explains to Janica that she is heading towards the worst possible outcome in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend. Apparently, what frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that following him around is a terrible approach to a relationship. Janica's spiritual friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's protective instincts instead of doing ridiculous things. While all of this is happening, Ain observes silently as Clara gives solid advice that she has gathered from the love stories of her many friends. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception that people used to have of Ed simply because he is the guy Janica likes. Now, everyone seems to trust Ed, but Anis has a different opinion. Sometime later, Anis returns to school and sees teacher Claire being reprimanded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The situation makes her feel that Claire has no dignity and wonders how Claire became a teacher. However, all the serious teachers praise Claire's skills, while Enos enters to submit his report. A boy offers to help him carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason why the assistant teacher, Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at her job, has managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the boy but declines the offer as she enters. She is a second-year student at the Magic College, and the reason why the clumsy assistant teacher's personal research lab is always clean. She leaves the report on the table along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate similar to stalking. She leaves the report on the table along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate similar to that of a pursuit, something that could have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught besides Janica and Clara. Few people know her true appearance, and that, for her, human relationships are like a game of mask exchange, as she has 20 minutes before the teacher returns from getting snacks at the bakery. She analyzes all the details and information about Ed Roth Taylor. He is from the Roth Taylor family, the strongest family within the Clawell Empire, and he is the only son with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and the family's history when before he was admitted, his family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself, working as a student teaching assistant and as a scholarship student. She has great survival skills and even considers Lortel her role model while reviewing Ed's family history again. She assumes he must have been indoctrinated with a dominating mindset. After growing up in a restrictive environment, she concludes that he is probably the type of person who avoids responsibilities and seeks a woman who gives him positive feedback. To help him express himself, he would probably prefer a beautiful girl since he has been surrounded by luxury all his life. Based on his history, he does not seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides that it is necessary for her to remain just suitable, although he has changed a bit since his excommunication. She reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for decades cannot change so easily, regardless of whether he has become more hardworking. She believes he is still the same arrogant person as always. After preparing a profile of Ed, she decides to practice and embody the type of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire enters with some sweets she brought from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Ain had made for them. Fear takes over as she waits for Anne to react with anger, but instead, Anne asks if she is hurt, something completely different from what Claire knows of Anne. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy maid Belle for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists it was nothing but notes that she found many strands of blonde hair on Lady Lucy's clothes and many white hairs on young Master Ed's clothes. She also asks Ed why he continues to speak to her so formally, but he explains that he feels comfortable, especially since she is the head of the Academy maids and has many people to manage. However, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Jennifer, and Lortel. Despite this, Belle offers to always wash his clothes regardless of his decisions regarding the 3 ladies. especially now that the hall is open, was completely restored when she mentions that 7 new students will join after the break, and that one has already requested the transfer. Ed realizes she is talking about Tanya Roth Taylor, his younger sister, and he instantly fears the upcoming break. Sometime later, Dix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will go to his hometown during the break to spend time with his best friend. Elka Dix asks if Ed will stay at the camp throughout the entire recess. Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use intermediate magic since he will soon be a third-year student. However, Ed remembers not to overexert himself when Ed realizes he can't sense any magic in Dix. He checks his temperature and asks if he trained beyond his limits. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Dix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he isn't upset. Shortly after, since Dix is very good at keeping secrets, Ed gives him some money to help hire labor to organize Professor Glass's basement library. Dix replies that he doesn't need the money, as it's like training for him, and discovers that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, before welcoming the scholarship students to the academy on behalf of Assistant Professor Claire, since Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork, she informs that the scholarship students mainly help prepare for the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on exam day. While she speaks, Ed remembers that Professor Glass used to take care of this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Anis quickly assigns Klebs the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands it to another student, Onyx, as part of Assistant Professor Claire's work. Finally, because she suspects Ed seems like a player, especially being surrounded by so many girls, she decides to test him because of Janica and Clara. After conducting her research, she created the perfect person he could be attracted to in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that she will accompany him to conduct field research. Ed and Anis head northwest to Oran Mountain to inspect the exam site. While working, Anis mentions that she is tired and asks Ed if he is too. He suggests they take a cute and pretentious break. She thanks him and praises his endurance in ways that seemingly dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she is talking about, she explains that she is close to Janica and was worried that Janica was spending time with a bad person, the reason why she acted coldly towards him. However, Ed responds that it's all right and that he doesn't mind these things. He comments that she must be tired of being an intern in teaching and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and replies that it's all right since he is here now. She begins to talk about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family, but had to support herself during school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that arise in her path, so he tells her not to be too distressed since she has handled everything very well cheerfully. She thanks him and comments that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notices that something seems to have changed regarding her cold and realistic image. Suddenly she trips on nothing and falls into Ed's arms. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to realize that she tripped on nothing when she becomes more dramatic. He is confused. Then she asks him to wait while she goes to resolve something. While alone, Ains observes that he is reliable and trustworthy, and wonders if he is pretending she had acted correctly by forming one point of relatable affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult life at the academy, showing her weakness so that he would want to protect her. She also tried to make contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Strangely, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body is, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he is much better at work than she expected, considering that she thought he was a young master from a noble family, who couldn't do any work besides that. She thinks he is handsome, and it's no wonder that Dianica fell in love with him. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall in love with him, so she decides to maintain her position because it's different. Meanwhile, Ed waits for her, while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his main concerns is Tanya Roth Taylor, a young villain. Tanya is a genius in politics and schemes, and she is trying to become the first president of the student council in the history of Silvânia. She will soon begin to gather influential figures at the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dormitory before the others is to consolidate her position before the semester starts. She is a villain, and Ed thought he would have time to prepare before her to appearance, but the problem is that he doesn't know how Tony Roth Taylor will treat him. In the game, Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who appeared briefly at the beginning, before disappearing, and there wasn't much about him in the epilogue, which means he was really just a background character. That's why he has no idea how to deal with this problem. For Tanya Hot Taylor, Ed Hot Taylor is trash. Meanwhile, Tanya arrives from the academy in a carriage for her. Silvânia is made up of elites, including the Phoenix Princess of the Empire, Chloe Lortel, an executive of an elite trading company, Danica, a prodigy of spiritual sorcery, Elvira, a great alchemist, Klebios, the demon of the sword of Nordendeo, and the coolest Lucy, a rare genius, mage. This gathering of nobles makes Tanya's heart race, and she can't help but wish to be part of it. Soon she arrives and Belle comes to guide her to her room and help her complete the entry procedures. Before they do that, Tanya declares that she has a place to go first. The first thing she plans to do in Silvânia is to get rid of Roth Taylor, the trash that dishonored the family name. Not long after arriving at the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father Crapin, encouraging her ambition, instructing her to show her face to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to meet her father's expectations. He told her that Silvânia is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her teachers with respect as masters, not to commit rudeness just because she is noble. He also reminded her to consider everyone a degree above her as a lord. Just as her father advised, she thanks a specific lord for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and a stain on their family. The lord finds her words interesting, then she continues saying that Ed is full of bravado, a rude person, and that he was just the heir of the family. Because of his age, she comments that his pride is so great that he never acknowledges his incompetence, and that he barely managed to enter. Silvânia, the veteran, responds with interest again, but Tanya feels uncomfortable, because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people, that he would introduce her to not disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the business of the grimoire, of the Seal of the Wise. She notes Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks what is wrong and encourages her to continue. However, she stutters when asking if Lortel is upset, but Lortel just smiles and asks what she is talking about. Sometime later, Ed crosses off the list, establishing a plan for organizing the workshop, concluding the scholarship student of the academy, working understanding the theory of medium magic, and contracting with a high-level spirit from his winter vacation list. He acquired a medium-level magical skill, known as Particle Explosion, and another called Root's Desire. He obtained these abilities from a book in the professor's library he spent last night. That morning he goes out and tries to ignite a flame, but still cannot use magic due to the ring's effect preventing him from practicing what he has been, learning to ignite the fire. He wakes Lucy, who is tangled in her blanket, and takes her outside to help. He points to the fire, and she lazily ignites it, before asking him to leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth while they sit together. She mentions that she smells a fragrance on him that must have come from the flower scent on Anne's body, since he has been working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he has a fever or is sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She tries to release her magic in case it is distorted, but when she notices it is empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he responds that it is manageable suddenly. Lucy makes a strange request asking him to pet her head. He complies while reading a book. She rests her head on his lap and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed that it has been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she is here because of the favor he asked her. He wonders why she didn't call him for the trade company. However, Lortel clarifies intensely that she has other matters to discuss, and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some veterans for listening to her, and offers to reward them as best as she can if they help punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the Roth Taylor family storage, which excites Elka, but Dix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she is really Ed's younger sister. The glowing aura he displays suggests that his body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be careful with him because of the strength of his magic. When Dix confirms that she is Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces it to Elka. Excited, he hands Tanya a mandatory magical engineering item for new students to help train their magical resonance. Tanya seems confused, but Dix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Dolof's elemental study notes. After gathering several essential items for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprised, Tanya asks if they heard her offer correctly, but Dix dismisses it, saying that brothers always have problems with little afterward. Dix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Dix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he is Ed's junior and is close to him because they owe each other a debt. He reassures Tanya, telling her that she will do well, and gives a pat on her back, recognizing her noble lineage as Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts given to her, irritated by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the assistant teacher's office, Claire announces Claire's hard work and mentions that they can relax for the rest of the holidays if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Claire praises Anis's resilience as she did most of the work assigned to the students. Scholarship students. Most of them had difficulties with the tasks except Ed, who had no flaws in his document processing. He solved practical issues efficiently at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Anis while she works. Claire asks about her experience with Ed and shares a secret after the incident in the Ophelos Hall. She followed him and discovered that he had built a camp larger than their laboratory, entirely alone. Using tools, she praises his perseverance and work ethic. When she also mentions that Ed made a contract with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat, Anis realizes that she may have underestimated his practical skills, which are very different from her noble education. After reflecting a bit, Anis, who investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concludes that he is simply a decent and hard-working man. His appearance is exceptional, he is not arrogant, and even Claire likes him. When she starts to think about his athletic build, the pleasant smell, and how well he takes care of himself, Claire realizes she is daydreaming, and calls Anis back to reality embarrassed. Anis quickly opens the windows to let fresh air in. Worried, Claire asks if she is feeling well, and suggests that she may have overexerted herself. However, Anis realizes she is in trouble. She remembers Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit, and suspects he must have needed Janika's help. If that is the case, the spirit he contracted with must be trustworthy, and could report everything to Janika, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she runs out of the office. Ignoring Claire's offer to eat something. By the way, the family motto of the file lover is harmony and coexistence, and Janika's love for everyone has always made her shine. She has gained many genuine friends. But what currently worries her is knowing about Nis and the editor. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Janika to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has done with the others. Tanya came here following Lortel's advice, believing it would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, when she approaches Janika, the normally peaceful sorceress rises. With the fearsome spirit looming behind her, Lortel had told Tanya that Janika is kind and caring by nature, but the Janika standing before her now seems ready to unleash fire and hail upon her. At Ed's camp, Janika informs that they have finished organizing most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary ranking materials are hard to find during winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request, despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it when he asks why she made all the effort to come to him. She insists that she came here to rest right after. Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she is sleeping here, caught off guard. Ed replies that it is winter, but Lortel does not understand how that is an appropriate answer. Eventually she calms down and informs to him that she came to talk to him about something beyond engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sealed grimoire from the sage that she won, and the letter where he promised to do anything for her, as long as she made a bid on the grimoire for him with a smile on her face. She informs that she is willing to make her money count. Tense, he asks how much she is willing to get from him. Then she clarifies that she will not ask for something that is too much of a burden. Her request is for him to stand by her. The time for the third act has come, and the opposition between Princess Fenia and Lortel will begin. Lortel is starting her policies and strategies. The benevolent Princess Fenia Elias Claw is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the story, will ascend to the position of student council president. She will control the academy and gain power. With that power, she is the main character, who begins to unearth the darkness of the Roth Taylor family in the fourth act. At the moment when people in the academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support will not change much. Lortel agrees, since he is just a student, but explains that his reputation is improving in the academy. However, she clarifies that what is by her side is not for political reasons, but for reasons that are personal. Hearing this, Ed agrees to join her. Curiously, Lortel is always the one who devises plans and is known for having 1,000 faces, but for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because she promised to join her. The next morning, Ed wakes up early as usual, and asks the light to start the fire as usual during his long conversation with Lortel. The night before, she told him how her little sister was preparing something. Lortel is not sure if Tanya really sees him as a family enemy or if she just holds a slight grudge against him, as all siblings do. But she explains that she introduced some people that morning. Tanya. She arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed, mentioning that it's been a while, and shows him a gift she brought. She seems nervous or afraid of him, but she no longer has intentions as he expected. He wonders why she is scared, and remembers that she must have had a very terrible life in her eyes while she was on the estate. He realizes that he misjudged Tanya when he stands up. She screams in fear, and he recalls a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food in Tanya's presence years ago. He remembers how she begged him to stop, but he dismissed her for feeling attached to maids who were mere tools in the present. He thanks her for the gift and promises to use it at the beginning of the next semester. He also explains that he was excommunicated, and that technically he is no longer her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to enter, he gestures for her to sit by the fireplace and tells Lucy, who sleepily sits near the fire, trying to figure out in which universe she woke up to give the guests a seat. He soon comes out with some drinks and asks Tanya about those she has been talking to. She confesses that she has been talking to him about him, and when he mentions the name Janica, a look of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janica is the kindest person he knows, and Tanya firmly responds that she was indeed kind. She mentions that Janica was very strong and summoned a high-level fire spirit that threw all the workers away. To prevent him from informing Janica, she eventually lies, saying that Janica was very kind and wished her luck in her school life. Ed asks her if Janica really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tanya lies that it didn't happen and that she didn't know what she was saying at that moment. Ed realizes why Tanya is being so strange, so he decides to clarify things. He explains that he is living the best way possible now, and paying the price as someone who was like cattle. He accepts that he must have lived a terrible life on the estate, and apologizes for the things he cannot undo. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for the student council presidency and promises to cheer for her. Even saying this, he knows that Tanya will not become president since she is a villain here to help Fenia, but he is attached to her. As she is a shocked relative, she looks at him as if she has seen a ghost, and Ed does not know how their relationship will be. Judging from her expression when she returns to her dormitory in Opal's hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still the scum who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for speaking ill of him, she realizes that Janica truly believes in Ed and is following him. But it is strange for her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's tattoo, so she hopes that his true nature will eventually be exposed. As she walks to her door, she spots an awkward and unsophisticated human. Exposed while walking to her door, she spots one clumsy and unsophisticated human, that is, her neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks if she is Ed's younger sister, and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady enters her room, Tanya notices the golden plaque with the name on the door that only the most outstanding students have, and is shocked to realize that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Mario. At that moment, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Anise meets with the head maid Belle in the rose garden and asks to be introduced to a handsome and distinguished young man, since she must know many students. However, Belle knows that she is not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she is always so busy and has no interest in dating. Not knowing what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, whom she thinks has similar attributes to Anise. Anise, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered that they are more alike than she thought. She also found him quite attentive and caring. When Belle investigates further, Anise admits to feeling a little attracted to Ed and accepts that it is good news, because it means that Janica has truly found a point to assist her plan to rid herself of these feelings, as if they were a malignant tumor, finding another boy to replace him and making it public that they are dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janica has noticed her feelings, but then corrects herself, emphasizing that finding someone else just to replace Ed is extremely disrespectful to the new person. Anise recounts how she found Janica yesterday, how embarrassing it was, and the gloomy expression Janica had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam and feels bad for hurting Janica. However, Belle reassures her, saying it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it is true that Anise and Clara were just trying to take care of Janica so that her uptight attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Anise opened up to her, and eventually, Anise begins to feel better about her guilt that night. Ed walks around the camp and finds Janica. Waiting for him, he plans to gather materials to build a storage area for himself and expand the living room space. But when he notices Janica's distant expression, he serves her a cup of tea and asks her to talk with him. However, she refuses because she can't express herself, so he tells her she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear this and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow, worried that she might be facing academic difficulties and looking like a cornered animal. He cannot ignore her. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder. He can't ignore her. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder, and both warm themselves in the cold. While Tanya remembers how the Roth Taylor residence was always peaceful, however, after the heir and eldest daughter, Aryan Roth Taylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed when he gained power, becoming a pathetic trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he maliciously reminded her that she could do nothing against him, and forcefully handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she fell to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes he made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never physically harmed her. Because they shared the same blood, still, she couldn't save her family or his property, making her life miserable, as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that remained was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming elections for Student Council President on the day of class distribution for the new students. Nice warns Ed to stay away from her because his advances won't work on her, he just watches confused, sure that she must have a reason for her actions. Meanwhile, the assistant teacher, Claire, joins them as they prepare for the upcoming exam along with the other scholarship students. This class task exam is taking place on the Orem Mountain, and this time Claire is in charge. Unlike previous exams where students had to find hard-to-locate magical spheres, this time, there are easy-to-find magical stones. They are not particularly hidden and have no varied point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for Class A, as long as they find a stone and place it on the replacement altar. That's the easy part, however. Since she is the disciple of the ruthless Glesta, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating in numbers, monsters, and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for Class A. That's why she calls it the Hell Survival Exam. On Orem Mountain, in the end, none of the new students managed to enter Class A at Silvânia Academy this year. At least that's the original scenario, according to the gameplay. And it is crucial that no one advances to Class A, because this is directly linked to an important future event in the game, exactly why he decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because there were no casualties, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. That's because the students will be fighting against imaginary monsters, summoned using a magical engineering device called Vision Disc. There are standard vision discs that summon low-level monster and beast appearances. However, there are also purple vision discs that summon high-level monsters and beasts and even humans. This last type ensures that no one reaches Class A, and Anise is responsible for dealing with them as she struggles to carry them. Nick offers to help, but she refuses nonetheless. Lynn intervenes and instinctively signals for her to hand over the purple disc. She steps back upon seeing him, and accidentally trips over a stone, but to prevent her from falling, Ed wraps his hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anise's hands and rolls away, but they are lucky that Klebs catches it in time and is relieved it didn't break. But he doesn't notice Anise, who is almost exploding due to the way he is holding her. However, Klebs doesn't notice the small crack in the disc, and moments later, it shatters completely in his hands. When Ed sees this, he immediately lets go of Anise, realizing that they messed everything up. Last year was when the failed student Taylor picked up a sword for the first time, and it was when he was supposed to defeat Lucy and gain attention, but the scenario went wrong when Lucio defeated, causing Janica to lose control. This year's joint combat training is equally important. The elite first years can request combat training against previous generations, and when the fight begins, the first years go into a frenzy against their veterans to win by any means necessary. However, according to the plot, they were all supposed to lose just to Taylor. It is understood that, at that point, Taylor, who had grown stronger throughout the year, becomes known to everyone. St. Clarice, who was also hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saint and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act. The confrontation with Lucy and what happens afterward, she needs to help Taylor. So this class assignment exam has to follow the initial plot to ensure that the elite first-year students can go crazy as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they will go into a frenzy is that none of the students are placed in Class A. And that is because the assistant teacher Claire used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam more difficult. Everyone looks at the broken circuit and realizes it is beyond repair. Anise feels devastated and apologizes for her inattention, but it is clarified that apologizing will not bring back the purple disc. At this rate, there will be many Class A students, so he proposes a solution and chooses Klebs, not knowing what he is talking about, how they will use it at the entrance of the mountain. Tanya is happy to find other noble students like her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, There is a peculiar person among them, from the Order of Telos, Saint Clarice. The other first-year students bow to her, but she asks them to dispense with the formalities to maintain the order of the academy. While she speaks, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how honored she is to meet her. The saint is pleased to know that Tanya is from the Roth Taylor family, and comments that Crippen, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya responds that it was an honor, and expresses the hope of being baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their designated area. Even though the goal of everyone is to enter Class A, they all quickly run towards Class A, which grants them student welfare activities, free fame, tuition exemption, and access to the Ophelis Hall. A redhead quickly finds a stone and runs to place it on the altar before anyone else. To secure Class A while he speaks, another student, named Joseph, rushes by and reminds him to stop chattering and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are many magical stones on the mountain and deduces that there must be something else complicating the exam. She decides to conserve her energy, stay alert, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects that the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl joyfully jumps, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused about why she would do this right now, but the girl sees no problem. Tanya then convinces herself that the girl must have bumped her head during the exam. Shortly after, Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard that members of the Roth Taylor family have high status. Tanya clarifies that not all, because some are scoundrels, referring to Ed. Although Ed seemed reformed, when she met him at camp, she believes he is hiding his true nature, which has made her deeply afraid of him over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks very highly of Tanya and expresses deep respect. Finally, she introduces herself as Kylie Eckner, a girl from a small state town called Turin Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya interrupts and signals that they need to hurry, because they are in a test. She agrees but explains that she is not too worried about entering Class A because that would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she enthusiastically grabs his hand, excited to have a friend her age for the first time despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes after the exam begins, the redhead continues and is quite sure he will secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he calls a bastard. Eventually, he stops to rest due to fatigue, but does not notice Klebios, who has transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a crushing punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Klebios why he suddenly appeared, saying that this is not befitting a veteran. Meanwhile, Klebios remembers how Ed had previously explained that he and Anise would block new students from reaching the altar halfway through, since only the strongest should be worthy of Class A. At present, Anise blames herself for putting them in this situation, and promises to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master in flight magic, is in charge of security, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam, as everyone has their designated roles. Ed decides to stay behind and protect the altar. However, Claire is worried, because Ed still cannot sense magic properly, but he is sure he has something in mind while Klebios attacks the students. Onyx arrives to rescue those who have been knocked down, while Ed checks the purple vision disc and realizes that fixing it completely will be difficult, especially since his magic has not returned yet. However, since they have a large stock of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them at the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first stone, the spirit he contracted appears and tries to communicate with him even though he still cannot hear what it is saying. While Anise and Klebios buy time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one passes him. After several students are relentlessly knocked down, some try to warn the others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon, approaching threateningly. Meanwhile, Klebios notices an explosion behind him at the north entrance, where Anise is positioned, but he is sure that the explosion is not from Anise's magic. As he is distracted, the girls take the opportunity to pass by him, then he chases after them. Although Anise, the best teaching assistant, is talented enough to be considered an expert in academic and practical fields, she is just slightly above average in combat. She is not an easy opponent for first-year students, but Joseph Whitefeld is on a completely different level. Unlike her sister who had to work hard to become a top alchemy student, Joseph was the youngest to achieve the status of researcher in the magical society, and can freely use intermediate-level magic, becoming a genius after she tells him to pass. Joseph tells her that there's no reason to be upset because he's sure she's talented at something beyond fighting. However, Anise clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to go up. He advances, and Anise remembers that everything was going perfectly, without flaws. But she complicated things by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she couldn't think of an alternative and left it to Ed, who had to handle the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and for not being able to block the north entrance. But what frightens her the most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who calmly took over the situation, while Joseph reaches the altar and finds Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he just needs to place the stone on the altar, although he doesn't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there wouldn't be anyone else for the others to fight if he successfully defeated Ed. When he doesn't receive an answer, he assumes there's an alternative, but, actually, he is talking to buy time and assess the environment around him. When he sees the purple disc, he realizes it is a different color, which means it could be stronger. He also observes that Ed is not emitting much mana and feels that he used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve. Since he was the first visitor, Joseph prepares to attack him with fire. Disappointed that Silvânia did not meet his expectations, he unleashes a medium-level particle explosion that can be devastating if the target is not prepared. If Ed does not notice the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he will be hit, but Ed quickly dodges, proving that he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes that Ed will use fire magic, or the spell ignition, or Scott. Based on the position of Ed's hand, he predicts ignition. But the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, which means Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to the middle class. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield and comments that it's a waste since it cannot penetrate his defense. Battles between mages are usually determined by who has the largest mana reserve. Joseph, still not impressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and will not be able to block his offensive magic when his mana runs out. Curiously, Ed transforms into a fire monster, informing that, although he can block spells with defensive magic, he cannot block physical strength. Our boy grabs him by the head. He kicks him in the stomach and then crushes his jaw, asking Joseph why he assumed he would only face wizards. Just because he himself is a wizard, Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares for a medium-level ice attack but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he is trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Irritated, Joseph quickly switches to fire using the basic spell burn. However, Ed crosses through the flames again, using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his fire immunity. Our boy advances through the fire and tries to stab Joseph with a knife, but Joseph quickly casts a spell that blocks physical attacks, confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's, but Ed throws the knife against his shield and retreats. It turns out the knife is actually a mug that transformed. Ed signals for the spirit to use a spiritual formula known as explosion. The explosion easily destroys the shield and sends Joseph rolling several meters back, severely injured. Joseph remains certain that Ed's casting speed is not faster than his, and deduces that he used a spiritual formula, which also explains how he crossed the fire exhausted. Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife. Conceding defeat as soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph lunges with a medium-level ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed, landing a strong blow to his jaw. After being punched, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who spent his whole life researching magic, managed to cause such impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed. Marilda's spiritual formula is wind protection, which pushes enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several meters into a nearby rock, now more injured than before. Joseph finally accepts his defeat. Ed praises his punch, and Joseph soon asks his name when Edley says. Onyx arrives to pick up the injured boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, it is the K.A. asking Dix why he joined the magic college. He is surprised by the question. Then she mentions that he would have been the best student if he had entered alchemy or combat, and she feels bad for him having given up so much. For her, however, Dix explains that he doesn't place much importance on being the best student. He admits he could have been the best in alchemy, but certainly not in combat, because the best student in the combat college is Klebs Norton Doe. Meanwhile, Klebs is knocked down by a terrible energy that leaves him completely stunned. Kylie, who landed the blow, hopes she hasn't hurt him, but Onyx quickly arrives to take care of him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes left, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar where several other students are unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, St. Clarice had two dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verde, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world. The woman responsible for the sacred fire, after leaving the Order of Telos, called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window. When the world was asleep, the second dream Clarice had was about the outside world that her only friend Adele whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could attend classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and embrace someone who loves her instead of receiving countless prayers from the believers who revered her. After leaving the order, Adele joined Silvânia, and when the holidays came, she traveled the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she shared a deep embrace with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her completely white life up until that moment before leaving for the academy. Silvana, the Archbishop Verde, reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise to ensure she wouldn't reveal her identity. She assured him she would take care, and with the organization of the request to divert her attention, she was taken to the academy in stealth mode. In this form, no one paid attention to her. She enjoyed sitting on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saint, except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise, as facing her brother is the final exam. Ed pleads with the girls to turn back, but then, he activates a sinister aura and challenges them to advance if they insist. The aura is incredibly strong, and Tanya feels that this level of power is impossible, even for those who have trained in spiritual magic. Her abilities surpass even those of graduate-level practitioners currently. Spiritual sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 to 6 medium-level spirits, but Tanya is shocked to see a high-level spirit, Marilda, behind him. After seeing this, Kylie suggests that surrendering is the rational choice, and Tanya recalls the trauma she suffered when facing another high-level spirit while encountering Janica. However, she cannot accept the idea of fleeing from her brother again, just as she did in the past, so she refuses to give up. Tanya remembers how Ed was 2 years ago, and wonders how someone who couldn't even use elemental magic could suddenly summon a high-level spirit. She concludes that it must be a trick. She plans to defeat the true spirit behind him, assuming it must be weaker, but as she approaches, the energy is so overwhelming that she has to accept reality. She might really be facing a high-level spirit. After a series of attempts, the energy knocks both girls back, and Kylie is shocked to learn that this person is Tanya's brother secretly. Kylie had a fantasy about well-dressed nobles with charming smiles and graceful manners. However, upon meeting Ed, she is shocked to see that this is the same person Tanya spoke of with such disdain. Eventually, Kylie gets up and signals for Tanya to head towards the main body of the spirit, as planned. While she acts as bait, since she cannot die except in special cases, Tanya worries that she might get hurt, but Clarice assures her that she will do it. After all, Tanya had said that Ed was truly a bad person, and Clarice is willing to protect her first friend in Silvânia. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed such absurd words, but she had witnessed Kylie's abilities during the fight with Klebios and how she effortlessly dodged his attack. She wonders if Kylie possesses a special power, as she watches her advance into the storm with tears in her eyes. A sudden action confuses Marilda, who immediately tries to smash Kylie into the ground. But Kylie's sacred magical blessing is suddenly activated. The blessing manifests a medium-level or higher power that automatically defends against any hostile force trying to cause harm. The clash between the two forces pushes Kylie back, although her shield still protects her. Ed asks if she thought he would give up, but he soon notices Tanya jumping towards him from the side, with a basic magical attack known as Emit, which pushes him away from the altar and throws him to the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she examines the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her, and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that he is the same person, who before could not properly wield a sword, now skillfully handles a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning, and as Tanya observes the arrows made of magic, She wonders if the person before her is really Ed. Ed asks if she thought he would give up, but he soon notices Tanya jumping towards him from the side. With a basic magical attack known as Emit, she pushes him away from the altar and throws him to the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she examines the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that it is the same person, who before couldn't properly wield a sword, now skillfully handles a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning. While Tanya observes the arrows made of magic, she wonders if the person in front of her is really Ed. Roth Taylor, realizing that nothing has changed since childhood, when he used to oppress her, tears fill her eyes because no matter how hard she tries, she still feels powerless. However, Ed acknowledges her efforts, praising her for working so hard, and apologizes for having held back in a fight, explaining that there is a reason behind his actions, and adds that she wouldn't have liked the challenge if he hadn't resisted. While she listens, he praises her incredible performance, admitting that he would have given up if he were in her position. When she sees him using the gift she gave him, she realizes that something has really changed in him. Ed reminds her that she should be proud for having fought until the end, even if it was an illusion caused by the vision of the purple disc. While she cries, he tells her she is amazing. But this doesn't seem to help, as she continues to cry because she didn't make it into the class. Suddenly Kaio hugs Tanya and warns Ed to back off so she doesn't attack him suddenly. Clea calls Ed for help because Klebios is completely unconscious and the exam is over. However, Quilia realizes that her voice is starting to return to its original tone, which means her transformation magic is unraveling. This must have happened when she backed off and dropped the magical engineering item that Verde told her to carry. She begins to panic, fearing that her identity will be revealed and her school life will end. But Mug suddenly appears with the magical item. Ed hands it to her and almost calls her by her title, but quickly corrects himself. She looks at him in shock as he walks away to find Claire. The class assignment exam is over, and Ed managed to return everything to the original story, except for one thing: a change that was created, even if it was quite nonsensical. It is that the eyes of the saint that should have been focused on Taylor are now focused on Ed, because she realized he almost called her by her title. While Ed is lying on the ground, Matilda talks to him about the beauty that transcends generations and values, like what is seen in the folly of the scenery. Ed, however, interrupts, saying she is talking nonsense. Then she protests that humans are incapable of appreciating the moment, even though they live short lives. It turns out Matilda was not just a vision, she was really there, but Ed didn't want to tell his sister Matilda to remember that he needs to learn to appreciate the little things. And Ed realizes she is a parrot, just like Dianica had said. However, Matilda scolds him for always being meticulous about everything and not paying attention to his well-being, eventually explaining to him that he needs to date someone who can help with his well-being to gain some credibility. She asks Mug if she is right. Mug agrees and even tells Ed to listen to Matilda and at least pretend to agree. When Matilda asks what he means by pretending, the little man apologizes for speaking incorrectly and tries to redeem himself, offering his death. Ed, tired of his speeches, throws Mug away and asks Matilda why. Janica seemed unhappy the last time he saw her. She asks if he is worried but states that she cannot tell him, since Janica did not want to tell him herself. However, she reminds him not to worry too much because even Janica needs to go through tough seasons and grow from them, especially since the world is not a fairy tale right after. Matilda urges him not to consume all his mana. She explains that she is an expensive spirit, and the only reason he managed to summon her, besides the mana stones he recently consumed, is because another person was handling part of the mana load. She clarifies that one spirit like her would not make a contract with just one person, and Ed realizes that he really cannot summon a high-level spirit. For long while wondering whose mana it was, the answer becomes clear. Climbing to the top of a nearby structure, he finds Lucy and teases her about coming here to take a nap. However, she clarifies that she did not come here to sleep, she just did not want to be alone in the cabin. So she took a walk that led her to the replacement altar. Ed knows that her arrival here marks the final stage of the third act soon. The suspicious saint will begin to suspect the order after noticing the darkness of the holy city. Then, the apostles of Telos will come to Arcane Island to condemn Clarice, and the characters at the academy will decide to follow the orders of the archbishop, since they do not know the whole story. Yes, all swords will be pointed at the only girl trying to protect Arcane Island, Lucy, who is following her master's last wish. Regardless of the offenses, Lucy will not complain and will stand firm until she finally awakens. When that moment comes, she will defeat all the main characters on Arcane Island and take down more than half of the invasion group by herself. But yes, in the end, her resistance will run out, and she will be defeated by Taylor, who learned the final form of the swordsman after the truth is revealed. Everyone will understand why Lucy was trying to kill the apostles of God, and will realize that she was not a villain after all. However, by that point, it will be too late to change anything. Perhaps it is due to her innate nature, or because she felt they would not have listened, but Lucy will keep everything to herself until the end. Back in the present, Ed still plans to stop. He cannot handle her sacrifice. Just to keep the narrative intact, in a flashback from the past, Old Glock explains to a young Lucy that Silvânia will be able to overcome most trials on her own, but there will come a time when it will arise. An approval that they could not overcome. He begs her to lend them her strength, even if it's just for his sake. He told her about the events before they happened, and it was terrible for her to lose her master, and only family. Suddenly she leans and puts her head on Ed's lap. She tells him that she recently realized she feels lonely, so Ed decides to always warn her in advance. Whenever he plans to leave the cabin the next day, Clara returns from her trip home and reunites with her family. She gives Belle a gift she brought for her. Clara, who comes from a very rich and noble family, longed to return and quickly goes out to see her friends Anise and Janica for tea, since she hasn't seen them in a long time. Eventually, when she finds Anise and Janica, the table is terribly silent, and Clara wonders if the two had a fight in all their years of friendship. She has never seen this kind of tense atmosphere and wonders what she should say to lighten the mood before she can say anything. Janica finally asks Anise about the hug she received from Ed. Meanwhile, Edward Taylor builds a wooden wall to block the wind and realizes that working on low-grade items no longer increases his stats or production proficiency, so he considers looking for something new. He is doing this to prepare for strong winds, but is soon approached by Belle, who came to forcibly take Lucia. She explains that the Academy has implemented a new policy. Students in the dormitories can only leave when absolutely necessary during snowstorms. Lucy whispers to Ed asking for help, but Belle explains that there will be surveillance in the dormitories to keep her in place, despite Lucy's pleas. Ed does not hesitate. Finally, Belle asks if he really thinks he can survive a week-long snowstorm in such an environment, because she doubts that this kind of wind blocker is sufficient. However, Ed explains that he is just preparing this to protect his supplies, but he used the string to secure the roof of his cabin and tie it to the ground as he plans to focus on magical engineering research in the spiritual library during the storm. He assures her that he has another place to stay. When Ed notices the concern on Belle's face, he urges her to speak, but she just wishes him good luck and says nothing. Meanwhile, after Janica accuses Anise of hugging Ed, Clara turns to Anise, shocked, cornered. Anise says nothing, while Clara tries to clarify that there must be a misunderstanding. To break the tension, Anise admits that she really flirted with Ed and apologizes. She explains that she did not find him trustworthy because he seems like a playboy, so she was trying to get to know him better. When Janica hears this, she asks Anise if she is lying, but Anise assures her that Ed is not her type at all, since he looks like a thug and is quite impulsive. At that moment, Janica interrupts the bad talk about Ed. Then Anise apologizes for flirting with him without talking to her first. However, Janica, now crying, asks Anise why she is doing things she never asked for, making her so worried that she couldn't even sleep one night because her precious friend attracted. She is also distressed because she is not in a position to be betrayed, since she doesn't even know where she, apparently. But Anise assures her that from what she saw, she is more than a friend to Ed. Upon hearing this, Janica protests that it was not right for Anise to evaluate Ed as she did, but since she did this for her, there is no reason to be angry with her. She thanks Anise for being honest that she has no feelings for Ed and Clara. She feels relieved because she was afraid that Anise had fallen in love with him. Suddenly, Janica runs out when she realizes she hasn't been in the northern forest. For now, with Clara and Anise alone, Anise asks Clara to introduce her to a man. But when she realizes that this is not enough, she decides to break the stereotype by asking Clara to date her. Confused, Clara just watches as Anise rambles on when Clara doesn't respond. Anise plans to kill her feelings by avoiding Ed as soon as the student scholarship work ends after the break. However, she is devastated to learn that the scholarship students at the academy will continue working as student assistants. When she returns, because they were quite proficient at becoming student assistants, they will grant them more scholarships and other privileges. But for Anise, it seems like a nightmare when examining the details of Ed's magical power. She discovers that she can now learn intermediate magic. He has 4 slots for spirits, with Mug in one hand and Marilda in the other. When Janica arrives at the camp, she informs him that he needs to make a contract with a medium-level spirit. Soon Ed comments that she seems back to normal since she looked quite sad the last time he visited, but Janica pretends not to remember. Her reaction makes Ed smile. Realizing that Janica makes him relax, she is the only third-year student he can truly call a friend. Shortly after, Janica mentions that she knows about his contract with Marilda, but she finds it strange since it is too early for him to deal with a high-level spirit. However, Ed is straightforward and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glass gave him, informing her about his future plans. When she realizes that he cannot use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a medium-level spirit. However, Ed is straightforward and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glass gave him, informing her about his future plans. When she realizes that he cannot use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a mid-level spirit, it will be difficult for him now. Now it happens that Ed's magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica congratulates him for making a contract with a high-level spirit, since it is rare among spirit sorcerers. Finally, she asks if he plans to stay in the spirit library during the blizzard, and comments that he works a lot in response. Ed teases her by saying that she works even more, since she is the best student. He mentions that people will probably pay attention to her in the upcoming elections for student council president. Anyway, Janica replies that she intends to remain neutral during the elections. She asks if Tanya is also running and if he is close to his sister. Ed admits that he cannot say that with confidence since he has been excommunicated, but that does not change the fact that they are relatives, and he plans to maintain a good relationship with her because he cares about her. Upon hearing this, Janica concludes that Tanya's reaction was just sibling rivalry. Suddenly, she grabs his hand and with tears in her eyes, asks if it is something that Tanya would like to receive as a gift or some food that she likes. In that kind of moment, Ed realizes that Janica must have done something wrong to Tanya and is trying to redeem herself. However, Janica insists that she did nothing. Ed continues to look at her, knowing that she is a terrible liar, and soon the guilt leads her to confess. With everything, Ed does not think it is such a serious problem. Meanwhile, Kylie is informed that the storm will start in the morning and that leaving the dormitories will not be allowed, except for special reasons. Upon hearing this, she cannot help but remember the frightening vision of Ed, the third-year student she saw a few days ago. But more than that, she feels uncomfortable, especially when he almost called her by her honorifics, making her wonder if he knows her secret. Now, in her true form, she puts the shape-shifting magical engineering item beside her, worried about how hard she worked to lead a normal life at the academy. If even a stranger discovers her identity, her academic life will end. It wasn't hard for her to gather information about Ed because she heard Joseph scolding the red-haired boy for not being able to approach the altar. Joseph mentioned that Ed is not human and that he heard Ed built a cabin in the forest to the north, where he lives. The only problem is that she cannot go there since students will not be able to leave. Once the storm starts, and when the blizzard ends and spring arrives, the new semester will begin, leaving her with no chance to seal her lips or do anything else. She soon opens the window, but fear overwhelms her, the fear of Ed, of darkness, and of the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the beauty of the world, but she decides that she must experience it for herself. She quickly opens the window, but fear overwhelms her, the fear of Ed, of the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the world's beauty, but she decides that she must experience it for herself. Then she jumps through the window with the shape-shifting item in her hands landing on the ground. Determined not to lose the freedom she fought for, she goes to meet Ed to ensure he isn't planning anything. Meanwhile, in the academic building, Klebio, he remembers how his eyes adapted to the darkness because it's all he has ever known. The most vivid memory he has is of his brother, who stood by his side even when everyone in the house avoided him, especially the memory of when he stabbed him in the heart after the break. Claire asks if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time. Despite enjoying the good treatment, the way he speaks makes Claire suspect that another lab is trying to recruit him, but she soon manages to get him to agree to accept the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, Ed feels he is trained to the limits of what he can endure. During the break, he managed to focus on training and increase his stats in advanced crafting skill for spiritual formula, infusion, and magic engineering. He improved both advanced skills enough to be considered his specialties and plans to spend the remaining week working on them in the library to use them more effectively. Upon leaving, he remembers that he gave Dix some money to clean up the mess in the library, with a bit of magic, but Dix even helped organize the books by theme and title. For this to happen, it seems he had some help from Elka, although he had said it was a secret. He will have to find a way to repay later. He takes a book from the shelf and decides to focus on a few formulas, instead of trying to learn hundreds with the goal of creating at least one legendary magical engineering item. After that, he plans to create a few more to increase his magical engineering skills, and then make other rare items. As soon as he masters the basics, while working on his plans, he puts his hand in the bag, but doesn't find the items he needs. It seems he left them at the cabin, so he is forced to go back in the storm to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Kylie faces the storm, painfully, and eventually finds the river in the forest to the north that Joseph, too, mentioned. She checks the map she brought and tries to locate the cabin. At this point, she feels like she is on an adventure. Of course, if she isn't weak. She is more talented than most wizards, and her sacred magic is even stronger than the others. The blessing of sacred magic ensures that anyone who tries to harm her will have the damage returned double. So even if she encounters one wild animal or one thief, she will not be harmed. However, she feels a certain fear when it comes to Ed, especially because he may have been baptized by the Order of Telos since he was the successor of the Roth Taylor family. The problem is that the blessing of sacred magic does not harm those who have been baptized by the order. However, there should be no reason for him to hurt her. She just needs to make sure he doesn't know who she is. Soon after, she arrives at his door and tries to open it, but it doesn't budge. When she manages to force the door, she notices a small pot full of blood placed behind it, and her strength spills its contents onto the floor. She stands there, confused, but soon becomes frightened upon seeing a wild boar tied nearby. Blood everywhere, and fear takes hold of her. She has entered hell as if that weren't enough. Soon, she hears footsteps and quickly hides. Moments later, someone enters through the open door and notices the blood on the floor, while Kylie hides, trembling as the person approaches her hiding spot and pulls out a huge knife from one of the drawers. Trying to stifle her whimpers, she accidentally gasps, and the person turns to her, asking who she is. As she stammers, Ed recognizes her and says her name in confused surprise. He asks what she is doing there and why she is trembling. However, Kylie, overwhelmed by fear, releases an explosion of divine magic, aimed at him, an attack that nullifies most of the opponent's magic while causing physical damage. The explosion hits Ed, throwing him backward and making him crash through a shelf. Upon seeing that he was severely injured, she falls to her knees, trembling, realizing that she did not intend to kill. In tears, she prays to Telos, believing she has committed a grave sin. She should live a life of purity. But now she is stained by sin, promising to burn in the depths of hell to atone. Her prayer is abruptly interrupted by a furious Ed, who approaches her and asks if she is joking with him. Completely shocked, the spirit inside her seems to leave, and she faints on the spot. Meanwhile, in the hall of Ophelos, the head maid is summoned. When they discover that Kylie is missing, Belle is one of the few people who knows Kylie's true identity. As the order decided that the person in charge, we should know what is happening. The nation would be in turmoil if they knew that the saint had disappeared in a snowstorm. But Belle remains calm, determined to handle the situation discreetly, especially because the saint possesses the blessing of sacred magic. To avoid reducing the personnel needed to maintain the hall, Belle decides to search for the saint alone before leaving. One maid informs that one witness saw Kylie for the last time, heading towards the northern forest. Upon hearing this, Belle realizes that Kylie is heading towards Ed's territory, the same Ed who is strangely blessed with women. Worse, it is a snowstorm, and a man and a woman left alone, forced to rely on each other until they are rescued, does not seem like a good situation. The image in her mind leaves her restless, so she runs, knowing she must find them as quickly as possible. The saint is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the forest wandering around, carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. These were the rumors among the students, but Belle knew the truth. She knows he is a very attentive person, and faithfully fulfills his duties, despite the many women who approach him, which makes him trustworthy. But the idea that relationships become more complicated by adding the saint generates concern for Belle, especially because she is sure that Ed does not know Kylie's true identity. When she enters through the door, she finds Kylie dazed with Ed, who appears to be seriously injured. Confused, Belle asks what happened then. He explains afterwards. Belle informs that she needs to take Kylie back soon, so that the snowstorm does not become too intense for them. He knows why the saint came here, but this goes against the story. Since her identity should be revealed much later, it is not the time for that yet. But he knows that Kylie is uncertain about him. He apologizes for his rude behavior and begs her to put the chair on the floor, but accidentally calls her saint. Kylie puts the chair on the floor, but steps back again. When the two women realize that Ed just called her that, the saint wonders if he already knew, and he mentions that he is a baptized follower of the Order of Telos, and was able to recognize her up close. When her spell was undone within him, he plans not to change his decision to avoid getting involved with the main characters. However, at this point, the Saint Clarice may do something unexpected. so it is better to let her know that he is aware of her identity so that she does not become more anxious to help her. He explains that he understands that she must have hidden her identity because she is tired of living without restrictions before she can respond. He asks what she thinks of the kind of life he leads in the forest after hearing his question. She concludes that Ed is not living a life of freedom. It seems more like survival. It seems that there is a clear and dark side to everything, and Ed's life is the dark part of freedom. However, Ed apologizes for being so hasty, explaining that he spoke this way because he felt that no one else would say this to her shortly after he asks them to leave. Then Belle takes the saint back to the hall. While they return, the saint plans to enjoy a delicious soup in a warm room, while Ed continues to smell blood and endure the harsh reality of the storm. She never imagined that the person who faced the students at the altar would live this kind of life. He destroyed her idea of freedom, but she still respects him while they are dating. Belle notices the saint looking back and hopes she hasn't fallen for Ed as well, but she isn't sure right after. Spring arrives, and the bakery Laplace reopens. Lortel finds Ed at the bakery, securing a spot for them without reservations because she supplies them with goods, and they can't refuse since she maintains a monopoly. She finds it funny, but it's doubtful the baker thinks so. Later, the hotel explains that there was a small error in the distribution process. Due to the snowstorm, the bakery had ordered an unnecessary amount of supplies previously but cancelled all its orders when the storm approached. It was unethical to monopolize food that could have gone to other businesses by making false orders, so Lortel had to deal with that. While they talk, the baker returns to plead with Lortel to change her colleague's opinion about limiting orders, as this will affect the bakery. However, Lortel ignores and simply asks Ed if he would like to accompany her to the afternoon class. Ed notices Lortel's cold attitude towards the bakery. She explains that she doesn't want to be harsh, but the snowstorm cut off her main distribution base, and funds are tight. Ed accepts her explanation, so she reassures him that she is an expert in managing money and will ensure that the company's funds are not wasted because that is what is needed to run a business. Suddenly, she notices that he is not carrying his textbook, so he explains that he will have to run to the library to borrow one. But running is good for his health. This surprises her since the textbook isn't expensive, so she asks why he doesn't just buy one. When she thinks more about it, she realizes that textbooks are actually not cheap for most students. So she asks him how much it costs while reaching for her bag. Ed responds that he appreciates the offer, but it's not necessary. Shortly after, she mentions that the student council election is approaching, but she will not run for a position, because the trading company is her priority. However, she wants someone who likes her to become president of the student council, so she suggests that Eddie run for the position, promising to support him, but he declines. Then Lortel asks if his sister is running, especially since she doesn't want to flatter the Phoenix Princess if she becomes president. However, it will be difficult for Tanya to win, even if all the best students support her, because the gap between her and the princess is too great. Upon hearing this, Ed realizes that Lortel is right. It makes more sense for the princess to become president. Tanya, on the other hand, will do almost anything to get votes, no matter how desperate she is, but she can't close the gap, and will end up losing by a huge margin. Suddenly, Lortel asks if Ed supports the princess. He confesses that he leans more towards Tanya. This answer makes Lortel happy, because most people admire the Phoenix Princess, and she was worried he might be the same. Bowing his head, she asks if he knows that she likes him, admitting that she almost got jealous in a moment of vulnerability as she places her hand on his chest. But she isn't sure if her attempt works since Ed doesn't say anything. Regardless, she leans her head against his chest and suggests, checking his heartbeat immediately. Ed pushes Lortel away, protesting, asking if he did something wrong. Ed replies that he didn't, but he doesn't plan to date anyone until he graduates. Upon hearing this, Lortel asks if he plans to date after graduation, but he doesn't respond. Happy to have gained some understanding, she feels joyful. Graduation isn't that far away, and she's eager to see if he can continue to reject her while she talks. Ed remains silent, thinking that graduating safely isn't an easy goal. The main character must defeat the final boss at the end of the story to restore peace, allowing him to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of order, and Fenia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the protagonist so he can defeat the final boss, the sacred dragon. In other words, Taylor must grow as the story intends, and make allies. The class placements happened as planned, and Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well, even though he feels bad for Tanya. Fina will become the president of the council, allowing the story to return to normal so he can be at ease. However, despite Ed's expectations, the scenario is already crumbling because Princess Fenia suddenly wakes up one day and decides she no longer wants to run for president of the council. Meanwhile, Klebs is in a panic because a first-year student sent him a duel request form, and wonders why they didn't choose someone else. He is the first person the student sent the form to, and he begins to lament about his cursed life. Why does it have to be him that this person wants to fight? Meanwhile, this first-year student also goes to inform Dix that he would like to duel him. When Dix asks why, the guy says he would like to learn from him, but Dix tells him not to give such a superficial reason. When the guy hears this, he leaves, saying he would like to prove his worth. Dix asks why he needs to duel, since he has already earned the title of best student in his year. But the boy protests that being the best student doesn't mean much since he is only a first year. However, since Janica is the best student among all the third years, Drake is the best student in the combat college, and Ed is popular among the first-year students. In the magic college, he plans to duel against all of them, but to follow the proper order of things, he sent a request to Clebius, the best student in the second year of the combat college, but it seems he is avoiding the guy. He plans to win against him, and then duel with Elvira, the best in the alchemy college. Before dueling with Dix, Dix wonders why he is next if he is not the best student. Then the guy explains that the best student in the second year of the magic college, Lucy, is out of the question. That's why he chose Dix. Intrigued, Dix tells the boy that he is egocentric, and it seems that the first lesson he needs to learn in Silvânia is that he is not always right. The boy informs Dix that he doesn't think it will be easy to defeat him, but Dix responds that what he means is that he won't even get to fight against him, Janica, or Ed, because he won't even manage to defeat Clebius. This statement irritates the first-year student, but Dix tells him to learn to perceive reality correctly if he wants to defeat him. Shortly after, Dix leaves and finds Ed, who thanks him for his help in the library. Soon, it informs about Wade, the first-year student who is sending duel invitations to all the top students. Interestingly, Ed already knows that Wade's challenges will continue from Act 3, Episode 3. Up until Episode 5, in the third episode, Wade, who is a skilled swordsman and the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, easily became the best student of his year. Unsatisfied, he continues to challenge his seniors, and in the end, defeats them all with ease. Even Dix was exhausted entering the fight, so it was a bit unfair. Nevertheless, it ended in defeat. Wade's seemingly endless fury was eventually stopped by Taylor, who had improved throughout the year. Dix asks Ed if he would like to take a look at Wade at the welcome party for the newcomers that night, but Ed declines the offer because he already knows how Wade is. As he walks away, he realizes that the invigorating atmosphere of the school is giving him more energy. Meanwhile, Dix wonders if he should have told him about another thing. He noticed how he is in the same grade as Fenia and sees her often. He realized that she has been a bit down recently, but whenever he is talking to someone and she is nearby, she always pays attention. Sometime later, Dix intentionally calls Edward's name but focuses on the part of Ed, and he notices how the princess flinches at the sight of him. However, Dix decides he can tell Ed later, especially after investigating more about the matter. As it is spring, the landscape of the northern forest soon becomes welcoming. Lucia is relaxing on the roof of the cabin, swatting away butterflies that are bothering her, while Janica teaches Ed and praises his improvements. She explains that he should be able to make one contract with one intermediate-level spirit now, and adds that it would be incredible if he could do that in 1 year. Jennifer seems to be in her teacher mode, so to join the conversation, she comments that she managed because she has a great teacher. Surprised by the comment, she replies that usually, he would have to climb mountains and valleys to find a spirit whose mana flow fits well with his. When Ed protests that he didn't think about the mana flow when he made a contract with Maril, Janica explains that this is because he fits well with fire and wind elements. She suggests that he look for a spirit that is neither wind nor fire, and he considers that she is right because finding another element would make it easier for him to respond to various situations. When Ed realizes that it will be quite difficult to find this spirit, Janica responds that most people consider finding their intermediate-level spirit a matter of fate. However, she helps him first connect, and then concentrate his mana in his eyes, allowing him to see the myriad of intermediate-level spirits that Janica had chosen for him. When he sees them, he wonders if she doesn't get distracted with all these spirits around, but Janica replies that they like her and that she always talks to all of them. However, his job is to choose one of them, so the spirits approach to introduce themselves one by one while Ed examines. He notices that Mug is also evaluating them and wonders what he is judging, being just a low-tier spirit. However, our boy feels a bit strange, so Janica asks what is wrong. He replies that it is nothing, but deep down, he hopes to find his spirit through destiny as well, and wonders if they are using the right method that night. A welcome festival is organized for all first-year students. It is quite significant for the new students, But the organizers soon find out that Janica and Lucy, the best students from the third and second years, could not attend due to personal reasons. The administration was worried that the festival would not be enjoyable because of their absence, but this had no impact. Eventually, because the worthy Phoenix princess attended, the first-year students were quite apprehensive about speaking to someone of royal blood, including the nobles. Only one person managed to speak with her during the event, and that was the best student of the first year, Wade Keller, who is from one of the 3 greatest swordsmanship families. They both play a game of chess, and the Phoenix princess praises Wade's skill. Even though she ends up winning, while they converse, she mentions that she thought she was the best at reading people, but found out she was wrong. Expelling Ed Roth Taylor was just a minor concern for her initially. However, he saved Janica, built a house in the forest, and over time his presence grew, until even the new students spoke well of him as his presence in the school grew. Her mistake also became larger. She understands that she can be wrong sometimes, but for some reason continues to act like a child by avoiding her problems, which means that nothing will be resolved suddenly. While enjoying the game, she finds a new strength and decides that she cannot run away from her problems forever. She decides to take 4 days to resolve everything and then go to Ed's cabin in the northern forest and talk freely with him. After this realization, she felt rejuvenated until the morning of the 3rd day, when the news of Ed Roth Taylor's death reached her ears sometime later. Tanya writes a letter to her father, as she always does, talking about how there are many things she is not used to while living away from home. She mentions the busy schedule, how she has made some friends at school, how she has been working towards the goal she spoke to him about before leaving. This is the plan to become the youngest president of the student council. She explains that she is worried because she heard that the female princess will also run for president, but she will do her best. She also adds that she met with Lortel, and the negotiations for the purchase of the sealed grimoire from the sage will begin soon. Finally, she talks about how she met Ed, noting that he seems to have become hardworking and diligent as if he were a completely different person. She remembers a childhood dream where her older sister Arwen held one of her hands, while the other person was either her father or Ed. When he was not much of a scoundrel, she suggests that he turned over a new leaf or went back to being as he was before, and ends the letter. After reading the letter, Crepe holds a lethally poisoned sword, capable of killing with just a slight scratch shortly after. He hands it to the butler and informs that he sent a response to Tanya to help her with the elections for student council president and the negotiation for the purchase of the grimoire. He decided to send a trusted subordinate to her, to whom he also hands the poisoned sword normally. Sending a subordinate to Silvânia is not allowed, but since it is for commercial purposes, the academy has to allow it after dismissing the men, so they can depart for Silvânia. Crepin removes his gloves, revealing a very red-colored hand with an eye. The eye is from the highest level magic, called cause and effect, which allows him to see the results of any action he initiates. He places his hands on a round ball that drains a significant amount of his mana. He cannot use it frequently for this reason, but the method is tremendously powerful. Suddenly, a vision appears before him, one of his subordinates, plunging the poisoned sword into Ed's stomach, then throwing him off a cliff, while Janica runs to save him. Crepe does not consider this the best plan, but sees it as a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya considers how popular Princess Fenia is and realizes her chances of winning against her are almost zero. As she thinks about giving up, Dix passes by and asks if she has heard about elemental studies training. Noticing her expression, he asks what is bothering her and suggests they have tea with Elka. Later, meanwhile, the other girls in her class fawn over Dix, whom they consider the strongest person in the academy. Impressed that he is talking to Tanya later, Lortel appears in Tanya's classroom to schedule a time for a negotiation meeting. Her classmates are also impressed that she just spoke with the executive from the elite trading company. Shortly after, Lucy Mario, known as the greatest genius of the academy, greets Tanya as she passes by. The other students are surprised by Tanya's high-level connections, noting how she never boasts about them. Tanya overhears her classmates' conversation and uses it to motivate them, encouraging everyone to work hard to become exceptional students upon leaving. She realizes that her status within the academy has drastically increased in recent days, even though she hasn't done anything. The only reason she is receiving this treatment is because she is Ed's younger sister. She always considered him trash, but now she feels like the useless one. The overwhelming realization leaves her bewildered, but she soon gets distracted when 2 of her father's subordinates, Kadek and Knox, arrive to greet her. After a long time, she is happy to see them and appreciates her father's consideration. Kadek informs her that he will be gathering information about the market price of the grimoire and the trading company's financing to facilitate negotiations. Meanwhile, Knox explains that he is there to help with the student council president election. When he suggests gathering information about Fenia, Tanya interrupts him, revealing that they received news that Princess Fenia will no longer run for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Janica and Ed are having a drink together when she mentions hearing an announcement that the princess is withdrawing from the election. The news surprises him. Then he asks if the announcement is final or still subject to change. The final boss of the fourth act is Roth Taylor, known in the world as the benevolent patriarch of the Roth Taylor family. However, only Princess Fenia recognizes his true darkness. With her influence in the imperial family and the academy, she is the only ally who can lead the fight against Crap. Her withdrawal from the election is a big problem. Suddenly, Janica approaches Ed and says she has a feeling he is about to do something reckless. Again, she protests that she cannot stand the idea of seeing him hurt and bleeding alone while she remains unaware. To avoid complicating things further, for him she offers to help him. In response, he admits that he believes it would be better if Princess Fenia became president of the student council. Janica finds this strange, considering that the princess has always been mean to him and that Tanya is her sister. As they talk, Dix approaches and jokingly comments that they are being scandalous in broad daylight because of how Janica is holding Ed, apologizing for interrupting their quality time. He mentions that he thinks he knows why the female princess withdrew from the election. Embarrassed, Janica quickly releases Ed. But Dix doesn't care, and explains that Phoenix is like an alpha wolf who lost her pack because she made the wrong decision. Her pack died, and now she has lost her confidence and is unable to act before leaving. He casually mentions that it will rain tomorrow, so they should prepare adequately after Dix leaves. Ed reflects on how Dix's animal instincts often surpass human senses. The worst possibility he considers is that Princess Phoenix has lost all her ties to the Roth Taylor family. He wonders what he should do. While he is immersed in his thoughts, Janica comments that the rain will be perfect for training water spirits, and suggests they go to the northern cliff tomorrow to train a medium-level spirit. Her words make Ed smile, and he decides to focus on what they can give him for now. Meanwhile, Lucy, relaxing on a rooftop as usual, wonders if it will really rain. Suddenly, something occurs to her, and she jumps to light a fire. Later, Ed returns home, reasoning that the rain will make it harder to go out. He hopes it passes quickly. Shortly after, the rain starts extinguishing Lute's fire. The next day, the rain continues, while Ed and Janica head to the northern cliff to train a water spirit. Mug is snuggled in Ed's coat, excited to visit the coast even though it is desolate and distant. Mug thinks it was an excellent choice to make a contract with the medium-level water spirit Lixa. While they talk, two men approach them. Ed immediately points his mana arrow at them, but Kadak greets the young master, claiming it is an honor to see him again. These two are the sub-chiefs of the final chapter of Act 4, subordinates responsible for the darkness within the family. Roth Taylor are veterans who have been part of the Roth Taylor family's history all their lives, and they are the trusted men of Crepe. Although Ed should be happy to see them, he doesn't feel very excited for some reason when Kadak calls him young master. Ed replies that he is grateful he still calls him that, despite his excommunication. Furthermore, Kadak mentions that they came under Master Krepin's orders to assassinate him, but decided to repent. While kneeling, Kadak explains that the family's vassals harbor a great hatred for him, and that is why they plan to assassinate him. However, after investigating his new life, they discovered that he has changed and returned to his true self as the heir. While kneeling, Knox declares that they will explain everything to Crepe and implore Ed to become the heir of the Roth Taylor family again, to restore the family's glory to the world. Suddenly, Ed tells them to stop with the nonsense. Both smile, realizing that Ed has uncovered their plan. Kadak praises Ed's growth. He lunges at him with a poisoned dagger and unleashes wind sword strikes in front of him. However, Ed, who knows his fighting style, quickly dodges the wind sword strike, but is soon ambushed by Knight Knox, who imposes a flaming mace quickly. Ed dodges to avoid the flames and attacks the men with a water attack that Kadak easily blocks with his daggers while they are fighting. Knox asks Ed if he remembers someone named Meliana, the poor child who lost vision in one of her eyes for his amusement. Meliana turns out to be Knox's daughter, and he is clearly struggling with anger over this deeply irritated experience. He unleashes fire at Ed, but is shocked when Ed completely protects himself with a shield. Our boy does not hesitate and admits what he did, but reminds Knox that revenge is futile. He explains that only emptiness exists at the end of revenge, but remember Knox, that revenge is useless. He explains that only emptiness exists at the end of revenge, but Knox. Enraged, he breaks his shield, not wanting to hear that from someone like him, while Ed retreats. Dick counters that although Ed has grown, it will be impossible to block the mass infused with Knox's magic. He is dodging well, but he will die the moment he is hit, especially since the bow he is carrying is hindering the ongoing fight. While Ed desperately avoids Knox's attacks, Seeing that Ed's movements are becoming careless, Nox advances against him with his mass, realizing he has nowhere to run. When Nox is about to deliver the final blow, Ed agrees that he is out of options, but Nox is suddenly stabbed in the back by a dagger. The attacker is Mug. Shocked, Dick wonders if Ed used telekinesis or a spiritual formula, but he soon realizes that Ed was just using basic magic to force them to attack, while he prepared a counterattack. Suddenly, Ed tells Mug to unleash the divine explosion, and he does, splattering Nox's blood everywhere while the explosion is still occurring. Ed quickly fires 2 mana arrows at Katic, who cannot understand how the boy is still attacking amidst an explosion. Shortly after, our boy emerges through the explosion, using his recovery blessing that grants him immunity to flames. Surprised, Katic asks how a scoundrel like Ed became so strong in such a short time, but reminds him to aim for vital points next time. Suddenly, Katic launches a series of wind attacks that push Ed back several feet towards Nox's body. It seems that Nox used his own body as a shield to protect his vital points from the explosion. Enraged, Katic advances to finish the fight while still in the air. The water spirit, Lysia, ambushes Katic from behind, completely wrapping his head in water to make him choke. The attack forces Katic to drop his dagger, and he struggles to breathe. Suddenly, Nox, who seemed dead, grabs the poisoned dagger and advances towards Ed from behind. Normally, burns and knife wounds like his would leave most unconscious, but as a battle-hardened veteran knight, Nox remains conscious, a factor Ed had not taken into account. When the knife approaches Ed's face, he realizes his mistake, but Marilda immediately activates her wind protection ability that pushes enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. The gust of wind hits Nox, but instead of throwing him back, it merely stuns him, making him fall to his knees. Nox asks Ed to finish things quickly, but Ed grabs his hands and says he is the one who should be making that request. Ed acknowledges that they would only be there if his father truly wanted him dead, meaning he is destined to die. Anyway, he concludes that killing them won't end it, so he prefers to die here. He informs Nox that his death would only leave emptiness, but it wouldn't be meaningless, because at least Nox would no longer live chained by revenge. He offers this as a small gift for his loyalty to the Roth Taylor family. Then Nox pushes the dagger into his stomach. Shortly after, Janica arrives, apologizing for being late because her class ended later than usual. As soon as she arrives at the scene, she sees Nox pushing Ed's body off the cliff and runs towards him, but she arrives too late to catch him. Nox realizes they are in trouble because there is a witness. Suddenly, his body becomes immobilized, and he does not understand what is happening. A strange energy emerges from Danica's body, and the experienced warrior who thought he had seen everything on the battlefield realizes there are things he has never encountered before. Soon he witnesses the summoning of a high-level spirit, one even stronger than a high-tier spirit, of which there is only one per element in the natural world, and only one girl can execute it. She turns to him with bloodlust in her eyes and asks if he understands what he just did. A giant white circle appears that few people can comprehend. This is the summoning of the highest-level spirit of darkness, the right hand of glass, the sun that burns the earth. It has a tail larger than the imperial city, and was the one who burned the Alfonso Mountains during the Myth era. This is the highest-ranking fire spirit, Teophis. Even summoning just one of its hands would be enough to reduce all the northern forests to ashes, and Nox doesn't even know if he should be amazed or scared. It is clear that what comes next for him is absolute death when Janica turns to him again to ask if he understands what he just did. He starts to choke on his own saliva. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat covers him and begins to burn his skin. Out of nowhere, Marilda appears behind him, shielding him from the heat wave, and urges him to run. When she repeats the instruction, it makes no sense to him because she is helping him, but she insists that he must survive and report everything he saw and experienced. Severely injured, Nox crawls away from the scene, irritated. Janica demands to know what Marilda is doing and orders her to move. Marilda refuses and explains that it wasn't her who summoned the T-Office, urging Janica to think carefully about this. In a flashback, Lortel asks Ed how his magical engineering is going, since she had given him some magical engineering items and ingredients before. In fact, everything Ed did during the break was train his magical engineering skills, and his efforts were so successful that he managed to create a legendary level engineering item. The item he created was the Delheim Hourglass that reverses all physical states for a few seconds, removing all damage and injuries. However, it is a one-time use item. As Ed crawls out of the water onto the shore, he remembers how to reverse the effects of falling off the cliff and the poisonous dagger, since he can only reverse time for a few seconds. The injuries he suffered earlier remain, But the salt water that entered his wounds is causing his temperature to drop. Quickly, he had summoned Marilda, because the situation at the top of the cliff seemed abnormal, but he doesn't know how things ended due to the severity of the injuries. This legendary item shouldn't exist in the third act, and he never expected to use it so soon. His long-term efforts now seem wasted. However, at least he survived. For him, the magic of cause and effect, determination of Crepin is extremely problematic. Even if he defeated each equinox and survived, Crepin could use his enormous mana reservoir repeatedly to find a future where Ed actually dies. That is why he needed to die once, so that Crepin would lose interest in him for a while. Believing him to be dead, he imagines that the only reason the Academy would allow the entry of subordinates would be to help Tania with her election and buy the grimoire. After that they would have to leave. Meanwhile, he will have to live like a dead man. He can survive, but the problem is that his body is not moving well while lying on the ground. A fire spirit belonging to Janica finds Ed, which brings him relief. Before he can say anything, Janica jumps on him, hugging him tightly and pushing him to the ground happily. Ed apologizes to Janica for always making her worry and hugs her back. Later, he explains to her that it is better for him to stay hidden until the election is over, to help. Janica promises to bring essential supplies and daily tools when he mentions that his wounds hurt. She quickly takes her hands off his neck and apologizes for hugging him so tightly. Meanwhile, Lucy hides on the roof of the cabin, watching the rain fall. Although it seems like she is doing nothing, she is practicing the art of waiting. Normally, Ed would walk through the grass of the forest, and after confirming that the fire had gone out, he would kick the wooden reinforcements to ensure they were secure. Then he would put away all the clothes that were drying on the line. He would place the rust-prone tools under the tent, greet Lucy, and sit at his table to read a book on magical engineering, while Lucy always sat near the fire and slept, listening to the rain and the sound of Ed flipping through his books. Suddenly she detects Mana with a smell of blood, but chooses to ignore it. Eventually, she goes out to investigate and finds subordinates of the Roth Taylor family. When Knox sees her, he asks for help, claiming he stumbled in the forest and that his partner was attacked by a wild animal. However, to Knox's confusion, Lucy's eyes shine, and she offers to let him live if he tells the truth about what he was doing in the Dafis forest. Meanwhile, some guards discover the seal of the lethally poisoned dagger, an advanced seal, so rare that one can only see it once in a lifetime. The head guard laments that these types of incident reports always happen during his shift. However, from the marks on the dagger, he deduces that it was used to kill someone. Considering the cliff's fall, finding the body will be difficult. Especially after the rain stops, the man turns to Janica, who explains that she was on her way to find Ed to practice spiritual magic, but when she arrived, he had already been stabbed. He asks if she saw the culprit, and she confidently states that it was the subordinates sent from the Roth Taylor house. The guard suggests speaking with the dean in the morning, but before he can finish the sentence, Lucy appears. Janica immediately tries to calm Lucy, promising to explain everything back at the camp, but Lucy reveals that she has already captured the murderers. Upon grabbing Ed's bow, a brilliant energy pours from her body, and she disappears instantly. Janica urgently informs the guard that they need to capture Lucy before things get worse. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Knox writhes in excruciating pain over Lucy's power. Lucy stands before him, demanding answers about the Roth Taylor family. Knox, however, tries to explain that they were just helping Tania and had permission from the Academy. Mentioning Tania's name only makes things worse. Lucy immediately heads furiously to the dormitory to confront Tania with deep anger. Lucy demands Tania Roth Taylor, and Belle quickly runs out to ask Lucy what is happening. Belle activates one of her magical engineering items to try to subdue Lucy, who is levitating with Cade Knox by her side. Belle asks Lucy why she is doing this, but Lucy dismantles the magical engineering item in her hand with just a glance, demanding that they bring Tania to her. Meanwhile, another large explosion occurs elsewhere, and Wade praises Elvira for fighting well. Even though he defeated her, she accuses him of arrogance for beating second-year students, but Wade explains that he still needs to defeat Dix to complete his plan of defeating everyone from the second year. Dix, who is nearby, is surprised that Wade managed to defeat Elvira, the best student in alchemy. Even though her specialty is one-on-one battles, Wade is the heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callermore, and some spectators gossip that he might actually defeat Dix after all. Before they start the fight, an explosion shakes the building. It turns out to be Lucy, who is in a fit of rage. They quickly run towards the noise to investigate, but when they arrive, it turns out that it is Lucy who is in a fit of rage. They quickly run towards the noise to investigate, but when they arrive, Dix realizes that they have arrived too late. He sees Belle and the others turning to stone. In reality, they are all frozen in a temporal prison. Using temporal spectral magic, Lucia is probably the only genius who can witness spectral magic. Someone has spent their entire life researching and copying it. After a glance, still deeply angry, she orders that Antonia be brought to her. One of the maids signals for the students to follow quickly. The maid explains that they don't know what to do. But if Lucia is telling the truth, it seems that Roth Taylor died after being killed by the family's subordinates. Shocked, Roth Taylor stops running and tells the others to move ahead. Wade warns him not to seek revenge but to evacuate with them. However, Dix insists that they continue, saying that he will evacuate. Later, Dix runs to Tanya's room and realizes that no one has seen Tanya and Roth Taylor 5 minutes after the first loud noise, and that her door is locked. The only place she could be hiding is in the wardrobe. He opens it and finds her trembling with fear, asking why all of this is happening. All the evidence points to Tanya, but Dix doesn't understand, especially since Tanya's reputation was improving. Due to Ed's influence, even though she had some bad feelings about Ed orchestrating a murder, it seems strange. He immediately calls her attention and sincerely asks if she ordered Ed to be killed. Trembling, Tanya swears she didn't do it. Even without being sure, Dix decides to protect her, because he knows that Lucy will eventually kill her. Although he feels desolate upon hearing about Ed's death, there are many things he doesn't understand. He decides to get the details later, and tells her to stay in the room for now. If she goes into the square, she will die. He must stop Lucy, because he knows that Ed wouldn't want her to get her hands dirty with blood. Suddenly, Wade appears and informs Dix that he must reach his goal, even by force, so he demands that Dix hand over Tanya. Meanwhile, Lucy continues destroying the hostel, and Phleboeus, who jumps into the square, trips over another frozen statue. Dorothy, a top third-year alchemy student, is shocked that even a top student has fallen victim. He realizes that Lucio has spotted him from above. He quickly runs for his life, lamenting that there is no peace in his life and that he didn't come to Silvânia to die. Suddenly, he trips on a stone, falls on his face, and curses once again about how much he hates this while on the ground. Elvira approaches him and asks what he is doing. She informs him that only the best students can stop Lucy for now and that they need to hold on for 30 minutes. Until the academy staff arrives, she then moves away and tells him to escape to the academy building as soon as his legs are recovered. He watches as she heads towards Lucy, preparing to confront her until the academy workers arrive, knowing that she is also a top student. Meanwhile, Lucy runs to Ed's cave with T offices and informs him that the situation is bad. The academy staff is on their way. She explains that Lucy discovered it before she could explain everything, so she doesn't know what might happen. When Ed asks about Lucy's whereabouts, she replies that Lucy went to the hall to look for Tanya. Upon hearing this, he immediately gets up, realizing that he needs to go himself. In a flashback, Lucy remembers how Glock took care of her while she was sick, and how he warned her that she would get sick again if she kept rolling in the rain. In a funny way, he reminds her to remember that feeling, because slowly, if he kept rolling in the rain in a funny way, he reminds her to remember that feeling, because slowly, the number of times she will get hurt or fall ill will decrease. He informs her that she will meet weak people who could spend their entire lives only managing to do the things she does easily in the present. Several academy workers launch different attacks against Lucy, but they do not affect her at all. When she realizes they won't bring Tanya to her, she says it's okay, because it won't be long before she finds Tanya herself. Glock had said she would become a mage so powerful that no one would rival her, and life could become tedious because of her innate talent to the point of seeming meaningless. Meanwhile, as Lucy walks towards the workers, they all turn to stone as they are frozen in the time prison. She remembers that Glock had told her that everything, including pain, would eventually become a distant memory, but she believes he is an old liar because she is certainly in pain right now. When she steps forward, she triggers a trap that sets off a huge explosion after the smoke clears. Lucy appears unscathed, and Elvira, who had thought the trap was a good plan, laments that Lucy's casting speed is abnormally high. With a hand scene, Lucy tells Elvira to move, and a huge power envelops and throws the poor girl while she is being tossed. She realizes that Lucy managed to cast so quickly, not because of a specific type of magic, but because of the level of mana she was emitting. So, in the end, the problem was the mana, because the mage is as strong as the level of their mana. However, I turn into a form that alchemists can understand mana, and transform it into something that is not magic, like magical engineering items or reagents. Lucy's eyes widen as Elvira pours something, called red quartz reagent, on the ground over all the magical engineering items that she had positioned using the power of the reagent to channel Lucy's mana and activate the items. Elvira explains that if she activates all these items, with the increased output at the same time, all the humans in the area will evaporate, even if all the magical engineering items she spent her life making are destroyed. She plans to do this to help. All the students and maids evacuate. Suddenly, Elvira activates all, but Lucy does not move an inch. While she is doing this, suddenly Elvira receives an overload message, indicating that the amount of mana has exceeded the tool's limit. Shocked, she watches as each of the engineering items explodes around Lucy. Calculating the amount of mana needed to overload all the magical engineering items is theoretically possible, but no one does it because it is not academically valuable, and no one possesses that amount of mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop such a person from the start. The time it took to learn the head maid, Blaile, the best alchemy student of the 4th year, Dorothy, 14 high-class maids, and the 2nd-year student from the alchemy college, Elvira, are 3 minutes. Lucy passes by Elvira, who is gravely injured, but Elvira grabs her leg and asks if she doesn't think she will regret it. If she continues, she reminds Lucy that she could have easily blown the entire hall to pieces at once with all that mana, but the fact that she didn't do it probably means she feels that Ed wouldn't want her to do that regardless. Lucy continues and says she will decide that. After finding Tanya while she is speaking, a strange being approaches in the darkness with a sword. However, Lucio detected and dampened the strike of his sword, protecting himself with a shield. It turns out to be Phlebas, who tells Lucy, who will not let her pass. Even referring to her as a fairy mother in response, Lucy creates a small explosion in her hands and throws it at Phlebas. The time it took for the 2nd-year combat college student to learn Phlebas was 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade tells Dix that he has to reach his goal, even if he has to do it by force. He demands Tanya and charges to attack Dix with his sword, but Dix quickly dodges the attack and counters with his own sword. Wade is surprised that Dick is capable of using the island family's fencing, a fencing style that once roamed the plains of the north and was civilized after staying on the island property. As the men continue to fight, Wade concludes that this is a real fencing experience. However, it is incomplete, and he manages to find a weak point in Dix's center of gravity. He advances for his next attack with a maniacal smile, confident that he has won when he is about to strike Dix from the side. A bright green light appears, called Wind Blade, which deflects Wade's blade and allows Dix to knock him to the ground. When Wade is on the ground, Dix asks if he wants to continue. Wade gets up, ready to continue. The swordsman confesses that he enjoys fighting strong people, so there is no need to waste this opportunity by jumping to another attack. He begs Dix to entertain him more, but Dix comments that it is shameful that Wade only likes victory and not the fights. He accuses Wade of only showing enthusiasm in fights where he sees potential for victory, because if he really wanted to fight someone strong, he wouldn't have chosen Dix, especially since Lucimeriu is the best student at the magic college. Stung by the comment, Dix calls Wade a cowardly bastard who keeps looking for an excuse. With that move, Dix pushes his sword down and prepares for the final blow, but ends up stopping as he approaches Wade's throat. Wade asks what he should have done against an opponent, impossible like Lucy, as it would be foolish to challenge her. Dix says that this is his limit. Meanwhile, Lucy enters the hall in a flashback. Someone considers pride to be the main cause of the downfall of warriors more than anything else. This person advises caution against men who pompously charge into battle without respect for those who risked their lives. He believes that Clebius would be wiser if he trusted fear instead of pride. Behind Lucy, Clebius still follows despite literally gushing blood. In the flashback, the person tells Clebius that if he lives in fear, there will come a day when he will not be able to lift his feet off the ground and will be able to escape. But while his body trembles, his hand will be firm and steady on his sword, and he will know that defeat is inevitable. This will be his conviction. Suddenly, a reddish energy envelops Clebius's body, and he transforms into the sword demon. Upon seeing this, Lucy, who is still watching closely, is shocked by the beast that Clebius has transformed into. However, Lucy is not intimidated, and uses Ed's bow to shoot a fire arrow using a mid-level fire magic called Flame Column. She then multiplies it by 100, causing a huge explosion. While doing this, she keeps in mind that she promised not to kill anyone. The reason she can do this despite having made a promise is that she is confident she cannot kill that monster with just this. Her eyes widen when she realizes that the arrows did not touch him and that he has become faster. She looks back and notices that he is charging in her direction with the sword before he can hit her. Her wind protection is activated since she has a contract with Maril. The wind blows Clebius back. However, he is not knocked down and manages to stabilize himself with his bare hands. More wounds form, and more blood gushes over Clebius's blood-stained body. It wouldn't be strange if he had fainted from all the blood loss, but the amount of mana around his sword and body increases the more he injures himself, and the more his blood flows at a ridiculous speed. He makes several strikes against Lucy's shield, and even though she is protected, She worries that he is wielding a cursed sword. This is the Nortondale family's taboo, the blood fencing. Several drops of sweat cover Lucy, as Clebius attacks the top of her shield again, with intense rage. Finally, she raises her hand and generates an explosive force in her palm, shooting it at him. Strangely, instead of destroying him, the monster advances through the attack and breaks the shield quickly. Lucy creates another shield around her and launches a stronger attack against the monster. This attack sends Clebius back several meters, blood gushing from every orifice in his body. The blood fencing uses the blood flowing from his body as a new source of mana, and it is a taboo among taboos. In a flashback, some men find Clebius after his transformation and call him a bastard for having killed someone. Even the Nortondale family prohibited Clebius from inheriting while the men shout at him. Clebius's brother approaches and reminds him that he is not a monster while blood drips from his body. Clebius wakes up again and stands up. He is the monster who learned blood fencing on his own, and after many years, he had to acknowledge that he is a monster. However, when Lucy raises her hands in the air and activates a high-level lightning magic called Divine Punishment, he has to admit that Lucy is the true monster. Meanwhile, Dix continues to flee, but they stop abruptly when Lortel blocks their path. Lortel tells Dix that he can escape if he goes through the door at the end of the hallway, but Dix prevents Tanya from moving forward because he feels that something is wrong. Anyway, Lortel comments that Tanya is lucky to have Dix helping her. Dix, still cautious, asks Lortel if she has heard of Ed, but she replies that she is not sure. Dix asks what she would do if it were just Tanya alone. Then Lortel responds that she would have torn her apart. However, Dix remembers that this would be hasty, so she agrees that instead of killing her, she should start with her nails to make her confess. When Tania hears this, she pleads with Lortel, insisting that it wasn't her, but Lortel asks them to proceed, especially since she cannot win against Dix in a battle anyway. When Dix hears this, his body instinctively freezes. As everyone in Silvânia knew, making Lortel an enemy was a foolish choice the moment that girl began to show hostility towards him. You could never know what was waiting for you behind the door without knowing what to do. Dix freezes deeply in thought, but he still hasn't realized why, at this point, they shouldn't be safe. It shouldn't be possible for him to spend this time frozen in thought. Meanwhile, Lucy asks Clebius how many times he plans to be hit by her high-level magic before giving up. In a flashback from the past, Clebius's brother told him not to blame himself too much, as it was the fault of those who wanted to test his powers, not his. His brother asked him to hold his head high because this was not a curse, telling young Clebius that the power he had came from a hero who advanced to hold the line against an approaching enemy like a mountain, and that was the power that his progenitor, Belks Nortondale, used to protect his family. He informed Klebs that he too could become a hero like Belks. With that power, he entered the present, and Klebios curses and tells himself that his brother was wrong as he advances toward Lucy once again. This time he believes she is just a demon who bathes her surroundings in blood when he loses his rationality. At that point, concepts like rationality do not apply to a monster like him, as Lucy fires the divine punishment beam once more. Klebios leaps into the air to avoid the trajectory of the beam, getting close to splitting her in half. As he approaches, Lucia intensifies the power of the beam around her to stop him, but is shocked when Klebios manages to break through and points his sword at her neck. Klebios remembers how his brother told him he could become a hero with that power, even finally killing him. After Klebios stabbed his brother told him it was a relief to be the one who was killed this time and not someone else because he could at least forgive him. His brother's last words were not to blame himself too much as he bled against Klebios. The true hero was his brother, who died that day at the hands of a monster. In the present, he transforms back to normal and tells Lucy that he truly cannot go on any longer. He does not want to become a hero but also does not want to become a monster. Finally, he falls to the ground as his sword shatters, while the maids and students evacuate in the rain. Klebios believes he has done his part in the blood duel. The amount of mana around his body and sword increases the more his blood flows. Ironically, the closer to death you become, but even that great power is insignificant before Lucy. However, perhaps due to his complacency or determination, there occurred a moment that could never be repeated. She could have definitely died. Lucy, who lived her whole life as the strong, never managed to get used to that feeling. The fear of death that she experienced for the first time made her decide that she had to kill the weak, who no longer had the ability or will to fight. When she generates a great power to attack Klebios, she notices a drop of spiritual water that catches her attention. When she looks to the side, she sees a hooded figure who fired the spiritual water arrow. Klebios spots the person who shot the arrow, and confirms angrily that this bastard, as he puts it, is alive, exactly as he suspected. Meanwhile, Dix does not know what to do, and realizes he needs to hurry and make a decision. Suddenly, as he looks at Lortel, the nearby glass window shatters, and Janica rushes into the room, jumping over a surprised Lortel. Janica helps Lortel up and turns to Tanya, relieved to have found her. Lortel notices that Janica seems fine even after hearing the news about Ed and wonders if she has gone crazy. Janica turns to Marilda and asks if she is misinterpreting the situation, but Marilda, who probably told her about it, assures her that she arrived just in time. In the square, Ed is shocked to see Klebios in such a deplorable state. Klebios retorts that he knew all that fighting was in vain and that he would never reach Lucy's feet even if he risked his life. However, he did not flee because of all the others who fought, even knowing they could not stop her. He even mentions Elvira, who sacrificed everything she had worked for her entire life. Without hesitation, in a flashback with his brother, he mentions that their progenitor, Belkas, could have given up like the others. Without hesitation, in a flashback with his brother, he mentions that their progenitor, Belkas, could have given up like the others, but Belkas believed he could become something like a hero, while I helped Klebios to his feet. He curses again, asking why his brother simply didn't let him escape only for him to end up losing. Anyway, while Klebios laments that everything is so meaningless, Ed places a hand on his shoulder and thanks both of them because their efforts were not in vain. Regardless of that, Klebios does not accept the compliment and blames himself for being a worthless insect until he faints from blood loss. To Ed, nothing he said was flattery. He has a complete understanding of all the main characters in the Academy, but he never thought anyone would have the ability to stop Lucy, including himself. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone, and for Ed to arrive, and Klebios maintained his position the whole time. The Failed Swordsman of Silvânia, and the final boss of the third act, faced the awakened Lucy Mario during all this time. Lucy says nothing and just stands there. Ed apologizes for not telling her earlier, but informs her that he was in a situation where he had to die, but his life was also in danger, so he couldn't prepare a way to tell her in advance. As he speaks, she runs to hug him, and with tears rolling down her face, she says she thought he was dead. Ed places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that he is still here, and then wraps her in his arms. Meanwhile, Dick's associates, who was certain nothing would make him feel fear again after entering civilization, in front of them is the high-level spirit, Marild, and now Janica, who proclaims she has been looking for Tanya all along. He believes the two are not in their right minds due to the news of Ed's death. But when Dick prepares to react, Jennifer tries to stop him and confesses she has something to say about Ed. However, he does not hear her, due to the explosive force he uses to destroy a nearby wall. He immediately unties to run down a nearby path and head west until she reaches the life buildings where she can ask for help. He explains that she should find someone from the life, Imperial forces, or from a noble family with whom she has a relationship before leaving. Tanya asks what he will do. He says he will block them as best as he can so they won't go after her, even if that may not be possible. As she leaves, she asks why he would go so far, and he informs her it is because she is Ed's younger sister, before urging her to run. After she passes through the entrance he created, Dick prepares to fight, making sure the ladies won't hear him no matter what he says. He tries to calm Janica, saying he understands her feelings since he also has someone he loves, but Janica, who is explaining the situation to Lotel, wonders what he is talking about. Dix continues his speech, saying he would be extremely hurt if he lost the person he loves, and that he understands if her whole body is burning with rage, especially because she loves Ed more than anyone. When he mentions how serious and precious her love for Ed is, Janica turns red with embarrassment, surprised by what he is saying. When he continuously describes her passionate love and feelings for Ed that will remain in her heart forever. Suddenly, he receives a massive fire attack that literally throws him out of the building. Completely dazed, he hears Janica telling him that Ed is not dead, while hitting him with the staff in her hand and pleading with him to stop talking. Meanwhile, Lucy remains in Ed's embrace. As the rain continues to fall, the emotions are the same, and you regain your composure when you release them. Lucy believed that the way she felt about Glocked, while the rain continues to fall, the emotions are the same, and you regain your composure when you release them. Lucy believed that the way she felt about Glocked was the same as how she felt about Ed, but these overlapping feelings were similar yet slightly different. Suddenly, she pushes him, which shocks Ed. So, he calls her even though he had just said her name, as he normally did. His heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized that the emotion she was feeling was Lucy considering it like the smell of freshly cut grass, making her feel serene when that scent comes from the haystack near the cabin. She lets him stay because she doesn't particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids feel exactly the opposite. While Ed speaks, she detects that familiar smell of grass on him that makes her feel serene. Ed informs her that the Academy members will arrive soon, and he would have to explain his circumstances. He suggests they go see the others since the rain has stopped, but Lucy's face is as red as a tomato, and she has only been looking at his face the whole time. She asks what he said. Ed reprimands her for not listening and explains again that she will probably have to face a disciplinary committee and apologize to Elvira and Klebios because they were hurt badly, and Elvira lost all her engineering items. Lucy is surprised by this because, according to her, Elvira came at her first, and Klebios cut himself to lose all that blood. Even though the magic she used may seem cruel from their perspective, she feels she worked hard to ensure she didn't kill them. When Ed notices that Lucy is crying because he said she would have to apologize, he sighs and informs her that he will take care of it since he is also responsible. She doesn't hear any of this but is struck by the fact that Ed sighed. She feels like she was treated like a pathetic person, that she was hated, and that Ed is disappointed in her. To prevent him from being disappointed, she quickly proposes that she will apologize, and Ed praises her wisdom. The smell of grass passes through her again, and Ed suggests they start moving, since she is not hurt. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is in love, continues to look at Ed's face. When she feels that smell of grass, she lowers her guard for even a second, unable to breathe, and feels chills run down her spine. She wonders why this happened, since she only considered Ed as someone who took care of her perfect napping spot at camp, who fed her, sat with her, and let her lie on his lap. She realizes they have spent most of the year together, and now is amazed by his scent. Meanwhile, Ed turns to look for Janica, but Lucy suddenly grabs him from behind. With tears in her eyes, she asks if he really has to go now, but Ed doesn't seem to understand what is happening at the central entrance of the hall. Oh Felice. Janica reprimands Dix for talking too much, and Ed soon arrives with Lucy. Suddenly he notices Lortel looking the other way, and asks what she is doing. She is obviously red in the face, so she clears her throat and turns calmly to acknowledge that Ed is safe. After all, our boy immediately apologizes for worrying her, but Lortel asserts that it is not because she logically thought he was not someone who would die easily, especially because he had the Delheim hourglass that he asked her for, while continuing to narrate how merchants always remain calm and rational. Dix looks at her confused, and she turns to Dix to confirm how calm she was. As he is afraid of her, Dix asserts that she was not emotionally agitated. Furthermore, when Tony confronts him, he also disguises his own emotional outburst. Shortly after, Lortel adjusts Ed's collar and states that she didn't think he had died. She explains that seeing his face calms her and confesses that she was a bit anxious. However, suddenly she grabs him by the collar and tries to pull his face towards her because he has to pay for making her anxious. But Ed doesn't understand this logic before she can act. Lucy steps in between them and pushes the red-haired girl away out of jealousy. For a moment, everyone remains silent, and Diggs just looks at everyone confused at this point. The red-haired girl becomes extremely irritated because Lucy just blocked her chance. Worried, Ed places his hand on Lucy's head and asks what's wrong. He explains that the red-haired girl was just saying she was worried and that there was no need to push her away. However, he doesn't realize that Lucy is about to explode because of the way he is touching her and, literally, smoke is coming from her head. Suddenly, Janica pulls Lucy away from Ed's reach and protests that they are both too close, but Lucy also aggressively pushes her away at this point. The three women stare at each other defensively, and for some reason it feels like there is an emergency. He stands there in shock as he watches the confrontation, and Diggs watches from behind with great interest. The three women stare at each other in an intense competition of glances, and Diggs watches excitedly, waiting for some action. However, the emotions are calmed when I remind them that there isn't enough time to do this. Ed quickly agrees with her because the academy staff will arrive soon, so he informs them that he intends to hide the fact that he is alive, and explains why he is doing this. Eventually, Lucy apologizes to Klebios and Elvira and decides to help Tanya, who had run far away. Diggs suddenly regrets letting Tanya escape, and they eventually agree on a story about what happened before Lucy brings everyone back from their frozen state. Meanwhile, Knox and Caddock remain tied up in the middle of the square, while Ed disappears from the academy before anyone discovers that he is alive shortly after. Klebios is shocked to realize that all his injuries have healed, and he wonders what happened. When he looks up, he sees Elvira and starts to panic because he thinks she is dead since he was gone. Sure, he was bleeding a lot just a moment ago. Elvira soon interrupts his murmurs and informs him that the academy workers are arriving soon, and he has to witness that he stopped Lucy moments before Lucy lowered her head to apologize and healed Klebios's wounds. The red-haired girl promised to provide secret maintenance funds for Ed and Elvira. He still can't understand the unexpected things, Ed said to Klebios while he blames himself after Elvira drags him to rest. Klebios concludes that it must have been Ed who blocked Lucy, and blames himself for not being able to defeat Ed again while he speaks. Elvira considers that the most intriguing thing she discovered from this experience is Klebios when he laments that life is a mess and hopes she will yell at him. She asserts that life is indeed a mess, and the two look at the night sky for a while. Meanwhile, Tanya, who had been running frantically through the forest, slips in the mud and quickly gets back up. Urging her legs to move, she forces herself to continue because she is sure that Lucy would be behind her. Unfortunately, no one is behind Tanya, but her plan is to reach a safe place and find out the truth about how Ed died to clear her name. With tears in her eyes, she runs through the forest to avoid being caught, but there is no one to stop her sometime later. The guard who was called to the scene of Ed's murder reports that the investigation into Ed's death is nearly complete. They use something called photopraxia magic to analyze the scene and attempt a reconstruction that matches Janika's testimony. It seems that subordinates of the Roth Taylor family stabbed Ed, causing him to fall off the cliff. The subordinates appear to be the culprits. They were imprisoned in a facility in the Academy's basement, and their punishment will be transferred to the Royal Palace. Director Obal. He hears the guard's report and confirms that Ed's death has essentially been verified. He proposes to organize the facts correctly for an official report to the Royal Palace, assisting in the conclusion of the investigation. The influence of a student's death seems greater than expected. Lucy had an extreme reaction upon hearing the news, leading to a situation where the students had to be evacuated in the middle of the night. It is clear that Ed had a significant impact on many people, and reports indicate that Lucy was eventually stopped by Klebios. The ball is intrigued by Klebios's strength and suggests that the Academy prepare a commendation for him regarding Lucy. They plan to hold a disciplinary commission hearing, which is supervised by the Academy's vice principal, Rachel. During the hearing, Elvira and Klebios are called to testify. Although the damage to the Ophilo Hall is not insignificant, it is minimal compared to the previous incident of the occupation of Ophilo Hall. Lucy could have received a lighter punishment if she had shown any sign of remorse. Other educational institutions, as well as the royal family, consider Silvânia the best academy because it produced the rare genius mage, Lucy. And the Academy often uses this for promotion. At this point, expulsion is not an option, and it would be preferable not to leave any disciplinary record. However, Lucy's attitude towards the situation greatly frustrates Vice Principal Rachel. Despite her intention to be lenient, Rachel eventually revokes Lucy's eligibility for the scholarship, suspends her for 10 days, restricts her access to student facilities for 70 days, reduces her practical exam grade by 2 rankings, and revokes her eligibility to remain in Ophilo Hall. Although the punishment seems severe, the scholarship means little to Lucy since the Glock Scholarship Association has already covered her tuition. Even with the reduction of 2 rankings, the gap between her and Diggs, who is in second place, remains vast. She also rarely uses the school's facilities, so the restrictions do not significantly affect her. Lucy is about to sign the punishment agreement when Belle interrupts the proceedings as a witness. Belle suggests that forcing Lucy to leave Ophilo Hall is not an effective punishment and will not truly make her reflect on her actions. When Belle begins to speak, Lucy frantically asks the vice principal to hand her the document so she can sign it quickly. But Belle argues that expelling Lucy from Ophilo Hall is a reward rather than a punishment. Instead, Belle suggests restricting her movements within the dormitory for a period of observation. Lucy pleads with the vice principal to just suspend her from school completely, but Belle holds Rachel back, stating that the staff will be on guard 24 hours a day to ensure Lucy does not leave. In the end, Rachel grants a 30-day probation period. Upon hearing this, Lucy begins to cry, finally starting to reflect on her actions while she begs. Belle reassures her, ensuring that she will personally make sure Lucy cannot leave. Sometime later, Janica visits a cave to inform Ed that Lucy is on probation. Ed considers the punishment light, although he knows Lucy must feel like she is dying inside. Meanwhile, Janica prepares her favorite meat stew, which piques Ed's interest. He is surprised that she insists on washing his clothes, helping him with spirit class, school lessons, and cooking. The elections for student council president are approaching, but 3 concerns torment Ed: school lessons and cooking. The elections for the student council president are approaching, but 3 concerns torment Ed. The first Phoenix apparently lost the will to run for president, according to Tanya, who was supposed to be Phoenix's rival, is currently missing. Third, the subordinates of Hot Shield, Caddick and Knox, remain trapped in the academy. Ed faked his own death so that Crepin would hear about it and stop searching for him. However, as things took an unexpected turn, Caddick and Knox were imprisoned in the academy, and Ed now needs to find a way to free them so that Crepin truly believes he is dead. Only then can he safely leave the hideout. Suddenly, Janica comments that Ed is a young noble master from a family of Cal, continuing to get involved in various problems despite being excommunicated. As a simple girl from the countryside, she does not understand his struggles or how to comfort him properly. Ed is sure that she does not need to think too much about it, especially since she has already done so much for him. However, she explains that she does not want him to continue suffering, and wishes he would stop having such a hard time. Her words surprise Ed, and for a moment, they share an awkward silence. Before they abruptly look away from each other, Ed thanks Janica, acknowledging that she is the only one who cares so much about him. She laughs, embarrassed by her own words. Anyway, their priority now is to find Tanya. Ed mentions that he has a hunch about where she might be in the failed game of the Swordsman of Silvânia. Tanya Rothschild has always been portrayed as a proud, fearless, and strong girl, as he has witnessed her strength personally. He is sure that Tanya is fine, and is somewhere confidently planning for the future as always. Meanwhile, Tanya is in tears in front of Princess Fenia, desperately trying to explain that she never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Before Tanya arrived, Fenia had already heard about Ed's death, and had cancelled most of her work to deal with her complicated emotions. Regarding him, she wanted to talk to him, and with just one more day, she could have done that. But she was too late. If she had acted sooner, things could have been different, but her pride held her back. The goal she had pursued since, writing for the presidency of the student council, now seems out of reach, although the position holds little power, compared to the royal family. It would give her authority within Silvânia, ensuring she wouldn't end up like the third prince, who depended solely on royal influence. She wanted to win the presidency on her own merit, to challenge the darkness within the Rothschild family. However, now she wonders if she even deserves power. While she cries, Claire knocks on the door and brings Tanya, who is fleeing. Although Fenia still does not know the whole story, the initial investigation of the academy suggests a strong possibility that Ed was murdered by Rothschild's subordinates. With Ed absent, Tanya is now the only remaining member of the Rothschild family on the island. Arkin, unsure if the princess will believe her, insists while crying that she did not kill her brother in response. Fenia hugs her, sympathizing with her suffering. Realizing that she must learn from the mistakes of the past, Fina asks Tanya to explain everything so as not to jump to hasty conclusions about the Rothschild family. After hearing Tanya's account, Fina decides to believe her and promises to help her hide until the situation is resolved. Moved, Tanya profusely thanks Fina, who in turn reflects on Tanya's gentle nature. She expected a fierce political rival, but instead finds a soft-hearted girl as they talk. Claire enters to inform the princess that she has a visitor for Phoenix, her true rival in the election. She just arrived when she opens the door and finds Lortel, who casually comments that, despite the unfortunate death of Ed, the Academy's plans must continue. The princess, on alert, demands to know why Lortel came looking for her. Lortel, smiling, replies that she wanted to ask why Phoenix is hiding Tanya. In the hall, Theophilus Lucy is lying on her bed and praying for death, with 29 days left until the end of her probation. This happens 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phoenix meet, while Lisha and Ed are fighting. The creature lunges with a strong strike, but our boy shoves the knife into its mouth and dissolves its form into a puddle of water. Moments later, she regains her form and attacks him from different directions, but he still manages to defend himself shortly after. Manga praises Ed's incredible reaction time and skill, expressing how excited he is. Lisha, on the other hand, suggests they call it a day. Because her hand-to-hand combat skills are extraordinary for a mage, she comments that he must have trained for a while, and Ed replies that it's because she is an excellent partner. Ed mentions that Mug is very small, and training with Marilda is a bit much, but Lisha interjects, saying she thinks fighting with Marilda would be more useful. However, Ed believes that fighting with a wolf the size of a house would lead him to an early death. Lisha explains that high-level spirits can change their forms freely, which is why Marilda can easily travel across the Arkan Island. After one training session, Ed realizes that his attributes barely increase when they exceed 15. Once you surpass that, you need to meet special conditions, like completing hidden missions. Considering that he can obtain as Ed Rochelle, he is certainly approaching his maximum limit. So he considers acquiring a special skill once his long-term goal of medium-level magic is achieved. He cannot afford to become complacent and suddenly stop improving. Just then, Lortel enters the cave and turns red upon seeing him with his shirt open. She comments that she was enjoying the view and approaches to attend to him, noting that he needs to find time to rest. When Ed mentions that he is fine because his needs are mainly met by others, especially Janica, Lortel realizes he must have been training with spirits when she notices that the spirits are watching all of this. She wraps her hands around his arm, causing Mug to start screaming about an emergency. Lortel laughs heartily, and Ed asks what she is planning to do. She informs him that she intends to see the female princess soon because she realized there are things she can profit from before the election begins. Based on his request, she explains that freeing the two knights, Caddick and Knox, would be easy, but it's not for free, so she would like to take the deposit now. Ed becomes curious about what she is talking about, and then asks if he can hug her once. She is initially surprised, but decides to play along. When he pulls her close, she immediately turns red, with her hands on his chest. She pushes him away and begs him to wait. Her reaction makes Ed ask what's wrong, and she replies that it's different from what she imagined before. She asks why he isn't wearing clothes, protesting that he should know she is already on a tightrope in her heart and should show a little courtesy. When he responds that he only did what she wanted, she hugs him again and says he should have taken it slow. Eventually, she confesses that she came because she wanted an early answer to her request, so that he would stay by her side when the election began. Edea wraps her arms around him and suspects that she is plotting something about the elections. With her head still on his chest, she explains that she thinks she will have many enemies soon, but if the whole school turns against her, at least she wants him to remain her ally later in the royal dormitory, which is exclusive to the Phoenix Princess. Lortel informs that she came to find out why she is hiding Tanya. Lortel heard Dix telling Tanya to run, in search of help from the imperial or royal family, so she deduced that Tanya would probably be here. The princess asks why the hotel is looking for Tanya in the first place, and the hotel explains that it has matters to discuss with her. She states that Tanya acts weakly with those she does not dare to touch, but cruelly with those weaker than herself in response. The princess mentions that the Rottweiler family holds enough power to make the royal family cautious. Therefore, the hotel realizes that getting Tanya will be difficult since the princess is on her side, preparing for something like this. The hotel declares that it will run for president of the student council, as becoming both the president of the student council and the leader of the association will force Tanya to seek her out. After Lortel leaves, Tanya tells Tanya that this is not a situation where she can continue hiding. The Roth Taylor Knights have been captured, and all routes out of Arcan Island are in Lortel's hands, due to Lortel's evident feelings for Ed. She mentions that Lortel must believe that Tanya is the culprit, which is a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Princess Fenia asks Tanya who she thinks could have killed Ed. Since she didn't do it, Tanya finally confesses that she was the one who killed Ed, shocking Fenia. The girl explains that Caddick and Knox came to Silvânia under the pretense of helping her, and the order was given by their patriarch, prepping Roth Taylor, who didn't care about Ed. She suspects he did this because he mentioned Ed in his letter, making her believe that she was the one who caused Ed's terrible fate. Princess Fenia assures Tanya that she committed no crime, and asks what her plans are. Tanya remembers how Ed never gave up and showed her how much a person can change, so she proposes that the only way to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder is to run for the student council presidency. The princess reminds her that it won't be easy, since she is currently a murder suspect, but Tanya considers Ed and those who helped her as she was cornered. She refuses to continue being intimidated. Upon hearing this, Fenia informs Tanya that she will support her publicly. These words surprise Tanya, and when she asks Fenia why she would go so far, the princess confesses that she is not sure but has a debt she cannot repay to Ed Rottalo. Sometime later, Liana, Lortel's secretary, gathers several related documents to help Lortel run in the upcoming elections. Liana reveals that she obtained information that Tanya will also be running with the support of Princess Phoenix, but she doubts that Tanya will gain much support since she is suspected of a crime. Liana also protests that Lortel is doing all the work alone, losing sleep, and questions whether the position of council president is really achievable when Lortel asks her to only ask necessary questions. Liana quickly apologizes and heads to the academy to deliver the documents. After Liana leaves, Lortel wonders why she is asking such useless questions and decides to show her soon. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is extremely bored, cheers up because she manages to make her pillow stand up on its own. Eventually, the pillow falls, just like her excitement. She asks a nearby maid how many days are left, and the answer is that there are still 27 days remaining. Suddenly, the maid remembers that the disciplinary measure was approved yesterday and took a long time to process. Because the academy has been busy, so they have to restart the count, which means she now has 29 days left, again, almost causing a heart attack for loot. Meanwhile, in the academy prison, Kadik considers how Duke Krepin was right, since Ed was able to react with incredible battle proficiency even though he wasn't fully developed. Technically, this means he will be a future threat to the Rottweiler family. Knox agrees, adding that it's not just Ed's skills that are impressive, but also the spiritual sorceress, who summoned a spirit with the determination to burn all her mana, and the wizard, who resolved to take revenge in a moment since Ed managed to build relationships with such people. His potential could not be calculated. Although they knew that Ed, the delinquent heir of the Roth Taylor family, was a terrible person, Kadik and Knox were still not sure why Krepin ordered him to be killed, but after completing the mission, they suspect that Ed, with so much power in his hands, had thoughts of opposing the Patriarch and pretended to be a lunatic after being named heir to escape to Silvânia. Knox fears that Ed may be forming forces here, but that is not their main concern now. Their main concern is to get out of this prison and report the events that occurred to the Patriarch. Suddenly, the guard watching them approaches the gate and opens it, and informs them that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of her escape, presenting herself as a trick of the trading company sometime later. Lucy lies on her bed, thinking about Ed and the cabin, when Belle informs her that she has 24 days and 3 hours left. Lucy asks to be killed. Meanwhile, a beautiful lady walks through the academy, receiving glances from everyone who passes by her. She is quite beautiful and has a fascinating aura. But suddenly, she disappears only to reappear in front of Kylie, who was watching her in admiration. Surprised, Kylie wonders who she is, and the woman promises to learn everything she can about this place, and to live her life to the fullest. Her excitement soon fades when she opens the academy's bulletin and sees Tanya, whom she expected to see after the incident. Still in isolation, she is surprised to hear that Tanya is running for the student council presidency, but is quite happy that she is safe. The most shocking news is that the third-year student Ed is dead. She recognizes that the subordinates of the Roth Taylor family are the likely culprits and still remembers what she saw in Ed's cabin, and the things he said. The painful part is that they say Tanya, her first friend, has a role in the murder. Although Kylie believes in Tanya, public opinion about her at the academy is worsening, especially after the news of the night Roth Taylor's escape. Moreover, the atmosphere at the academy after Ed's death is quite gloomy. Meanwhile, Director Obel realizes that the paperwork regarding Ed's death is immense, so he is pleased to assign it to a teacher who interacted with the people involved in the incident. When Obel asks if there is anyone like that, the job, as usual, is assigned to the assistant teacher Claire. While doing the exhaustive paperwork, she comments on Ed's death, saying that one never knows what will happen in the future. Klebios gives a short reply, and Claire notices that Anne has also stopped talking. Enos, looking at the profile she made of Ed, feels tears fill her eyes and a pain grow in her heart. She comforts herself by saying that she will be okay, and remembers that Janica was the one who testified about the event. In court, she considers that Janica must be going through an even worse time than hers. She goes to check on Janica, who excitedly declares that she will try to use curry to cook today when she asks Aine for advice on how to cook a new dish. Anne suddenly hugs her out of nowhere, surprising Anne, believing that Janica must be hiding her emotions, tells her to wake up, and even advises her to accept that Ed is dead, with tears in her eyes. Janica, who doesn't know what to say, simply remains in the embrace and silences Adris, who returned from shopping not to ruin the moment. Sometime later, Ed receives a copy of the Academy's newsletter from Janica, which also informs him that Tanya has returned to the Academy on her own, after leaving the royal dormitories where she was hiding. Apparently, Tanya has been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence, and the princess chose to support her publicly, even though more people support the hotel. Suddenly, Janica asks what happened when the hotel arrived at the cave. Surprising Ed, she pretends it's none of her business, as girls do. But Dix soon interrupts, saying that the hotel will become president of the student council. Dix believes that it doesn't matter if the hotel becomes president, but he is concerned that the knight's escape has strengthened the dam. Rumors about Tanya's involvement in the murder. He mentions that he went to the royal dormitories. Rumors about Tanya's involvement in the murder mention that he went to the royal dormitories after Princess Phoenix called him and noticed that Tanya is in very bad shape. Initially, Tanya received attention from the best students because she was Ed's younger sister, but now she is being accused of murder and suspected by all the students at the academy. After the application registration period ends, she will have to stand in front of everyone, and it doesn't seem like she will be able to handle it. Dix taught that Ed should do something about it. Now it is Act 3, Scene 2. Well before the election, according to Ed's memories, This act has no fight scenes. It aims to clearly show all the relationships that the protagonist Taylor has built so far. Normally, Taylor would actively support the female princess, since she was responsible for expelling Roth Taylor in the beginning and saved him. As the best students from each year have a great influence over the students, Taylor would convince the best students, with whom he has a relationship. However, Lucy, who doesn't vote because she is lazy, Jonica, who wants to give everyone a vote, Wade, who is on the princess's side, and Dorothy, from the 4th year, who supports Tanya cannot be convinced. Those who can be convinced are Joseph, from the 1st year of the College of Magic, Claude from the 1st year of the College of Alchemy, Clebius from the 2nd year of the Combat College, Elvira from the 2nd year of Alchemy, Drake from the 3rd year in Combat, Adelante from the 3rd year in Alchemy, Dick, a student from the 3rd year in Alchemy, and Traciana from the 4th year in the College of Magic. These outstanding students total 8 people in the elections. As long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. With this method, the princess would win the election, and Taylor would gain the support of the royal family, which is the greatest force. Supporting until the end in Act 4, he especially needs the power of the royal family to face Creep-In, and the final boss. Maintaining the flow of the scenario is a matter of life or death because it is the most guaranteed way to ensure survival in future challenges. Although small aspects have changed, Ed considers that he needs to ensure that the main parts of the story continue and that the princess becomes president of the student council. If he continues to hide, opinions about Tanya will worsen, and to prevent the hotel from becoming president, Princess Phoenix might decide to run. It might be better for him to let the princess know that he is alive so she can be convinced to run, and persuade the best students he knows to favor her candidacy. However, until the registration period ends, there are still many ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. Another problem is Tanya, who should have been a temporary villain, who would disappear afterward, but now she is being accused of murder. She is facing a great trial that has never been in the story, and Ed must choose between Tanya and the plot. As he thinks, Dix notices his concern and asks if he would like to cancel his plans for today, but assures him that he is fine and suggests they start. Our boy plans to confirm the results of all the training he has been doing and find something to distract him. Dix thanks him for the opportunity, as he hasn't had a real opponent for some time, and is eager to sweat with a manic look in the eyes of the 2 boys as they prepare for light training. Meanwhile, Tanya thinks of old memories of her time with Arwen and Ed when she was younger. She tries to recall every scene of how they walked hand in hand to the hill, covered with blooming flowers. Perhaps that was her last happy memory. Her life has been filled with great responsibilities and heavy pressures since then. Looking out the window, she hears the chants of several students protesting for her to resign, since she is a murderer, and wonders how things got to this point. Meanwhile, Tanya, who has been cornered, will have a significant influence on the plot. Ed hesitates a bit before acting. Soon they begin to train, and Ed reflects on how Dix is the second strongest in the 2nd year, besides Lucy, who was a comrade of Taylor until the end and should have lost his fight to Wade due to exhaustion, advances towards him. Dix lands the first blow on the ground using a skill called First Sword. Although it's a small detail that Dix did not lose the fight to Wade, this still bothers Ed while he blocks the attack. He wants to check how much Dix has improved and how much he himself has improved. Since he is the one who has changed the most since the original scenario, he uses basic defensive magic to create a shield around himself, to block the attack that shatters the ground in front of him. The moment the dust settles, he is surprised to see Dix charging straight at him. Realizing that he is fast, he wonders how Dix is moving so quickly, but he considers that it might be difficult to dodge because of the speed. He throws his flaming dagger made of mug at Dix, but Dix looks at the dagger on the ground, and in an instant, Ed calls for Mug, unleashing a massive explosion from the sword. When the fire dissipates, Ed is surprised to see that Dix has retreated and blocked the flames. He questions Dix's unnatural movements while picking up the dagger to strike Dix, who also slides back without moving his legs. Ed realizes that he is using telekinesis to move his body during the battle. No matter how much control Dix has over his magic and physical abilities, these movements cannot be replicated because they require a sense of battle that surpasses mere theory. Suddenly, Dix uses medium-level magic, Ice Lance, and attacks Ed, who realizes that Dix is fighting mercilessly. He wonders if Dix assumes he will dodge, but in reality, he is barely managing. It is clear to him that this movement was a distraction to activate a greater magic. Ed comments that he thought this should be just light training, and Dix agrees, saying he thought the same, but changed his mind. Suddenly, Dix activates high-level magic, called Advanced Mana Armament. A smile explains that practice should feel real. Then he provokes such a massive explosion that Janica, who is cooking far away, gets caught up in it. Worried, she also wonders if Ed will be okay with the curry she put in the food, and decides to hurry. Meanwhile, Dix immediately moves to break Ed's shield right after the explosion. He strikes his axe against the shield, which eventually cracks with the impact, pushing Ed back. He quickly prepares a water spirit arrow, and fires 3 arrows towards Dix. However, the arrows are stopped by an energy field surrounding Dix. Because the mana armament movement creates equipment around the user using their mana, most mages have no reason to arm themselves. This way, there is generally no need for such high-ranking magic. But as the only mage who can use all types of weapons without limitation, this is Dix's unique magic. While Ed continues shooting arrows from all angles, Dix abruptly moves out of sight using telekinesis to get behind him. While wielding 2 of his weapons towards Ed, our guy turns in shock, realizing that these telekinetic movements cannot be predicted. When Dix advances to attack, Ed's wind blessing is activated due to his contract with Marilda, knocking Dix back, and cutting enough to make him bleed. Eventually, Dix lands on his feet but is surprised. Upon seeing that he landed on one of Ed's water arrows, he immediately wonders when Ed managed to shoot the arrow. But our boy quickly activates a spiritual formula known as Waterhead Manifestation. The movement causes the drop of water on the ground to transform into the shape of Lexa, and Lexa immediately jumps at Dix, who quickly cuts the first form with his blade the moment he turns around, stopping just a few centimeters away. Preparing the mid-level magic particle explosion, our boy releases the explosive energy towards his training partner. After the move, Ed realizes that Dix is strong, especially since he managed to learn mana weaponry. At this rate, Taylor's group would have no problem facing enemies. While he is thinking something incredible happens, Dix immediately flies back into the air, declaring to Ed that he cannot lower his guard and will get serious from now on with a deadly look in his eyes and explosive energy around him. Dix smiles and activates an advanced mana weaponry known as Convergence. Ed immediately directs Lexa towards him to match the energy that Dix is unleashing at him. This is just the beginning of the 3rd act, and the ability that Dix has shown so far is the maximum Ed expected at this point. He is visibly shocked because he did not expect to see Dix use this form so soon. This is the same form from Act 4, Scene 7, during Dix's final battle. In the infiltration of the Grago Cathedral, Dix imposes a gigantic spear, known as the Spear of Nature, with several shining swords floating around him. Dix explains that instead of fighting Ed in a ridiculous mental battle, he prefers to crush him. With the overwhelming difference in power, Dix points the spear and all the swords at Ed, who immediately launches fire attacks at the swords that approach to stop them. In a moment he becomes worried, because he had to use the particle explosion and the sword, leaving him almost without mana, as if that wasn't enough. The biggest problem is the next attack that follows. When another wave of shining swords is launched towards Ed, he punches the ground to create a shield. Shining around him, breathing heavily, he brings out a magical engineering tool known as Impact Amplification Ball. Dix comments that the use of a magical engineering tool by Ed means he is out of mana. Excited, Dix advances for the final attack and tells Ed that this is the end. As he approaches to impale Ed with the spear, he is shocked when Ed suddenly activates something that looks like wind magic and wonders how Ed is able to do this since he is out of mana, but Ed replies that he needs to give it his all. Since Dix is prepared to do the same, the tool that Ed is using is the legendary rank magical engineering item, Phoenix Gold of Glaspie Ring. As he cannot afford for the ring to make him unable to use mana for a while, he decides to use the least amount of mana possible, while still manifesting his power. When he is about to attack Dix, he hears a spirit tell him that he finally managed to summon it. Without the help of the replacement altar, Lucky, or human genetics, the spirit praises him for being able to make a great strike, and ends up being the human form of Marilda, which was previously impossible to summon due to the drastic mana withdrawal days later at the Academy. Lortel gives her candidacy speech, and the crowd goes wild with excitement. Dom, who is in the crowd with Lena, wonders why there are even 4 competitors. When the election results are clear, suddenly the crowd starts shouting Lortel's name because her sincerity and leadership ability in the trading company prove that she will succeed as president. Liana asks Dom what he will do if Lortel becomes president. He claims that this means no one at Silvânia Academy will be able to stop the company leader as the Lord proudly leaves the stage. She encounters Tanya, who seems tense, and makes a sarcastic comment to mock her as she passes by Tanya. She asks what is wrong because Tanya looks nervous, but Tanya gathers the courage to say that she did not kill her older brother. Tanya then bravely steps up to the podium and prepares to give her speech to an audience that does not seem interested in listening. She clears her throat, introduces herself, and declares her intention to run for the student council presidency. The air in the crowd cools, but Tanya continues to deliver her heartfelt speech. Meanwhile, the Lord notices that Tanya is putting on a mask, pretending that nothing is wrong. However, no one has reacted to her words since her speech began 10 minutes ago. The moment Tanya finishes her speech, several people in the crowd call her a murderer and start throwing things at her. They demand that she explain the murder accusations made against her, and whether they stem from internal conflicts within the Roth Taylor family, while they continue throwing stones. She struggles to turn her face and still thanks them for listening to her speech. Suddenly, she slips on a plastic bottle, and laughter erupts from the crowd. Immediately, Tanya falls to her knees and wonders if it was foolish to have stepped up to the podium. She reasons that she should have run away, and upon observing the threatening crowd eager to devour her, she decides to escape. Suddenly, a bright light breaks in front of Tanya, driving away the hateful students. It turns out to be Marilda, who arrived with Ed on her back. As Marilda scares off the students, Ed reaches out to the now crying Tanya and informs her that, although he has much to explain, he needs to resolve this situation first. Several days before Ed appeared at the podium, Marilda visited Ed in his human form. She praises the improved efficiency of his magical power, but notes that it is still not enough. Marilda then activates a spiritual formula called Ascending Chain that lifts everything around and restricts movement. Immediately, Dix is thrown into the air. Ed assumes that Dix's growth, at this point in the plot, has reached its peak. He also considers that he did not use a large amount of magical power, yet he completely exhausted his reserves after using all possible magical techniques available to him, combined with Marilda's secret, cheating-level technique. It seems that he will win while Marilda complains about being summoned in this form with a small mouth, without fur, and without a tail. She suddenly detects Dix behind her. However, as movement is difficult in this form, she is unable to stop him before Dix places his sword right in front of Ed's neck. Quickly, Ed accepts his defeat, and Dix disintegrates his sword. Dix is impressed that Ed has trained so much in just 1 year. Ed realizes that Dix has become stronger than him in the original plot and wonders how this happened. When Ed mentions this, Dix explains that seeing Ed grow stronger every day motivated him as well. As both lie down to rest, Ed reflects on how he did everything he could to keep the plot on track, partly to maintain his knowledge of the future, but also to ensure Taylor's victory. In the final act, he once believed that the plot was the only answer, always managing to get it back on track. He feared factors beyond his control, and after hearing about the knight's escape, he hesitated to save Tanya. Now, the little that remained of the original plot seems to have slipped from his hands. Still, he decides to focus on what he can do. Dix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act. He must get stronger just in case Ed also trained and built trustworthy comrades. Although he may be naive, he considers that deviating from the original plot does not mean they are doomed to a bad end on the day of the candidacy speech. All the students run to protect themselves, and Joseph tries to calm them down because he saw the high-ranking spirit right in front of them. Ed removes the hood, and they realize he is alive. He walks up to the microphone, introduces himself, and proclaims that he was not murdered by Tanya, whom he supports more than anyone else. While he speaks, Lortel steps back with a smile on her face. As Tanya already has Janica's support, Lucy and Princess Fenia still need the votes of Phleboas, Elvira, Dix, Joseph, and Wade. However, it shouldn't be too difficult to convince them. After Ed clarifies things, he finally feels at ease shortly after. He goes to the school's security office to explain how he used Del Rey's hourglass to survive. He was alone in a cave, before being rescued by Janica, and immediately returned to defend Tanya. The security chief recounts everything Ed said to confirm the details, and Ed confirms them. At this point, he already has dark circles from being interrogated by almost 20 people. He hopes the investigation is over, but begins to think otherwise when he is called to meet with the principal. Ed enters the principal's office, and Principal Abel comments that he must have gone through a tough time. After reading all the investigation reports, he apologizes to Ed for the lack of security at the academy level, but Ed responds that the enemy was meticulous, and it would have been difficult to detect this with regular security measures. The principal thanks him for his comments, but adds that it seems very deliberate. It looks like Ed waited for the stainless steel cadets to escape, to inform those who sent them about Ed's supposed death before feeling safe enough to reveal himself. Bell explains that he has no intention of interfering in the internal conflicts of the Roth Taylor family, but as head of the academy, he needs to report Ed's appearance to the Imperial family. However, if he informs the Imperial family, the Roth Taylor family will also find out that he is alive. When Ed suggests postponing the report, Abel asks why. Ed explains that his death was ordered by Creep, his father, who is the true power behind the imperial family. But Obel comments that he has no interest in matters outside the academy. When Ed continues to plead for a postponement, Principal Obel mentions that his grades are rising rapidly and his reputation among the students is increasing. For Obel, it is as if Ed has become a completely different person because Silvânia always supports her students. Obel assures that he will keep his secret. Later that night, Kylie stops a boy from approaching Tanya because her schedule has ended for the day, and she does not accept inappropriate gifts. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Ed, whom she was waiting for, and Ed congratulates her because he heard that her election is almost certain. However, Tanya explains that she still cannot let her guard down. Tanya's innocence was proven, and she ended up receiving an overwhelming amount of votes. But the main reason Tanya got those votes is due to Lortel's downfall. Lortel persistently framed the election as a direct battle between her and Tanya, making everyone forget the other minor candidates. And at the perfect moment when her supporters were quite balanced, an article about how Lortel diverted business funds and abused her business partners was released, causing her to naturally, she renounced in disgrace as a result. Only Tanya's supporters remained for a while afterwards. Tanya meets with Ed and observes that they haven't had time to talk since she has been busy running for a position. She mentions that she wanted to thank him, but he reminds her that he already told her that it was fine, especially when she knelt before him with tears in her eyes. On the day she announced her candidacy, however, Tanya interrupts, saying that what she wanted to thank him for wasn't that. She considers asking him an inappropriate question, but decides to ask anyway. She asks why he supported her when she announced her candidacy, especially since he should have stayed hidden. She mentions that she felt as if he couldn't bear the injustice she was facing. Then Ed agrees that was why he did it. He mentions that she is family to him, so of course he would stand by her, which makes her smile. Now that she is president of the student council, she asks him to inform her if a crisis arises so she can do whatever is possible to help, while Tanya walks away. Ed watches with a smile on his face, but his reflection is soon interrupted by Lortel, who teases him about the touching declaration he just made to Tanya. Ed wonders about what he said. She heard it and asks how she has been dealing with the terrible rumors about her. Recently, she sits next to him and cheerfully declares that everything is going according to plan. The factor that ensured Tanya's victory is the article about Lortel, and Lortel's company deliberately exposed this scandal to help Tanya, creating competition with Tanya for the presidential position, and everything Lortel did was to pressure Tanya into becoming president. Lortel told Ed about her plan on the day she came to the cave, and her duel with Dix erased the hesitation in his heart. He truly saved Tanya because she is family, but he also considered her usefulness. The next fourth act is a battle against the Roth Taylor family. He is already an enemy of the family, but Tanya is an inside informant, and the perfect connection for diversion tactics and information gathering. Eventually, Lortel comments that her infamy at the academy has been increasing, and Tanya doesn't seem to think very highly of her, so she will leave everything to Ed. Ed responds that she has the bad habit of manipulating everyone around her, but she jokes that it's just an occupational hazard. However, Ed asks if she is really okay. But since the rumors do not affect her money, Lortel doesn't care, especially as long as Ed doesn't become her enemy at this point. The story is entering a new phase, and the future actions of Princess Fenia, who has not taken the presidential position, are now inserted into the power struggle between the Roth Taylor family and the imperial family, which is also uncertain. All Ed can do is watch and see how the remaining part of the third act will unfold. Shortly after, he returns to his cabin after nearly a month. There are many things to do, but when he enters, he finds Lucy sleeping in his bed, which makes him smile. He immediately goes to his usual spot to read his books, but ends up falling asleep due to fatigue. The news of Tanya's election as president of the student council arrived 3 days later. Meanwhile, Janica is going to meet the senior professor of spiritual studies, Melina, who offers her a grading job for extra bonus points. Melina is offering this because she is already at the highest level even among active spiritualists. Janica still wonders why Melina chose her. Then Melina advises her to establish her dignity as a veteran in the next joint combat training. Janica, however, does not seem interested in doing that, so Melina mentions that she is the best student of her year. The best spiritist of the academy is still always smiling like the happiest person in the world. With her head in the clouds, Melina mentions that it's obvious she is dating Ed, but it seems she has lost her mind from a stranger's point of view. Janica's face immediately turns red, and she wonders why Melina would say she is dating Ed. Melina clarifies that they are always together, and that Janica is always smiling and getting distracted in class, which is typical of a child who has just started dating. Janica starts to stutter and tries to stop the teacher from speaking in front of the other students. But Melina loudly declares that everyone already knows she is dating Ed, which makes Janica want to disappear in the southern mountains of the eastern Sparta region, where there is an agricultural land known as Pullen at the foot of the mountain. There is a small farming village called Toran, where we see a young Janica Filova who would bring light to this village suddenly. She meets a young boy who speaks to her formally. However, the boy's formal way of speaking was quite unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, the boy eventually felt comfortable with her and began to tell her about the sacred imperial city. Janica remained cheerful and loved by everyone. Eventually, the boy came to confess his feelings for her. The young girl didn't know how to reject people, but turned down the boy's heart. After that, the boy ran away and did not visit the village for a long time. Later, he brings her an admission letter from Silvânia and bids farewell with his formal speech. She then opens the letter to read its contents. 3 years later, Janica is still afraid of rejections and feels uncomfortable with formal speeches. She gets startled when the administrative staff asks if she has any questions. The lady promises to quickly resolve any issues, if it is an administrative task. However, Danica is left speechless as she looks at the dormitory leave request. Tricks. Anyway, the lady still tells her that many people will help if she just asks, despite having had many people in the past. Janica considers what attention is a burden. After that, she meets Anise, who realizes that Ed has been alive all along. Anise sees that her friend must have had her reasons, but wonders what is worrying Janica now. Janica then mentions how she finds it difficult to reject other people's requests. Anise then confronts her for always cooking for Ed and acting as if she were his maid, but Anise said she did those things because she wanted to. However, due to the closeness between them, it is sometimes hard for her to ask things from Mac. Anise then suggests that Janica should put some distance between her and Ed. Since they are so aware of each other, she thinks this would help. However, Anise is worried they might become too distant because of this. On the other hand, Janica thanks her friend for the advice and says goodbye. Anise tries to stop her, but it's too late. In the end, the girl worries that she might have done something horrible. Meanwhile, our protagonist has unlocked many crafting formulas. The one he desires most is the ancient wooden staff struck by lightning. The formula is quite simple, but the staff still has a very high strength level. Ed needs a branch from a tree that is over 1,000 years old and has been struck by lightning. He can easily find an ancient tree in the northern forest, but the problem is finding thunder. His attention suddenly turns to Lucy, and he decides to wake her up. As soon as she opens her eyes and sees his face, she quickly runs to the top of a tree. The protagonist then asks why she is acting so surprised. Lucy tells him to speak, but he decides to postpone what he wants to tell her until later. Janica then appears at the camp. It is noteworthy that she is late, but she said she doesn't have a specific reason for the delay. He then asks if she wants tea, and she accepts. While wondering how to put distance between them later that night, she compliments how well he has become at dealing with spirits, especially the mug. Our protagonist suddenly stops at the verbal cue that tells him Rachel asked for Lucy. He apologizes for worrying her with the news of his death, but she is happy to see that he is well. When they look into each other's eyes, the protagonist informs the maid that she will continue to speak formally with her. She tries to persuade him, but it is a refusal. Janica, on the other hand, is shocked at the verbal cue acting so frustrated. This suddenly reminds her of the boy from that time. The maid then mentions that she is happy to see that Janica is also well. As she leaves with Lucy, Janica says goodbye to her. After that, our hero's lover asks if they can talk formally to each other. She tries to explain how it is better to converse in a way that shows respect for one another. After pulling at his shirt, the protagonist nervously agrees to her request. Janica then addresses our protagonist as Sir. This catches him by surprise, and he is left speechless. At the same time, Janica is also feeling embarrassed. 3 minutes later, they try to have a conversation around the campfire, but Janica dismisses it. The atmosphere is really strange, and Ed doesn't know what to do. While she remains quiet, he tries to think of a way to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, she stands up and remembers that her curfew is almost over. Janica thanks Mill and runs back to her dormitory, leaving our boy completely speechless. A terrifying fear runs through Ed's body as he realizes he needs to maintain this formal speech with Janica. Later, we see Ed reading a book in the middle of the forest. Marilda then asks if he will continue his formal speech with Janica, but he doesn't understand why the spirit is asking when she saw everything. However, Marilda says she wants to know if anything interesting happened at the academy. Ed then explains that things are still quite strange between him and Janica. Because of this, he is worried that something might be happening to her. Marilda then teases him for being concerned about Janica, and he admits it. He quickly brushes the topic aside and asks for permission to break some branches from the tree. The spirit points out that he doesn't need her permission to take some branches. Despite the tree having her name, Marilda says she is protecting the forest because of an old friend who named it after her. She then emphasizes how her human form was not easy to achieve. From the beginning, spirits usually take on animal forms because it is more convenient. She then asks the hero if he knows the form she had to copy. As she can read his thoughts, she tells him that her human form is the closest to her ideal type. Ed is shocked to see that this is his taste in women, but Marilda confesses that she was just lying. The spirit emphasizes that she cannot simply copy anyone, since transformation magic is difficult. The form she has belongs to a child she met when the Ark Island was uninhabited. Upon hearing the description of the girl, it finally makes sense in Ed's mind. The girl is the same one who founded the school and is none other than Silvânia. When night falls, our hero sits by his campfire when Janica comes to find him. He then offers her some apples while still trying to maintain his formal speech. As she sits down, he asks her to pass the plate, and she hands it over while eating the apples. Janica, human, is the closest to his ideal type. Ed is shocked to see that this is his taste in women, but Marilda confesses that she was just lying. The spirit emphasizes that she cannot simply copy anyone, since transformation magic is difficult. The form she has belongs to a child she met when the Ark Island was uninhabited. Upon hearing the girl's description, it finally makes sense to Ed. The girl is the same one who founded the school, and is none other than Silvânia. When night falls, our hero sits by his campfire. When Janica comes to find him, he then offers her some apples while still trying to keep his speech formal. As she sits down, he asks her to pass the plate, and she hands it over while eating the apples. Janica. She was still wondering what to do about the embarrassing situation. With her head down, she decided to ask Ed something strange, but she asked him to listen before answering. While the protagonist continued peeling his apples, she asked what he thought about her moving in with him at the camp. Upon hearing this, he accidentally hurt himself with the knife, and she panicked when his blood spread everywhere. Later, the protagonist bandaged his finger and also had time to organize his thoughts. After that, he turned to Janica, saying that she was an incredibly kind and sincere person. He also told her that he liked her a lot. While continuing to talk about her lovely charm, she hid her face in embarrassment, then asked for a moment to breathe. Ed explained why he was worried about them, living under the same roof, but she said it was fine as long as she was with him. At that moment, they both looked at each other with red faces, and couldn't say anything. Ed then stood up and slowly walked towards her, while thinking about her sudden proposal to live together. Then he sat down next to her and asked if she was going through a difficult time. He wanted to think rationally about it, since her request was unexpected. The girl looked up at the sky and talked about how she missed the days of having a room just for herself. From the beginning, it hadn't been easy for her to live in normal ways, where she couldn't escape everyone's gaze. Ed understood how hard this must have been for her. Janica then told him how she wanted to escape to the camp, if it were possible. Even if it was a burden for him, she still wanted to ask anyway. The MC pointed out that being a burden to him was irrelevant. He decided to make his own request to wait next time, since they would be getting to know each other for a long time. He suggested that she stay in a second cabin. With tears in her eyes, she hugged him tightly and thanked him at that moment. At that moment, he pointed out that she was no longer speaking formally, and then he patted her head and comforted her for a moment. The next day, the MC got up to prepare for classes. Suddenly, he heard a loud crashing sound from outside. He opened the door and saw Taki, along with other spirits who came to build the cabin. Taki told how they celebrated in the spirit world last night. At that moment, they decided to build Janica's cabin directly in front of his. While the spirits debated where to place the cabin, Mug appeared and said they had to finish the work in 10 days. Taki wasn't very happy about this and yelled at Mug for having it easy compared to his own times, with no other choice. Mug decided to finish the work in a week. After that, the fire dragon left. The protagonist was worried about Mug having to finish the cabin in 5 days, but the little spirit didn't have much choice after that. Our hero decided to go make the ancient wooden staff struck by lightning. As Janica had done a lot for him, he wanted to repay her by crafting this new staff, and he hoped she would like it. Meanwhile, Lucci was having trouble sleeping, partly because of the ongoing construction work. However, her true anger was because of Janica moving to the camp. When Joannica greeted her, the girl saw her expression and recalled their previous intelligence duel. She then proudly told Lucy that she was going to live at the camp. However, this only made the little mage more upset. Later we see the protagonist in the college building with many borrowed books. These elemental magic books should help with the firepower of his explosion spell of particles. While lost in thought, he suddenly saw a girl playing guitar near the fountain. Proudly tells Lucy that she will live in the camp. However, this only makes the little mage more upset. Later, we see the protagonist in the college building. With many borrowed books, these elemental magic books should help with the firepower of his explosion spell. While lost in thought, he suddenly sees a girl playing guitar near the fountain. Her name is Adele Series, and she really doesn't appear often in the game. When passing by, she calls him, and he wonders why she is talking to him. She says how much she heard from Taylor and Ayla, but our boy doesn't care much according to Dix. Taylor has been getting much stronger recently, so he offers to play a song for Ed, but he declines. As he walks away, she says that if he ascends to the Patriarch's throne, he will have to kill the person he respects the most. The protagonist is shocked by this sudden prophecy. However, he feels that he doesn't need to worry too much, since her prophecies don't always come true. On the other hand, he feels more disturbed because Adele will die in a scenario. In the third act, our hero returns to the camp, and doesn't seem very happy with his current situation. He wants to make 2 rods for himself and hygienic, but Lucy says she will only hit one of them with a lightning bolt. Seeing how stubborn she is, he decides to make just one, and gives it to Janica. But this irritates the little girl even more. Hearing Ed talk about Janica makes Lucy want to pull her hair out. Suddenly she agrees to hit both staffs. However, it's on the condition that Ed goes somewhere with her. It was said that the Archmage Glocht was renowned for his research results. He also possessed 2 of the highest-ranked spirits, Theophis and Frida. After the old mage retired, he invested his life savings in the educational sector. In the end, he transformed the Silvânia Academy into the best educational institution in the world. While our hero walks through the fields with Lucy, people start to look at him strangely. It is also said that Glock met Ludi in a monastery in the Great Romulan Mountains. The old mage was shocked by the girl's magical talent, so he spent his remaining days polishing this gem he had. Unfortunately, his last years were not so good. Not only did his wife pass away, but all his colleagues had also departed. That's why he isolated himself in a cabin in the mountains there. Lucy brought him relief, and would be someone who could carry on his will. Because of this, the Archmage could pass away happily. Lucy then tells Ed that this is how her journey began, but she says that now it is over. According to her history lesson, Ed discovers that the old man is from the lawless area of Corhelton. However, Lucy says he is wrong because it is just where the Archmage spent his youth. According to her, Glock's hometown is actually the Arcan Island. She says that the old man was always concerned about the academy and how his heart viewed the Arcan Island as his hometown. Back then, she covered his body with a blanket and froze the body with ice magic in her land age. She managed to maintain the ice magic for a while and carried the body out of the cabin. She headed south of the Hamlin Mountains and crossed many lands before reaching the borders of the Clow Empire. After that, she passed through many more counties, rivers, and forests, before finally reaching the Merkos Bridge that connects the island to Arcan. The journey wore out her body, according to her. It took 3 months and another week to find a strange cave. According to her, it was there that the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other. She then takes Ed to where Glock's body is buried. There he sees a book on spectral magic, written by the Archmage. Glock's book on the southern views already costs 7,000 gold. Upon seeing this posthumous book, the hero cannot imagine how much it could be worth. Lucy tells him that she can take it, since she already knows everything that is there. She feels that she can start a new journey soon, but she plans to keep her promise to Glock by protecting Silvânia. It's not a really happy story, but she said she just wanted to show it to Ed. As the young girl has not yet escaped the shadow of her master, she waits for the danger approaching. Silvânia, however, once the approval passes, she will be able to start a new journey. The protagonist decides to spend some time with Lucy, listening to the sound of the waves, while comforting her. The environment was perfect. What a luck for them. The cabin of Aganica is finally completed, and she is shocked to see how quickly it was built. She looks back and sees that the spirits are completely exhausted from being overloaded. Mug tries to explain that all of this is Tarquin's fault, but he ignores it and goes up with his companions after that. Janique writes the word cohabitation on the ground, getting more and more excited about this idea. The door of Ed's cabin opens and Lucy comes out. She quickly throws a wicked glance at Janique, and the girl is surprised to see her after looking at the words on the ground. She takes pride in the fact that she is in a better position than her rival. Meanwhile, Ed unlocks an ability to use spectral magic. Basic mana particles gather at the tips of his fingers, but Marilda notices that he is having difficulty using it. Lucy said he will get the hang of it. After practicing a few times, she quickly showcases her skills, lifting all the work tools at the camp. Her face turns completely red when Ed taps her head and praises her for being a genius. The MC is shocked to see that spectral magic can actually be learned in the game, since it is basically the greatest power besides the danger it represents. It is a very difficult magic to understand. It will be hard for you to teach Ed, which makes him wish he had Professor Glass. Now his face becomes very serious, as he suddenly remembers the professor. Dix approaches him, shocked to see him with another woman. At this point he wonders what kind of trouble Ed is going to get into. The protagonist then dismisses Marilda's summoning, and Dix apologizes for misinterpreting the situation after that. The guy shows Ed the books he requested. The protagonist decides to return the favor, and Dix asks for assistance with his work in the student council. He is worried about the request due to the last problem with Tanya, but Dix tells him that the council president wants people she can trust. The council president has already gathered some of the best students and plans to recruit more, including Ed. Dix feels that the protagonist will reject the offer because he already has too much going on. However, Ed is shocked to see that he was expecting this after Ed saved Tanya. Many things became unknown, like Dix joining the student council. The joint combat training will take place soon, before the final event of the third act. During this event, there is a scenario where Claude loses in the final battle. Ed remembers this as a bad ending, but now it is out of his hands at this moment. The unfolding probable of things is completely unknown to him. Later, we see a giant carriage known as the Palace on Wheels, moving while being guarded by many elite knights on top of the palace. There are two people sitting, known as Archbishop Verde and Holy Pope Eldon. The two authorities will arrive in Silvânia soon, with the visit of Verde and Eldon. Tanya is under pressure to ensure that the preparations go as planned. We also see other students helping to organize some documents. She realizes that the authorities are worried about Saint Clarice and that the Holy Pope also wants to meet her. Meanwhile, the real saint is preparing to appear for the first time in front of the students. Unfortunately, the Pope's visit coincides with the combat training that she was hoping to attend. Clarice much prefers to remain a student than to return to the imperial capital. Saint. Moreover, she has not been able to find her because the girl is usually going in and out of places. Not only that, but the saint has had some pleasant adventures and now has her own stories to tell. Of course, she cannot tell the Archbishop about the incident with Lucide either, because Verde will make her leave the academy. She finds it hard to refuse the Archbishop's words because he has always been like a teacher to her. Belle then tells her to eat as much as she wants, seeing how nervous she is. Clarice just needs to ensure that no one discovers her true identity. But suddenly, she remembers that the protagonist knows who she is because of that. She fears what would happen if Ed and she were to meet. While trembling with fear, Belle offers to make tea for her, but she declines and asks for help to prepare. To go out and meet Ed, the saint tells the maid that she needs to meet the protagonist quickly. On the other hand, Belle did not want Ed and the saint to meet the students, gather to watch the confrontations for the training. Combat set. Meanwhile, Jennifer is feeling bad for not having challengers for the training. Just like in last year's exam, the results reflect in the students' grades, and lower grades struggle against higher grades as well. The only difference this year is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. Currently, there are no first-year students in the class, which makes them anxious to win against a second-year student. These matches between first and second year will also be worth watching. On the other hand, there is not much interest in the matches of the third and fourth years. Besides the time Janica defeated Lortel, no one else managed to beat her. Junior Janica notices that Ed is reading the book that Lucy gave him, and he says it is important. She starts to feel jealous, and he wonders why she is making such a face. Suddenly, the knights clear the way for the saint to pass. The protagonist gets nervous, seeing the carriage, because it is strange for Clarice to be there. When she steps out, he begins to wonder if the Pope's visit was postponed. He and Janica are shocked when Clarice approaches him, saying that she wanted to hurry to meet him. After greeting him, the saint asks to have a brief conversation with the protagonist. On the other hand, Janica nervously introduces herself to the saint. Ed thinks her reaction is normal, since the saint is not an ordinary person. However, he cannot believe that the girl in front of him is the same Kylie Ekney. Clarice then tells him that Eldon is currently visiting the Tricks Hall. This makes Ed more cautious about why Clarice came to see him. She then mentions how Ed is really smart and could make someone wonder if he could read. She explains that there are rumors that the Archbishop can read a person's thoughts. While Ed listens, he finally realizes why she must have come to see him. This is because she is worried that Verde will find out that Ed knows her identity. He then tells her that there is no way the Archbishop will make things worse. Since he will participate in the joint combat training, it is very likely that he will never meet Verde. Upon hearing this, the saint feels relieved. Suddenly, Janica asks her if she came there just to see Ed. She then starts giving Clarice a deadly glare. The saint tries to explain herself, but only makes things worse. In the end, she admits that she wanted to see our boy after feeling embarrassed. She runs back to her carriage. When the carriage takes off, all eyes suddenly focus on our hero. Ed also admits that Clarice is a difficult person to spend time with. Later, we see the students applauding while the combat training takes place. There are also rumors circulating that Ed is only strong among the weak of the third year. One of the fighters, Kordic, brings an upgraded weapon and says he will show why the upperclassmen are different. The other students become nervous and scared Upon seeing the rough type of weapon, the teacher then signals the start of the fight between Ed and Cordic. In the blink of an eye, the brute from the 4th year appears in front of Ed and says that it is not too late to run away if he is scared. However, our boy blocks the opponent's attack with his magic and sends the guy flying away, crashing to the ground. Wondering how a 3rd-year student is so strong, the protagonist then sends his spirits after the guy and finishes with a big explosion. The other students are left speechless, while the guy on the ground looks like a roasted chicken, praising his opponent, but his mind is focused on other things. During the fight after Clarice's visit, he accompanied Annika to the stadium on the way to the other stadium. He suddenly meets her. The girl feels that their meeting is fate's doing, but she confuses him with her words. As he heads to the hall, Ed thinks about the consequences of influencing the scenarios after recalling Glass's death. He finds it hard to simply let things pass. He then calls for Adele and tells her that she will die soon. Surprisingly, she tells him that she already knows, with a wide smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Ed runs out of the room quickly to look for Taylor. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking as if there were an earthquake. He looks out the window and sees that what is happening now is much more than he imagined. His eyes widen in fear. Seeing a creature thought to be extinct, the Holy Spear Dragon awakens, wreaking havoc throughout the neighborhood. In the original story, Taylor defeats the strongest freshman and takes down Claudia, who drank the blood of the evil god. Upon leaving the room, he hears about Adele's death. This incident causes Clarice to lose confidence in the Order and become a different person. Because of this, the players call her the Faithless Servant when the Order sends troops to deal with Clarice. Lucci awakens and completely exterminates them. However, this changed with the appearance of the Holy Dragon, Will Brock, who was supposed to appear near the end of the main story. Ed wonders what the hell is happening while this occurs. The dragon is causing so much destruction just with its foot. When it takes a step forward, the shockwave is too much for him to bear. The students run to save their lives, trying to escape the explosions. As the protagonist stumbles to get up, he sees that half of the dormitory has been reduced to ashes. After that, he runs forward and jumps out the window. He then activates his magic ring, knowing that he may never be able to use magic again. He uses all the power he can gather to summon Marilda and tells her to run quickly to the Trix Hall. The knights try to take the saint to a safe place. She tells them to gather the others while offering to take her back to her carriage. In the blink of an eye, the knights are impaled by sharp objects that pierce through the window. Clarice protects herself, and as the dust settles, you can see the frightened look on her face. She sees the scales as she steps out and wonders, who could have created such a horrendous creature? The surviving knight tells Marvel to prepare the carriage. The young man says that the carriage has been destroyed, and offers them a horse instead. Clarice is then informed that the horse will take her out of Arcan. With tears in her eyes, she says she cannot ride, but the knight urges her to hold on tight. With his remaining strength, he pats the horse and it takes off with the saint. As Clarice looks at the horrific scene before leaving, she remembers the stories that the Archbishop once told her. Robrox becomes enraged, and she flees to safety with her magical breath that looked like the sun, completely destroying everything below it as Clarice screams in fear. A barrier suddenly appears, defending her from the dragon's attack. She looks up and sees Director Obel, who says that the dragon has awakened far too early. Golbrock raises his foot to crush Obel while the man prepares a spell. When things seem bleak for him, suddenly purple chains emerge, and they capture the beast thanks to Lucy. The dragon struggles and breaks the chains, leaving the young woman stunned. After that, the dragon crushes her back to the ground, destroying the earth. The shockwave is so strong that Clarice can barely hold on to the horse. Fortunately, Lucy survives thanks to her magical shield. Obel then thanks her for buying enough time for him. He then releases a high-level defensive magic to contain this, and Lucy also comes to support him. Meanwhile, the saint is completely traumatized by the dead bodies around her. She needs to flee quickly, but fear and shock have left her confused about what to do. Suddenly, Ed appears in front of her, and is happy to see that she is safe. He extends his burned hand to help her up and explains that he knew she would be in the Trix Hall. He also tells her that she cannot escape the dragon's reach even if she leaves the island. The protagonist then helps her get on the wolf spirit. He looks at Lucy and Obel, knowing that their strength will barely be enough to contain the dragon in the original story. Taylor would increase his power and acquire the Supreme Swordsman form at this point. Ed wonders if he should give up, but then tells Marilda to run. To resolve this, he needs to figure out what caused the change in the plot. At first, he blamed himself for the recent changes in the plot, but that doesn't explain why the final act of Chapter 5 is happening now. To find out what summoned the dragon, he needs to gather information about the main characters of Act 3. Lucy is currently fighting the dragon, and Clarice has no idea what is happening. As Taylor must be trying to save people, Ed is shocked to see who this leaves out in the Neo Hall. While the students run for their lives, he sees that the combat training plans have been cancelled. However, she is sure that fate will allow her to find the Saint one day. As the battle continues, she deduces that if she finds him, the truth will be revealed with him, using the ring to borrow power from the future. He doesn't have much time. He rushes to the Hall of Fails and tells Clarice to enter. However, it was discovered that the barrier failed to block the dragon's scales. The Saint trembles upon seeing that most of the students are dead. The protagonist quickly grabs her hand and runs inside, knowing that someone is still maintaining the barrier. When he rushes to the top floor, he finds Belle's body impaled by scales. Clarice offers to use sacred magic to save her, but Ed already knows it's useless. Our hero imagines that Belle made it to the top floor after suffering the dragon's attacks. With her remaining strength, the maid hands Mac a key before fainting. Knowing her, she would say she did what she had to do. Tears stream down Clarice's face as she looks at the dead maid, while Ed closes Belle's eyes. Clarice believes the maid will be fine. However, the protagonist grits his teeth in anger and runs out of the room with the Saint. He opens the door to Clarice's room and tells her to keep a strong heart while he leaves. The Saint says, "It's very dangerous." But as he tries to explain how things are out there, his words are interrupted when he sees a massive concentration of mana particles in the air. He realizes it's spectral magic and begins searching through all the books in the room. He feels that the book he is looking for has to be there. Eventually, he comes across Introduction to Spectral Magic by Glock. Upon assessing the situation, he observes that the method of spectral magic being used is nothing like he has ever seen before. Meanwhile, the dragon launches a sacred fire spear at Abel's shield, and he can barely hold on any longer as the flames head toward where Ed is. He finally discovers why things are so strange. When Clarice asks if he discovered anything, the dragon's flames explode through the window, making a blinding light shine in the room. The entire room is destroyed in a massive explosion. As the dust settles, almost nothing remains of the Saint. Then she opens her eyes and sees Ed standing over her. With a metal bar piercing his body, while he can barely hold on, he tells her to ask for help if she needs it. Tears fill her eyes as she looks at him. He suddenly starts calling out some numbers, but the Saint tells him to save his strength while she tries to heal him. Unfortunately, her efforts are not enough. Our boy then dies and falls on her shoulder. The spectral magic outside begins to grow. Meanwhile, Clarice screams, asking why everyone had to die like this. She holds Ed tightly, begging and apologizing for everything that happened. Suddenly, her eyes open, and she finds herself back when she met Ed and Janica. The students around are wondering why Clarice came to find the protagonist. Confused, Ed asks the Saint why she came to find him. She suddenly runs to the table and tears her shirt, embarrassing our boy in the process. She sees no wounds on his body and wonders how this is possible. Janica quickly reprimands her for her actions. Clarice sits back down, breathing heavily, and wondering if everything she just experienced was a dream or a hallucination. She doubts this possibility after seeing the bloodstains on her hand and realizes she must have gone back to the past. The Saint remembers how she came to warn Ed about Virgil. After that, she went to Trix Hall to wait for the Holy Pope. While waiting for the Pope, the Dragon of the Holy Lance attacked, and many people died at that moment. She looks at her hand in complete disbelief and fear when Eddie calls her. She quickly grabs his hand and runs with him. He tries to tell her that they need to find Eldon. As he is pushed into the carriage, on the other side, Clarice desperately says that they have to hurry to the Maxis Bridge. As the carriage speeds away, the other students are still confused about what just happened. Janica wonders if the Saint is running away with her love. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells Clarice that her actions will cause problems. Then she tells him how a dragon will attack the island and everyone will die. Clarice explains that she has already died once and has now returned to the past. Back then, Ed was about to say something to her before being crushed by the debris. However, she reminds him that he told her to look for him for help no matter what. Upon hearing this, our hero doesn't know how to respond. When they reach the bridge, they have to wait for the inspection team. Ed tells her that it's better to go back and find the Pope, but she starts reciting the numbers he mentioned back then. Upon hearing this, Ed is completely shocked. The carriage driver notices how crowded it is and tries to tell the Saint that this will take time, but it's Disney to pass quickly because it's an emergency. He tries to highlight how everyone will be in danger if they don't break through to the coachman, then tells them to hold on. As he navigates through the crowd, our hero decides to believe in Clarice after she recites the numbers that no one else in that world would understand. Those numbers were the number of his military service before he came to this world. As they depart, Ed begins to understand why the Saint chose to flee. For time to have been reversed means that spectral magic was definitely involved. As he continues his explanation, Clarice asks him to let her lie on his chest for a while. Meanwhile, Ed deduces that the magic used should be impossible, with the magical power of a human. Suddenly, the Elbrock rises and roars loudly over the horizon. Clarice screams in fear, but this time they successfully escape. However, the same nightmare occurs again for her. She turns to look at Ed. She is terrified to see him impaled by the dragon's scales while she cries. She tries to heal him and apologizes for not being able to help him again. Once more our hero died because of her, and all she can do is say sorry. However, Ed comforts her, telling her not to cry and assuring her that he is sure he will help her again. After those final words, he dies. Clarice begins to blame her blessing, wishing that Ed had it instead of her. Wishing to go back to the past, she finds herself once again at her initial meeting with the protagonist. Again, when he asks why she came to talk, she rushes to hug him with tears in her eyes. This time, she vows to save him. She quickly pushes him back to the carriage and tells the driver to head east. After explaining the situation to Ed, they decide to find a place to hide. However, the dragon's attacks still reach them, and the protagonist dies beside her again, regressing for the 4th time. But Ed still dies in a cave by the Western Sea. In his 12th time, they go to the secret glass laboratory, but the dragon still attacks them there. Clarice regresses up to 22 times, but the results are always the same, repeatedly. Ed keeps dying, and Clarice only finds herself in a pool of blood and misery. No matter where they run, the Archbishop and the Holy Pope are never present, but our hero kept dying and saving the saint. She calls Ed's military service number again and wonders what to do now. Meanwhile, they are back at the Maxis Bridge, where inspections are taking place when Ed gets out of the carriage. She hopes he will shout that they need to pass, but this time he asks the coachman to stop. Then he asks the saint to get down, because he can tell she has gone through this process many times. Ed gives her his coat and tells her to rest a bit. Then he says he knows some people worth asking for help. Clarice asks the protagonist to run away, because she is tired of seeing him die. Despite trying countless times to save him, nothing worked in the end. All her efforts are in vain. Ed tells her that it's okay, and wonders why her wounds don't heal, despite going back in time. While tending to her wounds, he observes how the blessing of holy magic protects her body and gives her resistance against the same type of magic. This also means that time is being reversed due to the holy magic in the first place. Then she realizes that Ed must have discovered this when he was looking for books the first time he died. With that, he tries to show her that there is hope. As she throws herself onto him, he asks how many times she has repeated the day. The saint tells him that she lost count after the 10th time. Ed asks her to calm down and praises her for getting this far. As she looks up, with tear-filled eyes at him, he tells her to leave everything to him now. They need to remove the source of this problem. Ed finds it strange how Clarice changed after Adele's death. The faithless saint was basically a destruction of her original character. It only makes sense that she went through so much for her personality to change. Now that he sees how much she has endured, it makes sense why Clarice would go against the order. This also means that the original story has not changed. Later, Ed storms into the training hall and tells the saint that they need to stop the resurrection of the dragon of the Holy Spear. They need to find the Archbishop and the Holy Pope, but no one knows where they are. She finds it strange, since these two authorities should normally attract attention when entering the training room. They see Taylor and Wade training. Taylor gets distracted and is hit in the head. Then the attention turns to Ed and Clarice. Ed quickly covers the saint with his coat and moves through the crowd, realizing they need to find Verde and Udaim quickly. Our hero meets with Lortel, who will likely know where they are. Upon holding the hero's hands, she is shocked to see that Clarice is with him. She calls him out for trying to hypnotize the saint, but Ed insists they need to find someone quickly and offers to pay any amount of money she wants. Upon hearing this, Lortel asks him to explain what is happening in the carriage depot. She successfully gathers all the information and teases Ed about charging a high fee. She understands Ed's behavior but doesn't comprehend why the saint changed so suddenly. The protagonist begins to explain to her how the combat training will end soon, and also highlights how she keeps a cool head in most situations. He then tells her to stay calm and believe in what he is about to say. With time running out, he starts to explain the situation, and Lortel can't believe her ears. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and destruction engulfs the city. As the dragon begins its attack again, Ed uses his body to protect Lortel from the scales, leaving her shocked by the current situation as the dragon moves. The seas change, and a great storm falls upon the city. When Lortel regains her senses, she sees the protagonist leaning over her, with injuries. He then asks her how much she wants. She is speechless for a moment but decides she owes him for saving her life. From the information she gathered, Verde and Eldine used a concealment rune to hide their movements. However, they headed to the academic cathedral in the college building while Ed and Lortel walk there. Clarice runs out of the carriage and tries to stop Ed. Seeing how worried the saint is, Lortel begins to feel uncomfortable. The young merchant then tells them to get moving. Fortunately, there is a horse that can still take them to the college building. Ed climbs onto it and asks for the reins. As Lortel hands them over, she tells him that one of them needs to stay behind. She quickly helps Clarice mount the horse and tells Ed she believes in him. While Ed swears to return the favor, she quickly grabs him and gives him a kiss, leaving the saint feeling uncomfortable. Lortel then looks at Lortel and notices her deadly gaze. However, Lortel now has her assurance after this. The horse begins to move, and the merchant girl then tells Clarice that clinging to someone else's property can get quite complicated. After saying goodbye to them, she slowly walks through the field of dead bodies, forcing herself to smile as the dragon is about to crush her. But those who laugh in the face of danger see themselves as winners in the end. While Ball and Lucy fight against the dragon, our hero and the saint set out to find the culprits of this calamity. Ed tells Clarice to take seriously what he told her. However, she wonders how he can be so calm amidst all this. Suddenly, his horse is struck, and he protects her as they fall to the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she notices that Ed is bleeding heavily. However, he tells her not to worry because he has had much worse injuries in the past. Fortunately, they finally arrive at the cathedral, where a strange person appears on the roof. This is one of the people revered as the greatest of the sacred sorcerers. Even Lucy will have difficulties against one of them, and they are known as the Apostles of Telos. When the guy lands before them, Clarice tells him to get out of the way. However, the apostle tells her that he cannot let them pass due to Udayam's orders. At that moment, Ed's dagger reaches his face, but the guy quickly snatches the protagonist. He then tells Clarice that she needs to clear the way quickly. When the apostle tries to stop her, he sees a sphere of magical wave that Ed launched toward. That she needs to clear a path quickly. When the apostle tries to stop her, he sees a magical wave sphere that Ed launched towards, because the ball explodes and pushes the guy back. After that, he is attacked with blades of wind but manages to block. However, the saint takes the chance to enter the building. The Apostle of Telos then wonders who Ed is seeing that he has lost a lot of blood. He tells the protagonist to suddenly, the ground starts shaking, while Ed charges his human and prepares to launch a magical arrow. The apostle advances to fortify his body with high-level magic. When the protagonist fires the arrows, his opponent quickly dodges them and introduces himself as Lightspeed Taldarak. The guy dives towards Ed and impales him with his spear. The scene then returns to when our hero told the saint not to give up. While she runs through the building, she remembers his words telling her to break through, and they reached an understanding of what is happening. Meanwhile, Ed grabs the apostle's hand, refusing to die easily. He stabs the man's hand and accumulates power in his ring. Leaving Taldarak shocked by this, the Mariu is summoned and devours the apostle in a single bite. While our hero falls to the ground, the spirit tells him that he should have summoned her from the beginning. She tries to help him stay strong, but our hero is already losing his vision. The last thing he sees is a bright light emanating from the cathedral. While the Mariu screams his name, Clarice finally reaches the door, but it is locked and she doesn't know what to do beyond the door. There is a sacred camera that she knows. She tries to use her magic to force it open, and it explodes after that. She suddenly sees Adele covered in blood. She runs to help the girl and asks what happened. Adele is shocked that the saint has arrived sooner than expected, but she tells her that there is no need to come back again as she steps away. Clarice sees the mark of a sacred blessing on her arm. For this mark, the sacred dignitaries must be gathered, and there is only one person who can have this blessing written on her body. This person is none other than the saint, so seeing this on Adele makes no sense to Clarice. However, the girl tells the saint to wait a little longer, because everything will end soon when Clarice reaches out to her. Adele's body explodes in magic, and the saint returns to the same day again, with the rage inside her. She stands up and decides to tell Ed everything. Immediately, the first memory that Adele recalls is seeing seagulls flying above the port. There, two children are running and playing. She then tells them to be careful and watch where they are going. Their parents fled from their homeland to the trading city of Oldek to seek refuge from the war. Unfortunately, they were still used and deceived, and could barely afford a piece of bread a day one day. While she is enjoying a pleasant meal, her father tells her that he will be back soon after resolving something while the man walks away. He occasionally looks back towards his daughter. Meanwhile, the wonderful sandwich that Adele had, she seemed to have no taste for her. After that moment, she became an orphan. She then goes to the Dealdera orphanage, where she worked alongside the other children. Fortunately, they managed to rest occasionally and receive support from the Order of Telos. She also learned to play the lute, which made her spend more time in the church. One day, the Green Archbishop is congratulated for his entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. While the Green thanks everyone, his robe suddenly catches fire. When the fire starts to spread, it is quickly extinguished. With a bucket of water, the Archbishop is shocked to see Adele with buckets of water. He then asks her how she knew this would happen. She told him that she has dreams about the future, but she cannot see her own future. Upon hearing this, Green grabs her hand and calls her the Saint of Telos. On one night he saw the table, with luxurious meals and the respect of high-ranking clerical officials. Her new life was incomparable to the one she lived in poverty. She received the baptism from the Holy Pope Verdil and the greatest apostle. She also carried the blessing of sacred magic in her body. With this, her sacred power became stronger. All that remained was the baptism of the stigmas, and for the first time, Adele could see her future later. Green explodes with her because she wants to give up being the saint. She thanks him for all the care, but wants to use other means to serve Telos. Seeing that she cannot be convinced, the Archbishop says that her ability to see the future is the reason she was selected as the saint. He gives her an unpleasant look upon realizing that now she can see her own future over the years. Adele remained as the caretaker of the sacred flame. While she plays the lute during the night, her future appears. As soon as she falls asleep, there she sees the wild dragon, Wellbrook Green, or then decides to offer her as a sacrifice because their plans went out of control while in the imperial capital. She heard many things, thanks to Emperor Clow. The world was finding peace, but the influence of the Pope was diminished. Verdil, who was also a businessman, knew they needed to change things with fear, and the miracle of God. They planned to summon the dragon of the sacred lance and make the order subjugate it. For this, Verdil was looking for a sacrifice. That was none other than Adele. However, several years later, she meets Clarice, who has an incredible gift for sacred magic. Clarice then asks what she should do to live a pure life. Adele interrupts her music, thinking about how to tell Clarice that it is her fault that she is the saint now. She then begins to sing to Clarice, while thinking of sending her to flee. While they enjoy the night, Adele hopes that Clarice can escape. She would sing these songs in hopes that Clarice could run, but the guilt always came back to stab her. One morning she decides to flee to the Silvânia Academy. While walking through the place, covered in blood, the students were speechless. However, she eventually realizes when and how the dragon of the sacred lance will revive. When she goes to the chapel, she finds such a rake who tells her that outsiders are not allowed inside. She then shows her mark of sacred blessing and enters the chapel where the apostles are waiting there. She sees a chest containing Wellbrook's fang. She tries to convince Green and the apostles to stop, but they do not hear her. Seeing that the Saint Clarice is not there, they must have thought that the stories of the dragon were fairy tales. However, the appearance of the powerful beast proves they were wrong. In the end, Green quickly tries to grab the saint to use her as a sacrifice. The magic circle on the ground would seal the dragon as soon as the saint was sacrificed. Then Adele decides to use herself as a sacrifice and endures the pain. However, she did not foresee that the blessing of sacred magic would protect her body from the collar. The spectral magic within her was pushed to the limit. Then the process repeated itself, over and over. Adele was shocked when Clarice managed to enter the chapel one last time. Now she struggles to try one or two more times, and finally finish the cycle. While dragging her bloodied body to the chapel, again, suddenly bumps into Ed, and wonders what he is doing there. Well guys, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment. For the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.